So good afternoon, friends. On behalf of Mint, it gives me immense pleasure in welcoming all of you to this Mint AI Summit 2022. At the outset, let me thank each one of you for making it here physically, because I know that we are facing tough times, and people have had difficulties in coming physically in person. So I really appreciate the effort. In fact, let's give all of you a big hand. Now, the reason for this summit is very simple. When Stanford University released its 100-year report on artificial intelligence, which was called AI 100, that was in September 2016. At that point in time, when we spoke about artificial intelligence, many of us probably didn't even understand what it was, and we did not understand the significance and the implications of AI for businesses and on individuals. It was perceived as an esoteric kind of technology that was restricted to R&D labs. And now this is despite AI being almost a 6-decade-old technology and machine learning being almost 40 years old. Around that time, if those who have attended MintTech events earlier also, we used to use words like SMAC. How many of you remember the word SMAC, the acronym SMAC? Lovely. So SMAC stood for Social, Mobility, Analytics, Cloud. Then we added an I to it, the Internet of Things. So we called it SMAC I. Of course, now you have AI, but the point is that SMAC remains, I remains, Internet of Things remain. So 6 years later, it's hardly an exaggeration to say that most of us have not only heard about AI, but also understand its importance in sectors such as BFSI, retail, e-commerce, healthcare, agriculture, education, telecom, manufacturing, and so on. And AI today is there in our smartphones, it's there in our computers, in our cars. We may have level 5 kind of driverless cars soon. Uh, we have it in our factories, we have it in retail outlets, etc. You imagine about some sector, and you actually have AI doing wonders. In fact, if you looked at some statistics out here, India's AI market is expected to touch $7.8 billion potential to add $1 trillion. If you want the exact figure, $957 billion, or 15% of India's gross value in 2035. That's not a far way off, just 13 years. On the AI skills front, while San Francisco leads in AI talent worldwide, Bengaluru has the second largest AI talent pool, according to a recent report by the Fletcher School at Tufts University that highlighted 50 cities with the largest AI talent pools worldwide and evaluated using the TIDE network. Now, TIDE stands for Talent Pool for Investments, Diversity of Talent, Evolution of a Country's Digital Framework. Now, that said, we cannot really have a conversation on digital transformation without speaking about the cutting edge technologies such as machine learning, deep learning, NLP, computer vision, image recognition, and a suite of other AI technologies. And while speaking about AI, we also have to talk about advanced data analytics and also have to consider AI's intersection with technologies like virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality. Some of us call it enhanced reality, that make up for this AI-powered metaverse, coupled with robotics, robotic process automation, intelligent automation, Internet of Things, blockchain, 5G, drones, etc. And of course, you can't forget quantum computing and even genomics. And this is not to forget that we are entering the so-called Web3 decentralized world, which heralds the age of decentralized blockchain-based architectures. However, after having all these conversations, to become mainstream, AI also has to make tremendous amount of business sense. So in other words, CXOs are today seeing a return on investment from AI. More importantly, AI is solving business and societal problems. It's helping in issues like flood forecasting, improving healthcare, agriculture, to just name a few of them. It's also important to realize in this context that AI does not have any superpower unless those shown in films like Surrogates, Bicentennial Man, or Rajnikant's Robot, for instance. Certainly nowhere close to making an AI sentient or having artificial general intelligence. Nobody knows when an AI can match that kind of stuff. So you don't have an AI that is going to match Rajnikant's abilities. Broadly defined as the desire to replicate human intelligence in machines, AI is undoubtedly becoming smarter with every passing day. And the reasons, there are three primary reasons for that. One is, of course, the advancements in machine learning and deep learning, the humongous amounts of big data on which these algorithms can be trained, and the phenomenal increase in computing power. Of course, we now are also going to have quantum computers on the anvil. Now, such developments obviously also give us the rise to fears that automation and AI will take away our jobs, eventually become more intelligent than human beings. We now fear that gender and race bias that AI algorithms introduce, they can induce a lot of fear. We fear that GPT-3 with 175 billion parameters, and then of course you also have, there are rumors that GPT-4 will have something like 100 trillion parameters, and they will probably write books, articles, and even put some of the media folks like me out of their jobs. It's possible, we do not know. There's also the danger of data colonization, as the book, The Cost of Connection puts it, where AI does not do just land grab, but it also grabs all the user data. Now, these are kind of fears and concerns, but because we have these kind of fears and concerns, and because we are seeing so much potential, the idea was to demystify what AI is, understand how policies can keep pace with these emerging technologies, how they are disrupting our lives, And this is what exactly our esteemed speakers and panelists will talk about today um, at the Mint AI Summit. And that's why we say the Mint AI Summit is a place where technology, business, and policy can have AI demos by startups who will give us a glimpse of how to create the metaverse, how to use quantum computing. Yes, you heard me right. And understand how facial recognition studies our faces. So these are kind of demos that are going to have live demos from startups. But before we get into the meat of the events, here are some housekeeping tips. Keep your AI-powered smartphones on silent mode. And we would exhort you to tweet about this event using the hashtag #Mint AI Summit and tag us at the rate of @LiveMint. And also, please join me in giving a huge shout out to our partner Intel for supporting us in the event. Please give them a big hand.
We are partnering with Intel because of its status as an industry leader. Intel consistently advances the design and manufacturing of semiconductors and makes chips that help address AI's greatest challenges by embedding intelligence in the cloud, network, edge, and every kind of computing device. Intel is continuously unleashing the potential of data to transform business and society, thereby creating world-changing technologies that enable global progress and enrich lives.
And before I introduce our first speaker of the day, I would also like some information, a very interesting kind of factoid to be shared. Thank you. Now, without much ado, I'd like to I'd like to call the first speaker of the day on screen. Her name is Ms. Rama Devi Lanka. She's the Director of Emerging Technologies in the state of Telangana. She's a civil engineer with MTech in Environmental Engineering and also done her MBA and executive program from IIM Calcutta. But more interestingly, the reason we have invited her is that she was involved in the conceptualization and design of a number of e-governance projects and also involved in the implementation strategy of the Meghraj policy of cloud for the government of India. So please give Ms. Rama Devi Lanka a big hand.
A very good afternoon to everyone. I hope I'm audible. Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Leslie, for introducing me. Well, you know, I'm from Hyderabad right now. So here, yesterday it rained here and a very wonderful weather. I don't know about Delhi, how hot it is. I read somewhere in the Twitter that it's really simmering hot. So maybe you can envy us for a few more days. It's cooler here. But of course, temperatures are going to pick up after a few days here too in Hyderabad. I thank the Hindustan Times Mint for having me here today. It's really, heartening to actually see the audience there, you know, despite the challenges, all of you being here to be part of this event. Unfortunately, I could not come down to Delhi because of some personal, exigency. And thanks to Hindustan Times for actually arranging this virtual, facility. Well, coming to the topic today, bringing about digital transformation with AI is what I'm going to talk about. And before that, I just want to, before I actually talk about AI, I would like to give a brief, overview of what we are doing. As earlier, there was a lot of, he mentioned a lot about emerging technologies, cloud, quantum computing, and so on. So in Telangana, we have set up way back in 2017, I think, considering the advent of Industrial 4.0 or Industry 4.0 or Fourth Industrial Revolution, we set up a separate vertical or wing, which is unthinkable for a government to do it in emerging technologies. And since then, we have been focusing on all the technologies that Mr. Leslie just now talked about, starting from artificial intelligence, blockchain, cloud, IoT, quantum computing. So, and 2020, in fact, we declared the year itself as Year of AI. Most of us would like to forget the year 2020 because of the COVID. But for us, that's the year we started our AI, initiatives. And today we have made significant progress in this field. Well, just now we have seen, the potential of India's AI market, which is pegged at around, there are different numbers by different reports, one from International Data Corporation says it's around 7.8 billion by 2025. And last year, McKinsey released a report, McKinsey and NASCOM, I think, released a report, AI and Data. That report says it actually there is about $500 billion worth of potential can be realized through data. That's the kind of potential that we are looking at. And it's indeed a huge opportunity that needs to be leveraged both by the industry and also to be promoted and adopted by the government. So while enterprises can leverage, artificial intelligence to remain competitive, to improve their bottom line, but for the government, the interesting thing is that AI can enable solutions, that can be deployed at population scale and bring in transformation in certain sectors by creating huge socio-economic impact, So to give you an understanding or just to give you an example what population scale means, all of you are aware of UPI, right? Though it's not related to AI industry, but in general technology. That is a scale that we are looking at, deploying AI. Like today, if you look at a UPI, it has processed more than 45 billion transactions, amounting to over around 83 lakh crore, I think it's almost doubling last year's transactions. So AI, in fact, can enable us to deploy at scale, at population scale. And sorry, can you hear me? Yeah, thank you. So that's the kind of scale that we are also looking at, from AI solution, which I would actually brief you, a little later. Well, as has already been said, why is the world actually ready for AI solutions at population scale? Well, one key thing is availability of data. As I said in the earlier McKinsey report, it identified around, I think, 9 sectors wherein, which can actually release this potential. Agriculture alone constitutes around 65 billion worth of potential. Like if you can really, release data sets or identify data sets or make data sets available in the agriculture sector alone, it actually could release, $65 billion worth of potential. So that's one part of, or one aspect of it where the government holds huge amount of data and can make it available. The other aspect is, with the advent of the digital world, mobiles, IoT devices, multiple digital devices, data is being generated at individual level at unprecedented scale, So this allows for AI to play a very meaningful, role in our everyday lives, I would say. And we are seeing it, like Amazon, all of us are experiencing that. The second factor is the computational power. The cost of hardware computational power has significantly come down. From in the year 2000, 1 million operations would have costed 15 million, but now 8 trillion operations would cost us $600. So this is the cost savings that we're looking at. And of course, third is the important algorithms. We have now both open source and proprietary and have progressed significantly and are enabling many new use cases as of now, So for us, before I get into the details of the projects that we're working on, which are likely to be scaled up across the state, I would like to explain our strategy, our approach on AI that is yielding excellent results. as I said, in 2020, our government, has declared this year of AI, and we actually came out with an AI framework. And in fact, we do this for all our policies, starting from blockchain, cloud, IoT. So we identify key pillars on which the government to focus on, and we also identify domain areas where the government would actually work or adopt these solutions. Like, for example, in AI, we said we'll actually bring in transformation in sectors such as agriculture, healthcare, education, transportation, and smart cities. So these are the 5 domain areas, and now we have included climate change is also one of the focus areas. So to achieve this digital transformation with AI, our government is, looking at the ecosystem holistically. It's not like individual or siloed kind of approach, but it's a holistic approach that we have adopted. So what we have done is, as I said earlier, we have actually formulated the policy framework, and we have set up an institutional mechanism to execute that framework. The second one is undertaking population scale projects. Third is encouraging innovation and entrepreneurship. And fourth, most importantly and specific to AI, is setting up the governance mechanism in view of the ethics, privacy. So coming to the first activity or the strategic approach that we are doing is, as I said, we have come out with an AI framework with 6 pillars. Of course, it's, the first pillar relates to data and data X in platforms, skilling and education, research and innovation, and so on. And identified 5 domain areas, as I mentioned it earlier. Once we have this framework or the strategy document in place, we set up institutions of excellence, or COEs we call. And in this case, we said we established Telangana AI Mission, or TA. This is again in partnership with NASCOM, and it has been working for in existence for the last 2 to 3 years. And we have actually organized a grand challenge in agriculture, and to our surprise, there was a lot of interest generated from the startup ecosystem. And as on today, we are actually working with more than dozen startups in agriculture. That led to sort of galvanize the whole ecosystem, agri ecosystem in Telangana. The second one is, as Mr. Leslie Del Monte also mentioned about skilling and education. In the Tide report, even Telangana made it to the list, though Bangalore has come in the top in terms of talent availability in AI. Bangalore is listed in top 10, but Telangana also made to the list. I'm not sure of the number, but it could be around within 20s, I think. So we have actually, we want to make Telangana as a talent hub. And so far we have trained about 10,000 people, and we are going to train another 20,000 in the near future, in the next 2 to 3 years. While we know that, across the value chain of AI, you need different skill sets. In fact, NASCOM mapped around 19 job roles. But there is also a market, which is on related to data annotation, which is estimated to grow to $7 billion, dollars. And this is going to provide huge opportunity in terms of jobs. So it could actually engage a workforce up to 1 million are the estimates. So we are actually setting up data annotation clusters in Tier 2 cities. We already have one cluster in Nizamabad district. And again, there are certain startup companies who moved to Nizamabad and are actually recruiting, people, who have passed out 10th, 12th, who are actually living in these Tier 2 cities. And they're really happy with the availability of the talent for data annotation. So this is about, developing frameworks, setting up institutional mechanisms. And a third, within that, there are 2 more, things that I would like to mention is, our government has actually issued a GO, government order, we call it, that enables us to procure from startups on nomination basis. This applies to all the emerging technologies, irrespective of AI, but of late we have been focusing on AI. So there is another, activity that comes under the institutional mechanism is, all of us know the value of data, and Dr. Sailesh Kumar is also here, so who, I've interacted, very knowledgeable, interacted with him earlier, and who can actually let us know the value of data. Of course, whoever is in AI, they would know about it. And we have been hearing about these buzzwords, data is the currency, data is the oil, and so on. So we are actually planning to set up a data exchange platform. Initially, it is focused on agriculture. So unlocking the value of data that is available with the government. This is something like an UPI that we are actually planning to have it, very thin interface, thin platform. And it's like a transaction where, different data service providers, it would be government, startups, research organizations, any organization, any entity that has data that it want to make it available to others, they can actually use this platform for such data. It's only a data exchange platform, and we're not going to store data on it. This is going to be a very unique initiative. And once it's successful in agriculture, we're going to actually implement this in other sectors too. Now I'll actually, we understand, that our challenges are different. Indian context is totally different than the West or other countries. The challenges our farmers are facing, the challenges our health sector is facing, and the challenges the education sector is actually facing these days. So therefore, the solutions that our country needs are different from the rest of the world. Sorry? Therefore, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Thank you. Therefore, the solutions that India needs are different from the rest of the world. And we're cognizant of this, and we're actually building solutions, from scratch, suitable for the Indian scenarios or Indian situations. Maybe that could be used by the rest of the world. So as I said, we have chosen agriculture as the first domain to focus on. We have about 6 million farmers in Telangana, and I think more than 100 million in the rest of the country. And we are really implementing some exciting projects. One is what we call is Sagu Bagu. It's in Telugu dialect, Telangana dialect, it's called good cultivation. It's really difficult to translate it literally, but it's called good cultivation. Initially, we came up with what you call AI for AI, artificial intelligence for agriculture innovation. While there are AI solutions that play a critical role across the value chain of crop, but we realized that we need a range of technologies, that can be deployed across the value chain of different crops. So there's a flagship project that we are working on. I'm really, excited to see the outcomes at the end of the 2 crop seasons. This we are working in partnership with World Economic Forum to leverage technologies to enhance, productivity and profitability to farmers. This is what our minister always says, whenever you actually implement a technology, it should benefit the common man. So the vision of this project is to transform the state of agriculture, by deploying technologies in a scalable, inclusive, and sustainable way. So under this, if I look at AI solutions, we are using it in different crop, in different areas like pre-season crop planning advisories, pest management advisories, output market linkages, and so on. And we're in the pilot project, we're targeting around 15,000 farmers over the next 2 crop seasons or next 2 years. And we have already, we call them as project implementation partners are already on board, and the work has already started. And there are other solutions also, blockchain for traceability and AI for quality assaying, IoT sensors. And again, I want to emphasize here, we're not using technology for the sake of it, but we have identified use cases where technology can solve those problems and, help the farmer. Another interesting project that we have, it's not part of Sagu Bagu, it's a different one that we worked in partnership with Vadvani AI. Again, in AI, it's not that the government or any enterprise can work alone. It's actually a collaboration or a partnership model that really works wonders. So this AI pest management, we have partnered with Vadvani AI, and we have implemented this in 6 districts for the cotton crop. It's an AI-based solution that detects, pink bollworm. That's a pest that attacks the cotton and destroys the crop. So, the result is lower number of, sprays and lower cost to the farmer in terms of fertilizers or micronutrients. So leading to higher pilot. That's a very interesting project that we did. And we are looking at scaling up the project across the state. The other one is again quality assaying, and which we have used. all of us know that when the way the produce is actually graded or, the quality assessed is, it's very subjective, very manual process. So for the particular crop like paddy and rice and red gram grains, we are actually using an AI computer vision based solution developed by a Hyderabad based startup. So that is pilot is about to complete in a month or so. Probably would get to know the results. There's another interesting project that we.
Miss
Yeah.
Ramadevi,
Sorry, yeah.
we're just running out of time, so if you could,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. So these are the kind of projects that we're working on. Then I would actually move to another. How much time I have?
You have already run overshot the time, so
Oh God.
yeah, because Dr. Shailesh
Uh,
Kumar is already waiting.
oh, okay. Okay, just give me 5 minutes. I'll close. Is that okay?
Let's just, if you don't mind, I mean, we'll just conclude because Dr. Shailesh Kumar has been waiting. He's got another meeting, so if you don't mind, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
I think Ms. Ramadevi has actually pointed out some very interesting kind of
Yeah,
initiatives.
let me conclude it. I'll just conclude it then.
Yeah, please.
Because, yeah. These are the various initiatives that we are working on. Another important one we are working on is, startup Rev program, it's called, where we have around 80 AI startups that we are actually providing a number of services from market connect to, venture capitalist funding and so on. So concluding, I believe that the approach we have adopted in developing the ecosystem holistically would help our vision to position Telangana, thereby India is one of the global hubs in AI, fostering social innovation. So we believe that these AI solutions which touch the lives of each farmer, each health worker, and every individual, delivering value to each of them. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Please give her a big hand. So I think the government clearly does a lot of initiatives. I mean, I think that's the whole point, that it's not AI just for the sake of AI, but for the societal. I'm going to give you 5 options and I'm going to ask you a question. Let's see if you can answer this. Who was the father of artificial intelligence? I'm going to give you 5 names. Neil Armstrong, Paul McCartney, or Carl Sagan. I'm going to say that once again. Neil Armstrong, Paul McCartney, John McCarthy, C.V. Raman, or Carl Sagan. Third. Lovely. Great. Please give them a big hand. Can you hear us?
Yes, now yes. It went again. Coming on and on. Hello.
We can hear you.
Okay. Should I start my presentation?
Yes.
I didn't hear any. Okay. All right. So good afternoon, everyone. Again, thank you, Rama ma'am, for a very inspirational overview, and obviously Telangana is doing a great job. I'm also from Hyderabad, and I could not come for some personal reasons. So today I'll talk about, build up on what Rama ma'am said around the next frontier in AI, which I call ecosystem intelligence. And I want to kind of talk about the future of where the next 20 years of AI will be in this context and how we need to think about it differently. So can you see my screen? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, sir. So recently Sundar Pichai said something very important. He said AI is probably the most important thing humanity has ever worked on. And you know what humanity has worked on. We have invented the fire, the wheel, the rockets to go to moon, and the internet and all of that. And he's saying AI is the most important thing humanity has worked on, and it is something that is more profound than electricity and fire. And if I look at that statement, I don't think he's talking about the current state of AI. He's talking about the potential of AI. And I think we need to collectively get there. And we know that there is that potential. And when we hear about initiatives that are happening all over the world, I think we can get there, right? So that is the potential. And I think we should be able to achieve that. And we need to systematically go towards it. Now, let me throw another construct here. Now, AI is not the only technology, and Leslie talked about what we call a convergence of technologies that is happening today. And it is this convergence where the magic is. And AI, which is today, was there 70 years ago also, but because of the cloud and the internet and the devices, now it is more pronounced, more accessible, right? So I think this convergence has created a unique magic for mankind today. And once we recognize that convergence, we can do a lot of wonderful things with it. Now, let me talk a little bit about the 5 I's that I think a great product has, right? So the first thing is, we talk about infrastructure. If you look at the Google search engine or the Tesla ecosystem or a future smart city or an Ola Uber, they all have the same quality, right? It's built for the planet. We all understand scale has been mastered. Interfaces are beautiful. They are becoming more and more human-like, speech-enabled and all that. That is the second I. Third, all these systems are now becoming more and more intelligent. They are not just, giving you a dumb result. They are giving you a very intelligent result. And sometimes you wonder whether these systems are reading your mind, right? When YouTube recommendation is just perfect, or Google auto suggestion is just perfect, or the car that Ola Uber allocates is just 2 minutes away. So there is a cab in 5 minutes, and instantly you can download a movie and start watching, right? So on Netflix. So we are in a world of instantaneous. And the fifth I that is missing right now, and this is the future that I'll talk about, is the integratedness of an ecosystem. So today we have built individual models, great, but we have to integrate them to build ecosystem products. And this is the fifth I that we are going to capture in the next few years or decades. So let me talk about that. And if I look at the evolution of products, right, the products started evolving from being physical, very reliable products, which came with what we call programmed intelligence. So the intelligence was part of the code running inside these, and they were running it. They were not becoming better over time. Those were product 1.2, physical, reliable products. We continue to improve these products, continue to become smarter TVs, smarter phones, smarter cars now. So these products are evolving. And at the same time, product 2.0 happened. And that is where a lot of digital, scalable, crowdsourced intelligence came into being. And these products taught us how to build planet scale things, learn and iterate and continue to improve with the feedback data. Right? And that's where a lot of our deep learning, machine learning, and all of the technologies Leslie talked about is embedded. And now if I think about product 3.0, where are we going from here? We have mastered physical products, we have mastered digital products, and now we are about to master what we call hybrid or physical digital products, right? And this is where the next evolution of intelligence is going to be needed. We're going to think about what we call an ecosystem intelligence, right? How does a whole smart city work as a 1,000 API system instead of one Google search, which is a 2 API system? So how do we go from here to there is the next leap in our product thinking, and that is going to require us to think differently about our IT architectures and our AI architectures as we go forward. So these are examples of ecosystem products, right? So they're not a single search engine or a Google Maps or a YouTube or a LinkedIn or a WhatsApp. Those are individual products with few APIs. Now we are going to leap into, now that we have mastered the art of building those, How do we master the art of building an end-to-end optimized refinery with thousands of moving parts? How do we build an end-to-end connected ecosystem like a telecom network and make it intelligent? Not just build it, we know how to build it, 4G, 5G, but how do we think about AI in such a complex system? How do we think about healthcare in a complex system? Not just how to do X-ray better or how to do diagnosis better, but how do we think about it as a whole? The supply chain of medicines, the prediction of diseases evolving, the genomics of people, giving the right advisory to everyone and all of that, right? How do we think about agriculture, like Rama ma'am said, as a whole, as not just 20 APIs that somebody does IoT well, somebody does drones well, somebody does supply chain well and all that. But how do we integrate all this together into an ecosystem called agriculture? So there is, imagine a one AI IT architecture for the agriculture ecosystem of a country. It's one product and we all contribute to that one product. Today, a farmer has to download 20 apps to get his work done, right? So how do we integrate? And this integration is the new innovation that is going to be required. So what does it mean to build a complex system like that? So they have billions of entities of hundreds of types. So if you look at a telecom network, you have customers, you have devices, you have cell towers, you have all the sensors, you have all the facilities, all of that. They have trillions of interactions happening all the time, right? Like people are joining the network, leaving the network, upgrading the plan, making a payment, doing a phone call, downloading something. All these events are happening simultaneously, right? There are complex web of metrics that are at play. How do we think of customer metrics, operation, business, environment, everything? And they're all connected to each other. How do we think about decisions that the systems have to make? If you take agriculture, there are many, many decisions to be made. What to grow, when to harvest, where to sell, where to get my next fertilizer, how much to put. All these are decisions, right? And any ecosystem is making, thousands of decisions like that every day. And then how do we think about the different workflows? What do we need to execute? How do we find inefficiency in the system? How do we expand the scope of what we are doing? How do we find something if something goes wrong? So these are workflows. Now compare this to Google Search. Google Search is a 2 API, very advanced, doing an amazing job scaling at a planet level system. And that is going to improve. But now we are in a different world. This is a new paradigm of thinking, which is not about a 2 API system. This is a 1,000 API system. And how do we make these 1,000 APIs work together? There is no single company, single government, single startup who can do this. And we need to change our approach to how we build such complex systems together, right? And that is what these things are made up of. So I came up with this framework. There's a talk on YouTube where I said, look, to build such a thing, we need to expand the scope of what we think AI is, what are the different layers in the AI stack. And I talk about these 8 layers plus the digitization layer, which is how do we make sure first that all data is digitized, no printouts, no handwritten reports, no homework in the school notebook, no logs in a physical paper, no receipts physically printed, no ECG physically printed. Physical data is obsolete. It is useless. It is only for human consumption. How do we stay with digital data forever and continue to use it? So digitization of physical data to digital data. Then comes the different layers. How do you interpret speech, interpret text, interpret images, interpret satellite data, interpret genomic data? How do you interpret a tweet or a review? So these are interpretation models that convert low-level, semantically low-level data into high-level data. So we need a layer, and a lot of work going on in deep learning is about interpretation of variety of data into semantically high-level things. How do we think about causality? What causes what, and therefore what causes what, and therefore what causes what? Can we build a causality diagram of a domain and say, because of this, this happened, and because of that, this happened, and now I understand the entire complex, value chain of causality. That's a causality layer. Now, how do you build prediction models? We understand we build prediction for 3 reasons: to intervene something that may go wrong, to optimize our decisions, and to personalize our decisions. These are 3 reasons we build prediction models across industries. So how do we think about that layer? How do we explain our predictions? Today, AI is not going to be trusted if we cannot explain why we made a decision. Or finding biases and all of that in the system, right? So explainability is the next layer. How do we think about controllability? What variables are controllable, what are observable, and how do I build a mapping between these two variables to the output? How do we think about controllable systems, right? Whether it's an autonomous vehicle or a traffic in a city, or the prices of oil in the world market, right? If you will, controllability. And then how do we think about simulation is going to be a new skill. We are not going to be able to just build simple one-off models. We need to be able to simulate our policies and say, if I increase taxes by this much, what will happen to the economy of the country? If I change this temperature in this refinery, what will happen to the outcome of the, without doing it on the ground, can I simulate it in a digital twin is going to be a very important skill set in a complex system. We don't need simulations in X-ray and simple models, but we need simulation in a complex system. And if we can simulate, how do we optimize the system and say this is the best combination of control variables to optimize a smart city in all possible ways, or a telecom network, or a refinery, or an agriculture system. How do we optimize? And there's a lot of wastage that is happening today. Our resources are used very poorly. We don't understand supply, demand, and we are not optimizing for it properly. How do we think about optimization? And finally, the holy grail of AI is adaptation. How do we adapt? When we go back from COVID to normal, how do we adapt? When the fourth wave comes, how do we adapt? When the oil prices are high, how do we adapt, right? When the traffic patterns in the morning and evening and afternoon are different on a telecom network, how do we adapt? Adaptation is the ultimate holy grail in a complex system, right? So these are some of the new ideas that we need to think about and say, this is what we need to think about how to build these complex ecosystems. And then how do we think about solving it at a top-down level, right? There are many sectors that need help. Every sector has many beneficiaries. Every beneficiary uses a lot of products, and every product needs a lot of services. And within AI services, there are many, many kinds of AI services. And like I said, we don't have a way to say, how do I solve healthcare as a whole? No single company or somebody can do it. So in a way, we need a new kind of economy, which Rama ma'am also talked about, where every person, whether it's a student or a freelancer or a startup or a researcher or a Google, can contribute their APIs to the 1,000 APIs we need to solve that ecosystem. And that is the kind of new way of thinking we are going to need to get there. Imagine even a student doing a PhD or a master's thesis can contribute to the AI economy and monetize his work and not just do a Kaggle competition. Yeah? So let me just close. So now we talked about how we need a different kind of a framework of thinking. How do we need a different skill set of a data scientist? So what we are doing, we are starting a new program in Geo Institute, where we're going to develop a lot of different kinds of skills, starting from algorithmic thinking. How do you think about the different beautiful frameworks? How do you not start data science from data sets, but work backwards from problem statements? How do I make them go to a farmer and say, understand what his problems are, understand what a teacher needs, understand what a student needs in a tier 2 city, understand what a patient needs in a tier 3 village where there are no doctors? Then you will start inventing AI. AI will not be invented because somebody gave you a data set. This is a very important mindset that we need to develop in our future data scientists. The next is data thinking. How do you fall in love with your data? Data has a lot of stories to tell, but not everybody knows how to listen to it well. So how do we create those skill sets? Domain thinking. The first thing I learned after my PhD was domain knowledge is equally or more important than just data sets and tools. So how do we think about domain and, beautiful domains, all the domains that we work in? Manufacturing has its own interesting problems and nuances. Every domain has its own nuances. And how do we make data scientists fall in love with the domain and with the data and with the problem statements and then produce solutions, right? How do we think about top-down systems? Like I said, it's not going to be a one API, two API system anymore. We're going to need a complex ecosystem of many, many AI APIs working together. The output of one is an input to the other. How do we help them understand, become better system thinkers? Only then they can create a smart city AI or an agriculture AI, right? It's not about bottom-up thinking only. It's about top-down thinking. How do we think about scales? We all understand that we are moving towards scale. So handling large data sets should be as simple as doing an Excel job, but not in Excel, in big data technologies. How do we think about solutions and not just building a model and deploying a model? Have you really solved the end-to-end problem that a farmer needs? Can you take a picture as a farmer and get a fertilizer delivered end-to-end, from sensor to data to insight to optimization and then delivery on the ground? That is a solution, not a model. Model is just a part of a bigger solution. How do we create such thought processes? And ethical thinking, because everybody is worried about creating, demons out of AI. So obviously with great power comes great responsibility. So there are lines we cannot cross. There are regulations happening all over the world. And how do we make sure our next generation data scientists don't think of ethical aspects as an afterthought, but on day one, when they come to an industry, they know that there are certain boundaries they cannot cross, right? And they know how to detect those boundaries. So let me stop there, and I think the future of AI is amazing. The next 20 years are going to be much more awesome than the last 20 years, and we are all very excited. And thanks to Mint for inviting me for this summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. I think it was very, very instructive, very insightful, and this was class 101 on artificial intelligence, and I think everybody really appreciates it from the applause you must have guessed. Thank you very much for taking out time.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. Before I call on the next speaker on stage, here's another quiz. Who was the first AI humanoid to get accepted as a citizen of the country? I'm going to give you 5 options: Helen, Ophelia, Sophia, Madonna, Ida. Lovely, I think most of them. Great, please give them a big hand. I see you all are pretty queued up on AI, and now we are going to have a kind of a, how AI is going to be creative, for which I'm going to call on stage Jasprit Bindra, who's the founder of Digital Matters in India, and he's the Chief Tech Whisperer at Findability Sciences. And very interestingly, he's also been just been appointed as an external faculty member for the Singularity University. Please give him a big hand. Stage is all yours, sir.
Thank you. Sure. I need my presentation. Okay. So that's just a little cartoon on the ethics of AI. And the reason I put it there is we're going to be talking about ethics today. And besides some of the things that Leslie said that I do, in my old age, I am a student again. I'm doing my second master's in AI and ethics at Cambridge University. And it's a very fascinating subject which you're going to hear a bit more about as we go forward. I thought the ethics part will happen before me, and so I put that here. But anyway, what I'm going to speak about, however, is a little different. It's a little fun, if it may. And it's about the fact that the question that whether AI can be creative, pretty much like human beings, can AI be creative? So before I do this, I just wanted a show of hands. Who amongst this audience thinks that AI is or can be creative, like a human being? Okay, and the people who don't think so. So they're like lots sitting on the fence, is it? Trying to figure out after this presentation, sochenge, whether it is creative or not. Okay, so look, it's a big question. We've been asking that. A lot of people think that AI would be like human beings, and whether it can be creative or it cannot be creative. The thing about creativity, you just heard Professor Kumar just before this, and he talked about different data, AI, machine learning. The thing about creativity is that creativity is a part of human nature. As Ai Weiwei said, he's a famous Chinese artist who's been chucked out of China. And he said that it can only be untaught. It cannot be taught. Anyone who tries to teach creativity, basically you know what happens. There's another quote which says that, creative adult is a child who never grew up, was never taught in that sense. On the other hand, every principle of AI, especially machine learning, as you can see from that little joke there, is about teaching, is about learning. And so it's kind of a paradox that can you kind of machine learn creativity or can you not? So let's kind of explore. Now, whenever we think of creativity, and there are different definitions of creativity, there are some great academic definitions, we don't have time to go through it right now. But if you were to think of creativity and think of creativity from a human being perspective, what are the different manifestations of creativity? If you say that a person is creative, what can he or she do? Probably he can create music, that's creativity, or painting is creativity, or playing games is creative, debating, speaking is creative, writing is creative. And there are other things too, probably, beyond these 5, but I have kind of selected these 5, and what I wanted to do was to see that what has AI been able to do in these 5 things. And then I will leave you to judge whether AI can be creative or it cannot be creative. So let's talk of this first. The video is going to play, I hope that works for the people right at the very back. Okay, can we put the lights on? So nice song. Tell me what is so unique about this song? Be creative, you're human beings. Tell me, what do you think? What do you think? Just guess. Made by an AI. Actually, it's the first ever. Okay, now if you go to Google and type, or YouTube and type AI songs, you'll see thousands of them. When this was playing, and it was nice, some of you didn't want it to stop, what music could you think of? What was it familiar? Was it familiar, this music? I'm not going to play it again, we don't have time. But for anyone who thought it sounded like someone? Huh? Cold? Maybe one generation behind? It actually is a very Beatles song. And even the lyrics are very Beatlish. And actually this AI was, and if you hear it again, you'll get what I speak. This AI was trained on all the Beatles music ever. And then it created this song out of nothing. The lyrics, the song, not the video, but the lyrics, the song, the everything. And this is the first. Huge amount of further stuff in AI on music has happened. I'm going to move. Let's talk about gaming. Pretty much, I think in gaming, pretty much we know the story. 1997, Garry Kasparov was defeated by, not AI, but by a machine. Today, 10 out of 10 times if Garry Kasparov plays chess with a machine, he'll be defeated. 10 out of 10 times. Famous video, which I'm not going to show, of Jeopardy, this big game. Some of you might have seen the video, etc., where an AI player comprehensively defeated everyone, every single human being who played. I mean, he defeated it by by miles, by centuries. More, I want to show you a little video, and some of you might have played this little game. Just see this video. So this is a game called Atari. And for people who are as old as me, you would have played this on the phone or on the PC before, and you had to kind of, you know, break these walls, these bricks, and whoever broke them first was the winner. Now this is a small deep learning engine created by Demis Hassabis's DeepMind, which is now owned by Google. And see what happens. So it's kind of doing well. It has been training, it somewhere said 200 training sessions or something. And the fun happens after 600 training episodes. What happens is quite amazing. So it discovers that there's this cool way which no human being, or very few human beings, had figured out. 600 training sessions, after which this AI, figuring out a new way of doing Atari, could pretty much defeat any other human being who plays Atari. And today, 10 out of 10 times, if you play Atari with a AI, you lose. There's this very famous, your clicker doesn't work, my friends. Can I move to the next slide? Yeah. The landmark, seminal moment in terms of AI and creativity or AI and artificial general intelligence came with this game. Do you know what game is this? I've written it there, but still, I want some participation. I want people to talk to me so that I'm not... Go, absolutely. So Go is this game. It has 19 squares rather than 12 squares, 12 into 12 like chess has. It's the oldest living game in existence. It's a very difficult game. There are more moves in Go than there are atoms in the universe. And it's a very human game. It's not deterministic like chess with rules. It's an instinctive game. And they said that no AI could ever defeat any human being in chess. It's a beautiful story. It's a beautiful movie if you see that. But again, DeepMind created a program called AlphaGo in 2017, and it defeated this guy called Lee Sedol, who was the 19-time world champion in Go. And it defeated it through a move which is now called Move 37. In fact, Move 37 has become almost a reverential word in AI. There are companies called Move 37. There are movies called Move 37, which no human being could play. It was such a different kind of move. And so it defeated Lee Sedol 4-1 in a 5-game set in 2017. Last year, Lee Sedol resigned from the game of Go, saying that no human being would be able to defeat an AI in Go forever. So his career was over. And this is a very instinctive game. This is a very creative game. This is a very human kind of game. And so that's about gaming. Art. This painting is a painting by a very famous Dutch artist called Rembrandt. Some of you would have heard his name, Rembrandt. Except that it was painted 600 years after Rembrandt died. It was painted by an AI built by Microsoft and with a couple of other partners. Actually, you can go to this site called nextrembrandt.com, and it analyzed every Rembrandt painting, created this painting, and most art experts, including Rembrandt experts, were completely fooled. And they had to kind of disclose that this was not a Rembrandt painting which someone had found in their attic or whatever. It was actually created by an AI. There are many other examples I can give you in painting and how it did that and how the color, the texture, the kind of men that he painted, but I will skip. Fifth or fourth is talking, debating. And here's a small little clip. This is about, this is a debating competition. One side of the debate is a human being. Supposedly the world's champion debater happens to be an Indian. And debating him is a debating engine by Watson, by IBM. Just listen.
Greetings, Harish. I have heard you hold the world record in debate competition wins against humans, but I suspect you've never debated a machine. Welcome to the future. I would argue that we should subsidize preschools. We are going to talk about financial issues, but not only about them. In the current status quo...
So, what you saw, this is actually Watson's voice. It's been given a human voice. And both Watson and this debater were given a topic to debate 20 minutes before the debate started. The debate happened, Watson marshaled all the facts, built out a debate, started debating the human being. Guess who won? The human being won. Well, you know, the jury was all humans. So we don't know. Okay, it's not a deterministic thing, right? And then finally is writing. And for the longest time, until 2 years back, people said that AI can do all these things, but it cannot write. Writing was very difficult. Okay, I mean, I should know. That's my book, by the way. And here, 3 years back, we hacked together an AI with Findability Sciences, who I also represent and work with, to write a chapter on AI written by an AI. So that's that green thing there. And that was remarkable. It was the first time in global publishing history. And my book sold a few copies because of that. But after that came GPT-3, about a year after that. And for those who haven't read or heard GPT-3, you can spend your next entire lifetime wondering about how brilliant it is. And GPT-3 is a writing program by OpenAI, another large AI firm. And it kind of just writes on anything. And this, what I've written here, which if I had the time, I would have loved to read, was actually a debate that GPT-3 was having with 9 philosophers about its existence and what kind of thing it was. And it's just amazing that this is an AI which is answering that. One of the 9 philosophers actually teaches me is my teacher at Cambridge. And so it's a fantastic story. And GPT-4, by the way, is going to come very soon. GPT-3, the amount of data it ingested, Wikipedia was 0.6% of that data. So you can imagine the amount of data that it had, and GPT-4 is going to be a 10x kind of a variation. So tell me, can AI be creative? How many people think so? The same. Oh, well, a little bit more. The fence sitters have jumped. So look, even as I say that, it's not yet confirmed whether it can be or not. But as we are heading towards what we call singularity, a part that I represent again, Singularity University, which is when human intelligence and artificial intelligence is supposed to meet or cross 2039 or 42 or whatever is the new year that they have come up with, becoming creative, becoming ethical, AI developing emotions are all the things that so far we don't know, but it'll be fun to see how that pans out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jaspreet. Nothing less was expected. So I'm glad you made this a fun session, and you also... no time, just running out of time. By the way, what he spoke about GPT-3, as I said earlier also, it's 175 billion parameters. GPT-4, which is rumored to have about 100 trillion parameters. I mean, to try to wrap your head around these numbers, it's really, really difficult. Fun question again. If AI were to really be creative, if you believe that AI is creative, and if it were to make a painting, which of these 4 or 5 technologies would it use? I'm just going to read it out. HDN, WAN, LAN, Apple Pencil, or GAN? Apple Pencil. Apple Pencil. No, not you. Apple Pencil. Anybody else? The right answer is GAN. Generative Adversarial Networks. 2 AI body that keep on fighting with each other for the best outcome. That's the simplest explanation. Jaspreet can give you a better explanation later. Okay? Now what we're going to have, as we always say, the proof of the pudding lies in the eating. We've been hearing all these words like AI, metaverse, Web3, decentralized webs, quantum computing. How does it happen? What happens in action? Can we actually show it? That's what we're going to try. Prasid, why don't you tell the audience what we have in store? Prasid is my colleague. He's the deputy editor of Tech Circle.
The demos today will be they're about metaverse, they're about augmented reality, virtual reality. There's even quantum computing, so there's a lot to watch here. I'm going to give the stage away to Hemant Satyanarayana. He's our first startup. He runs a startup called Imaginate. He's the co-founder and the CEO. Hemant, the stage is yours.
Volume come.
Hi everyone, Hemant. Well, this is, good to be back here on stage after 4 years. I've been doing a lot of Zoom sessions, and I thought I should come in person and meet all of you. But ironically, I'm going to talk about metaverse, which is again virtual sessions, right? But yeah, nevertheless, nothing beats real-world meetings. Happy to be here. What I'm going to do now is, we only have 10 minutes. What I'm going to do is do a role play where I play the role of a customer or a lead who's looking to buy a car, and I have a sales team who's on WhatsApp using the latest technology, and they can do video calls as well, but I still have a challenge when it comes to making a purchase. So I'm going to talk to them now on the call here and see what they have to do to solve my problem and quicken the sale here, right? So let me talk to these guys first. For the sake of simplicity here, let me explain what's going on here. I have my phone here, through which I'm going to talk to the sales team of this potential car seller, and I'm going to share my screen on the big screen up there, where you would see my conversation with the sales team, right? Let me now go ahead and share my screen, or okay, let me just talk to them directly. Hey, hey Gupta.
Hey, Mr. Hemant.
Yeah, hey. Can you guys help me with different car colors available?
Sure, we can do that. Right now, we don't have availability.
Hey, hi, Datta, hi, Gupta.
Hi,
Hello, Hemant sir. How have you been?
Doing good. So I still haven't been able to make a decision on the right car color and the car model.
So it looks like you wanted to see the car, but unfortunately the car model wasn't available in our showroom. But definitely do allow us to take you through a mixed reality experience of the same, where you can experience the car in a virtual world instead of coming down to the showroom to see it yourself, right? So would you want to join such a space, sir, and go through the experience?
Okay, great. That sounds good. So tell me, how to join, and
Sure.
hopefully I can get to see this, and you guys as well.
Definitely.
Sure.
So I hope you have the Atom application. You would just need to enter 1343 to enter the experience.
Okay, so all right, let me share my screen.
Sure.
All right. So all right. So let me open the Atom app. So what's the meeting number that I can join?
1343.
All right.
So this is a unique meeting code that we created just for you, so that you can join in along with us to experience this.
All right, cool.
Welcome to New Space.
Okay.
Wonderful. Looks like you have brought inside the model. If you can look around and see if we are also available.
Yeah, so I think this is the color that I already saw, right? So where are you? So you are here. Okay, so why don't you come around here? See,
Sure.
I think last time when we met, you guys.
Yes.
Hey, Abhishek.
Hey, Hemant.
Hey, hi, Devatri. All right,
Hello,
cool.
Hemant.
So, well, yeah. So this is fine, but can you show me how the engine sound looks like? I want to sort of get through that experience.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And also the last time when we met you, you wanted to see the other color options as well. So
Yeah.
we also have that to you to see here, right? So if you can follow me, I'll show you how the engine works, how the interior works, etc.
Okay. All right. All right. I have to step down here, but it's fine. Yeah. Yeah. So wherever you are, can you come here?
Yes, you just be coordinating with.
Yeah.
Correct. So can you see the arrows on the door of
Oh,
the
yeah,
car?
sure,
I
sure.
would want you to click on it so that you can feel the experience of opening the car for the first time and going inside.
Okay. Cool.
So here you can visualize how the interior would look like in real life. But I would also ask you to click this button right here on the engine to kind of see and feel how the car works when it is switched on.
All right. I can see it. So this is the one. Okay. Okay. I think I had to like reduce the volume here.
So this is pretty much how the headlights work and the interiors are of the car. But coming to the main points, coming to the more exciting thing that you wanted to see is we have several other color options for you to choose from, which I know that the orange was really nice, but you wanted to see what other options we have available. So as you can see this panel right here, we have several color options available here. I would want to go ahead and choose that color for you.
So Datta and Abhishek, if you don't mind, can you come on this side for me?
Yes, absolutely, we can do that.
All right, cool, thanks. Yeah, because it's more convenient this way, yeah?
Yes.
All right, cool. Yeah, so yeah, tell me, okay, so I see a color panel here.
Correct. So these are the color options we kind of provide in this particular model that you chose. You can go ahead and click on the colors to see how it looks like in that rendition of the car.
Can you activate it?
Absolutely, absolutely. I would
while
be
I
happy
go
to
through this.
help you.
Can you change it to blue?
Okay. Yes. So this is the blue version of the car, which is named as Lawyer Blue. It is royal blue in color and it has a glossy finish.
Okay.
We also have a very unique color in this car as well, which is a sea green, army green color. It also comes in a silver, which is a very classic color, looks very sophisticated and nice. Right. But this is for the adventurous type of people. This is a red, beautiful color that kind of, you know, takes you ahead or apart from the crowd.
All right. So is this available in stock?
So the red color, if you want to choose, so you will have to wait 2 weeks because it has a waiting time of 2 weeks. But every other color, if you want to choose, we can get it done for you within a week.
Okay, cool.
Right?
So,
yeah. And I remember the last time when we had a conversation, you were mentioning that, hey, what if I kind of want to change the tire, you know, myself, and if I get into a trouble like that.
Yeah. So one second. So you're saying that if we assume that the car is being sold, so let me just address here. So this is basically how a sales experience looks like, right? So where within your own home, you can actually use your regular phone, no smart glasses, no VR device or AR device. Your regular phone is what that you can use and bring in a hologram of a car along with the sales guy and have that combined conversation as well, right?
Yes.
So not just from a point of view of sales, but let's say, you know, as a service technician or as a customer who needs to understand how to sort of use some of these and fix stuff on my own, you could do that as well using mixed reality conversations. So, Debatri, can you activate, I think you'll have to mute yourself. Yeah, can you activate the training mode? All right, so here, yeah, can you explain, Abhishek?
Yes.
Sure, Mr. Hemant. So as you mentioned, the customers itself getting the sales experience but want to learn more about what he or she can do with the help of this mixed reality. For example, today we have picked up a solution where we'll teach you how to change tires when you are in trouble.
Can you come around here, Abhishek, if you don't mind, can you come next to the car?
Sure, definitely.
I can't follow where you are at.
Sure, definitely.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So yeah, go ahead, you were saying.
Yeah. So as I mentioned, as the sales experience looked like, where you were able to understand everything from the sales point of view, we are going to demonstrate right now a simple experience where you would understand how to change the tire of this car with a mixed reality learning. So let me start that for you if you are ready.
Sure. Yeah.
So you would just notice a tire has been marked red. So that is indicating that this is the first step for me to take out the tire and continue with the process. So let me start the first step. And you would notice a tool has appeared in front of you. Now this tool is required to lift the car so that the tire can be changed. So I'll use the tool.
Can I activate it? I mean,
Sure,
so that I get that
please.
hands-on experience as well, instead of just watching a video, right? I mean, it's as good as watching a video.
Sure. Definitely.
So let me activate it. Okay.
Yep. So it's just lifted the car for you, and that's how you're going to do it when you're doing it in the real time.
Understood.
You can go ahead and click on the next step as well, sir.
Okay. So this glowing icon is where I need to click. Okay.
Yes, correct. So these are the bolts that you need to replace in case of changing a tire.
Understood. Great.
This is a very simple experience, Mr. Heyman. But using this tool, which we are just watching, we can provide customers with the training as difficult as needed for them to self-care their car whenever the time required. That was a quick experience for you to understand how to change a tire, Mr. Heyman.
Sure. And there is a board here. What is this?
Okay. This is a board. So right now, as we know, we are collaborating on 3D data, right? We also provide tools where you can collaborate on 2D data. For example, show more about the car, understand more about the car. So right now, we are going through a presentation about the car, where we are showing you different colors, different size of the car. It can be any material which can be uploaded by a sales agent.
I think I can interact with it as well.
Yes, definitely.
It's really good. You saved me a trip to the dealership. You can just look around.
Cool. All right. Thank you, guys. Is there anything else that you want to show, which is exciting?
Not right now.
So let's just see how the expressions work. If you can speak directly here, we have been seeing on Atom. Can we just see how your expressions work if you speak directly in Atom? Because we are using Zoom as well earlier. If you speak directly in Atom, I want to see if the expressions come out well. Abhishek, if you want to speak in Atom. Okay, I think that's probably time. All right. So yeah, this is reality today. We could actually start talking using regular phones and in your own homes without any smart glasses, and you can have those conversations assisted with our AI or just with real people as well. So far, you have not seen AI at all in this. Some of you may be wondering, like, where's the AI here, right? So AI is basically where, from a load balancing standpoint, if the agent is not available to help the customer, the avatar that you see here can be completely taken over by AI, which will address the questions completely in a mixed reality conversation. But if you want to effect a sale, is when the AI can send a message to an actual agent who can take over and talk to the customer. Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity. Thanks for the patient listening.
This is Hemant. When I was very young, we used to YouTube how to do this for a car. The generation after me, we can see what they will do, of course. Next, we have a metaverse firm. His name is Rahul Sethi. He's the co-founder of a firm called Xpoodle. Rahul, the stage is yours.
But you all have a lot of, I think, a lot of robots in the shop. Thank you, thank you. Voice. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rahul. I represent Xpoodle. And my other friend just now got some people from Bangalore or his office, wherever that is. I'll try to get you into the metaverse. Okay? So what I've got here as a setup is as soon as we have the casting started here, Jyoti. All right. Great. Okay, so Meta is the parallel world. We're interacting now physically. There is still a lot of opportunity for people who cannot visit here and still can be a part of an interactive environment. So we are a company that makes experiences, and experiences is what it matters. So what I'm going to do now, to start with, in my session is 15 minutes, so I will split that into two. In the first one, let me take you through the journey of Metaverse, how it started, and where is it heading. The second session is what I will start, where I will take you through, and maybe have a couple of you people have experienced this on different headsets. So
So as we move ahead from here, how are we going to collaborate? And there are going to be many ways by which we will collaborate. So collaboration in business, collaboration in when we design a product, collaboration is when we do this kind of conferences, collaboration is when we want to just talk to our loved ones. And while we want to do all of that, how about doing that in the place of your choice? So what we've done here today is that we've created an experience which is almost as likely as good as we could from the stage side on this metaverse. And all these people here are some of those people from our network, some of the people whom have been invited by the Mint team. So creating those digital twins of places is what's happening today. Exhibitors want to go to certain places of exhibitions which are famous. Conferences have to happen in places which are very popular. And while, of course, people physically can go, there is also an opportunity, like I said, for people who cannot go physically, could be visiting that place of interest through a virtual system. So one of the things that, that is mostly and quite often asked to me is the metaverse only available on these headsets called Oculus? This is a question that many people ask me. The answer is no. Metaverse is an experience that works on computer, mobile, a headset, and even the HoloLens, which is mixed reality. We'll talk about mixed reality shortly. So let's start with the true applicability of from a today's context point of view. When we started speaking with the Mint people and we spoke about the AI Summit, I would like you to know that most of the metaverse's experiences and the way the users behave into that metaverse is now started to be captured within the system. And I'm aware of a lot of people who are using that data to arrive at a more sustainable navigation in those environments. Presuming that I have a character of my choice, and that character or the avatar, I want that avatar to be having legs, the height that I want, the height based on the picture I upload for myself. All of those things are being learned by the systems now, and we are seeing more and more AI coming into play in this particular segment too. Mr. Bindra spoke about whether can AI draw. I think, yeah, it can make it easy to draw. So a lot of 3D assets that we are creating today within the environments are created or could be utilized more, I would say, more and more in terms of, better and better every time as we continue to build them. In this particular instance of what you see here, let's just go back, Jyoti, a little bit so we can see the audience. Yeah, yeah, zoom out, yeah, thank you. Great. So we are live streaming us in the metaverse right now. And while we are live streaming ourselves, this is also online. So I saw a lot of people in the queue, who are wanting to come into this particular view. Since I have muted this on the computer, but even the voice is sort of, getting streamed here. And a couple of gestures here, that have been introduced most recently on multiple platforms, where people can start to even do a couple of different types of gestures. Can you, please? They can move around, clap. Yeah? So there is a moment of joy, okay? There's no moment of sorrow, by the way, in metaverse. I'm yet to find people, cry here. Every gesture is a good gesture. That's all it is. Lot of rumor, on metaverse too, with personal security and all of this, things in the different kinds of environments is happening. But I think for organization, it's a great opportunity. The Mint team today has the available asset, not just for this particular event in this hotel. They could most likely use it at any other event that they do and continuously reuse this environment as we move ahead. Similarly, businesses can also use it for different types of things. The other part, like I said, where the applicability of metaverse is what we'll talk. One of the top 5 consulting firms reached out to us and said they would like to have their employees engage with each other. And one of the problems they face is when the employees come on the Zoom call or they come on any other Teams call, they do not switch on the camera. Well, it's true. So I'm doing an engagement or an employee engagement, sort of exercise. I've got all my people in my team working towards this for many, many weeks. I've got 500 people with only 30 people on camera. 470 doesn't want to. The matter of fact is, yeah, people don't want to show their faces on the camera, which is fair. But when you make an interactive session like that, they interact, they anyways feel good, they anyways can talk to each other. This may be a better way than simply asking anybody to go and switch on the camera. Well, switching on the camera is one part. I think engaging was more important. So there's a lot of engagement one can create. The other thing that they wanted us to do is, and while the conversations happened, initially about the things that we can do, it ultimately turned out to be a R&R program. So not only that, they have utilized metaverse in their internal systems to do different types of engagements. They moved on to doing R&R. Now they want to introduce gamification into the same environment. Because all those games that they're running on the LMS systems are all 2D static. So the solution is that, hey, can you go to the zone we created go back and inside, yeah? Go to the extruded room. It's right there. Great. Yeah, we've got some people there. This is the room that we've built here, right here. And after my session, you're all most welcome to go and experience all of what I'm talking to you here in that room with my team over there. One of the opportunity, anybody would like to be a part of the session right now, please let me know. We'll send one headset to you. Anybody, sir? 1, 2. Okay, Karthik, Lakshay, both of you. Karthik, please. Or you can have the specs, there. Yeah? Karthik, can you please go to him? So they're going to create a guardian. Dealer meets going forward in businesses. One of the most beautiful things that we did for one of the very large aerospace companies is when we took their 3D models, and we placed them, those 3D models, in a similar environment as like their office. So people could actually come into the environment, go inside, and then play around with that product design, the 3D model. Like my other friend who was showing the car on augmented reality just now. and this was beautiful, with all those avatars coming real time and all that, very, very innovative. But similarly, if that car comes into this environment, then all of you in this room could simply log in using a computer or, like I said, the other devices, and then actually go and get that car and sort of work on that car. You can even go to an extent where you can paint it or paint it basis what the color you want to. And hence, now and going forward, metaverses have a huge applicability on improving the productivity both internally as well as externally. The gentleman, sir. You wanted this? Sorry. Yeah. Please. You can just come here since he is. Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, so internal productivity from training perspective, external productivity from a more collaboration perspective, companies who are into product design, companies who are essentially wanting their people to collaborate, closely, and the good thing is that if I am, let's say for example, running a training session, or any kind of an assignment, I give it over to people, I need not really go and tell them, hey, this meeting is only from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock. This is a 24/7, 365 days environment, right? You can just simply tell a guy, hey, please come over. One of the most recent, this is something which I'm still wanting to do. One of the most interesting examples I got this week from a long-standing friend, a mentor to me, is one of the most intelligent TA professionals that I know. And he said that when we hire people, and they're hiring 1,000 people a month, and these are campus folks, okay? One of the problems, he said, we face is that we cannot engage with them for 6 months. And so essentially, over a period of time, people slip away, They just continue to go and, look at other opportunities. He said, is it possible that I can create my digital twin of the office, have those people from campus log into the system, and continually do that for the next 6 months? So essentially what he was saying is, hey, when we do an office party, we'll do the party here. When we go do any kind of other program, in the office, where maybe any kind of a town hall, we load it here. And when you do all of that here, someone who is going to join you 6 months later continues to see the culture of the organization and stays connected. So my friends, metaverse is not future. Metaverse is present. Metaverse is happening. You are presently in metaverse as we speak, right? I think there is just a huge opportunity for each one of us. I think AI does contribute a lot in terms of what we do. And every single day, I am learning more and more about AI in metaverse. So anybody has any questions, because my time is over? Anybody has any questions? Yeah, please, sir. Mike, yeah?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for the insightful session here. There was one question I had. We can see that metaverse is more like another world, I would say, where people can come and interact. But is this world connected to the real world, in the sense that in case we want to interface it with the real applications? Let's say, like, we are from the banking sector, right? So if we kind of create a metaverse kind of a branch activity, and there, customer would want to do, on a kiosk or something, which is again in a metaverse state, but then that integrates with our applications, and we can have a direct connect with them. So is that a possibility?
The customer, so absolutely. I'm just thinking physical world to a metaverse, we are connected. What you see here was being streamed on the metaverse. But if the streaming is your factory operations, which are 24/7, right? It also can be streamed over here. So it really depends on what and how and where does it intersect.
Okay, it's not about streaming. It's not about getting the real world into metaverse, but it's like getting the metaverse into the real world. It's the opposite. Running our operations using metaverse.
Yeah, absolutely. So now and over the next few years, you will see more applicability or more solutions where you will essentially design your products and services in the metaverse. Imagine one thing. You are, say, a manufacturing company, okay, right? You're a casting company, and you're making some kind of a cast where you want to know, okay, different types of salts and metals and alloys and all that you're going to have. If you have to do that in a lab, you need those physical elements, right? And if you do it on a metaverse, what you would do is actually, with the help of these Oculus guns, I could actually go in. Now I can select, okay, choose this much of zinc, choose this much of this, choose this much of this alloy, and put it over there, and the formula will work. It'll actually tell me whether this particular alloy will work or the cast will work or not.
Right. I think that's where the metaverse should take us to.
Yeah.
Because that's where more of an applicability will come into picture.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we do not need a physical resource to be in the metaverse. you would be able to go create or design new products. You want to design a bottle of water. You want to design this, specs, for example. You can have these elements in the metaverse virtually and still be able to design and have this particular, specs worn by an avatar to see how it looks, which could be avatar of yours. So essentially, more and more people will move into this particular part, this side of business, yeah?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, yeah. So last question, because my time is, yeah. I can take the question later, but thank you very much, gentlemen, for giving me your time. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And welcome to Metaverse. Don't go from there. You can see our booth over there and experience things, please. Thank you.
Well, evidently that drew some interest. To that question, by the way, the term metaverse was coined in 1992. I'll not say who, because I know that's a question Leslie will ask later. But in 1964, there was a cartoon called Johnny Quest, which envisioned solving real-world problems by going into the virtual world. So that's, of course, always been sort of the vision. But coming back to sort of the present, what we have today, our next speaker is Atul Rai. He's the co-founder of a company called Stacu. What they do is video implementation, and they use a lot of AI for this. About 2 or 3 years ago, China invited a journalist to the country to show how AI can work, how AI can find people. That's just part of the work that Atul does. I've spoken to him at length on this. I'll just let Atul take the stage and explain what he does.
So thank you everyone for joining today. Good afternoon. My name is Atul Rai. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Stacu Technologies. And we started our journey with targeting homeland security. I mean, that's why I'm not doing any performance on that front, because we're targeting security and safety. And we are working with 9 state police forces. And of course, then we further expanded in different other areas. So I'll just give a brief about ourselves. So we started in 2015 as an AI company. When we say we are an AI company, we have done 25 plus research papers and 13 patents now we have been and we are currently working on 20,000 plus cameras, so targeting different safety and security protocols. I'll just directly start with the problem statement. So we have a product called Jarvis. So Jarvis is an audio video analytics technology which is using images and videos to solve the problem statement in security and safety. So first start with the security part, right? When we talk about India, in every hour we are having 300 murders, 300 IPC crimes, 100 murders, and many similar kind of crimes are happening in a way that 70% criminals are repetitive. So I'm doing crime, I'm going to jail, I'm coming out of bail, and then I'm again doing the crime. The thing which is common is my face, right? So how to identify such criminals? And this is where we started our journey. So from now onwards, I'm covering those stories first time, which we have solved using facial recognition in India. We have identified so far 10,000 criminals, 8 terrorist module got busted. So the first case, of course, we solved in Alwar. And this is the first crime which we solved in 2015, I believe. That is the face we got. Someone's talking about generative adversarial network, GAN, right? So this is the use case of GAN, a blurred image being modified to an enhanced part, where you have a blurred face, you enhanced it, you perform a facial recognition, you identified the criminal. So this is how we are using facial recognition technology in an enhancement manner on the cameras which are just 2 megapixel. So when you talk about India, when you talk about Bharat, which is in Alwar, which is in Aurangabad, Azamgarh, Meerut, right? This is the Bharat, where we don't have a camera everywhere. So if you get blurry images from some place, can you use to identify those crimes which is happening there? Currently, we are managing 45 lakh criminal records. We are the only organization which is having such a huge number of criminal data in the country. The next part is the murder, which I'm showing you in the Amritsar. This murder happened in the daylight in front of the camera. And the target was to identify this criminal, right? So this is another challenging task because, again, you have 2 megapixel camera. The face is very blurry, and you have to identify the criminal, right? So this is something we identified. you will be confused that two guys are the same, right? But AI was not. And we identified this guy in 2017. And in that way, we are solving the problem statement in security. So when we say security, we are doing security. We are solving the problem using GAN. We are solving the problem using AI. The problem which is there in India, the problem which is happening in every hours, right? Missing personnel, dead bodies, murders, IPC crimes. So this is how we started our journey in the security side. These are the certain cases. We have solved 10,000 criminals, 8 terrorist modules got busted so far. We're also winner of National Startup Award from the Government of India in 2020. The next part, of course, we started with the security, then we further expanded ourselves to the safety side. So safety is more like we are now, very common term, safe cities, smart cities, those who are following now. Everywhere we are putting cameras, right? And we talk about camera, this is how a fancy command center looked like. A number of screens are there, everything is fine. But to be honest, very useless. You can't even find a single incident in this particular kind of a thing, right? So human brain, which is working like not like a machine, right? It can focus on a particular topic not more than 15 seconds, right? You can think of yourself, right? So how we'll be managing such kind of a video streams? If you talk about Delhi, I think they have more than 80,000 cameras. So I mean, human can't do that. And India sold around 3 crore cameras in 2019, right? So it means, I mean, human will not be able to do any kind of a security or safety monitoring in the near future. And that's where we brought safety as a protocol. Again, I'll put the first, okay. This is one of the smart city where a crime against a woman is happening and the real-time alert is coming. So these are the use cases we are trying to solve, where you are just identifying if something is happening in front of camera, you need not to have a human to get that alert. You are getting the GPS location of the position of the camera, you are knowing that event is happening, and you are basically giving it real time to the dial 100 vehicles or similar kind of a response system there, right? In the same way, this is one of the borders where people throw drugs from one side to the other side, right? It's very so small object. I mean, even I'll be sitting and seeing that, maybe I'll miss it, right? But AI will not miss it. So this is the another problem statement we are solving here, where we are trying to identify the intrusion of different type, whether it's an object, whether it's in a drone, or whether it's in a person. And we are doing currently one of the very sensitive thing, UP prison. 3,000 cameras, 70 locations, 800 kilometer stretch, and we are solving the problem of intrusion there. Next part, of course, when you talk about camera is also streaming audio data. Can we use that? Maybe this camera is there, right? So maybe that camera is not able to see me, but my audio is going. If I'm screaming nearby, can my camera tell to the command center that someone is screaming there or some violence is happening? So we started using the audio data as well to classify the scene. And that is the next part we brought, and of course it is also live in many of our customers we are working with. So this is how we are using the audio data, and that's why we call ourselves audio video analytics technology. Moving to the next part, not only the security safety. I think the first time in the world, I believe, someone is targeting election using cameras. So whenever election happens, you always say EVM got hacked, right? So we partnered with Bihar Election Commission to target basically the EVM machines. So whenever the EVM machines are counting the votes, parallel, it's a counting, not the voting. So whenever these EVM machines countings are happening, cameras are seeing them and converting those into the report part. So let's say as a human, I am uploading my data from the counting center. At the same time, camera is calculating its sort, and both are being matched in the real time. So this is how it looked like. Camera is looking at whatever the number of votes are coming that is being live. It was 380 counting centers, Bihar Panchayat election last time. And we were targeting 1,200 cameras. In real time, real reporting were happening in the Bihar Election Commission. First time I think it is happening in the election side. And the impact is like 90% of the candidate lost their election, right, in the Panchayat. And of course, this is we're targeting Bihar. The Bihar where you don't even have a good internet connection in certain places. We'll talk about Gaya, Buxar, and Muzaffarpur, right? So we are trying to solve the problem statement which is in Bharat, not something which might be coming in future, right? Before you guys make your mind that we are a Sarkari company, so no, we are also working with private sector companies. So we are working with manufacturings. So JK Cement, like the counting of the cement baggages, pilferage, preventing that, loading, unloading time, how much a vehicle is taking time in terms of the loading of the product, and of course, number plate recognition, safety gear identification, all are happening on existing cameras. No, nothing is needed from you. Just a camera, which you already are having currently, right? As I said, everyone is having camera, but we are using it in a dumb manner. I mean, something happens, we go and see what happened, right? Camera should work as a third eye. If it is happening, it should be real time. The second part, we're also working with retail industry. So retail is fighting with e-commerce. They don't have any data. They don't even know that how many people came into this, not even this hotel might be knowing that how many people are inside this particular room, right? So camera can help you to identify the footfall of this thing, right? Also the gender analytics, how many female, male are sitting over here. How basically the seat occupancy is there, which is important because you are fighting with the e-commerce, which have every data. And you are a retail store, you don't even have a single data. You just have one data, sales data. So we are helping that, those companies also. And in infrastructure, airports, the crowd analytics, we are doing violence detection. You can see the blurriness of the camera. Again, it's 2-megapixel camera, 280 feet stream. And identifying the violence in such kind of a video stream is super difficult task. Number plate recognition. In crime, of course, when you work, you have to prepare such kind of a thing where you can identify a blurry number plate also. So we are working in those kind of area. Footfall analysis, suspicious person alert. We are doing these things on the alert, on the airports. So let's say you are coming with a bag, and now you're being seen without bag. So can we get alert on that? So these are the things we are doing on the real-time camera. We are covering every part of the basically ecosystem, whether it's a government, election, safety, security, retail, manufacturing. So in real sense, we are democratizing the AI, I mean, for everyone. So this is all about us. We talk about ourselves. We are working with 9 state police forces, covering 45 lakh criminal record, some of the intelligence agencies. We are working with manufacturing. We are working with retail industries. We have partners like Intel, Microsoft, Google as a cloud partner or hardware partner. And apart from that, we're working with many different other companies like Mahindra Defense, L&T Defense as a OEM for smart city and safe city kind of projects. So this is all about us. Any question if you have, I mean, I'm open. No one is knowing about it, so I mean we are safe. You are anonymous, you are safe.
Right now you are publicly informed, no? That's why. Right now you are publicly informed.
So that's fine. I believe no criminals are sitting over here. Okay. Thank you. I think my time is over. So thank you very much for listening us. Thanks.
Thank you, Atul. Now we've heard about metaverse, we've heard about AI, we've heard about mixed reality to some extent. All of this requires a lot of computing power. And to really go to sort of the imagination, the lengths of imaginations we have, we don't have that computing power, which is what the next startup here talks about. Jitesh Lalwani is the founder and CEO of a company called Artificial Brain. They were in stealth so far. He calls himself the chief storyteller, so I'm going to just let you tell your story.
Hi, am I audible? Okay, thanks. Hi everyone. So my name is Jitesh Lalwani. I'm the founder of the quantum computing startup, Artificial Brain. Demo day is a very special day. Everything will stop working. So initially I faced problem with the internet, then the code, and then with my charging, but finally it is resolved. And hopefully we will have a successful demo today. So today I would be demonstrating our novel algorithm, which helps to find the optimal locations of EV charging stations using quantum computers and AI. So first of all, what are quantum computers? So quantum computers are machines or computers which are based on quantum principles such as superposition and entanglement. Explaining them is out of the scope for this meeting, but really nobody understands them yet. Classical computers have this basic unit which is considered as bits, which can be 0 or 1 at a single time, whereas quantum computers have something called as qubits. So they can be 0 and 1 both at the same time. So because of this principle, quantum computers can process large amount of data in a short amount of time. So just an example, if we have 2 classical bits, they can represent 4 states, which is 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0 and 1, 1, whereas quantum computers can represent all those states at a single time. So what is this application and why we have worked on this? So given that many people are purchasing electric vehicles, and the cost for installing chargers are still high, it is very important to find the optimal locations for placing EV chargers. Now the problem with this is that there are so many potential locations, right? For example, if we consider Delhi, there are so many localities. If we consider this particular area, so the problem is how would you place EV chargers so that it can cover maximum population? Would you place the EV charger 10 meters from here? Would you place the EV chargers 20 meters from here? And what should be the ideal location between 2 EV chargers? So if you consider the search space and the constraint, it's a very hard problem to solve for classical computers. In technical terms, this is also known as NP-hard problem. So we have created this algorithm which will help customers to find the optimal locations using quantum computers. So I would be demonstrating our algorithm today. So our algorithm can search a very large space, which is 8.5 into 10 raised to 15, which is this number. I even don't know how to say this number. It's a very big number. And the results would be written by an actual quantum computer in less than 3 seconds. And after that, we use AI, specifically genetic algorithms, to improve the results of quantum computers as high as 40%. So why we use this step as of now is because quantum computers are not mature enough that they will give optimal results. So you need a combination of quantum and AI. Okay, so this is our UI platform, which can be considered as a quantum SaaS platform. Here, users only have to give high-level inputs in the form of CSV or Excel. For example, I am uploading a CSV which consists of 182 gas stations in San Francisco area. So these are basically potential EV chargers, and the goal is that 10 of them would be converted into EV chargers so that they can cover maximum population. So once user gives input, they can just click on run on quantum computer. So now this would be running on an actual quantum computer from D-Wave. here. As you can see, the total time is less than 3 seconds, and in fact the QPU time, which is quantum processor time, is just 41 milliseconds. So it was able to search 8.5 into 10 raised to 15 combinations in less than 42 milliseconds. So why I'm saying this number is because we have 182 gas stations, and out of them 10 charging location has to be identified. If you see 182 combination combinatorial of 10, this is the number that you get. So in the interest of time, I have already run this post-processing algorithm, and this is the output which user will see. So the algorithm will give latitude and longitude of an actual area. Let me go back here. Yeah, so this is the novel algorithm that we have created, and this is the framework. So as I mentioned, we are using generic algorithms as a post-processing step to improve the results of quantum computer as high as 40%, and we have also published a research paper on that. So thank you. So if you guys have any questions, feel free.
Thank you, Jitesh. I mean, we won't be able to take any questions, but please give him a big hand.
Thank you.
So folks, thank you. So folks, I hope you all are having a good show, good time. Let's have a show of hands. Lovely, great. So what is it that most you all like? Did you all like the metaverse? Did you all like quantum computing with EV? What excited you all most? All of it. I mean, that's the spirit, as they say. So in that spirit, let me ask you all a question. One of those let's see. Who conceived the 3 laws of robotics? And I'm going to give you some options. Alan Turing, David Copperfield, Stephen Hawking, Isaac Asimov, and Steve Jobs. Isaac it is. I think that was a relatively easy one. I think most of you all did know it. Okay, now this is also equally easy. Let's see if you can get it. What is the Turing test used for? To check your IQ, to check your EQ, to check if a machine can think like a human, or to check if a machine is safe to use? To check if a machine is safe to use. Anybody else? Third one. To check if a machine can think like human. To check if a machine can think like a human. That's the thing. A big hand for the right answer. Okay. And we have had a very interesting conversation. We had Rama Devi Lanka speak about the government, how the state governments look at AI, how e-governance initiatives are done. We had Dr. Shailesh Kumar talk about, at least, sort of give us a class 101. Jaspreet gave us a whole idea of how creative AI can be. Then we had these demos that were very interesting. And now we are going to go to a slightly different topic, which is extremely critical when you think about AI, and that's AI in ethics. But let me get straight into the meat of it, and let me call on stage Alisha Sachdev, who's the assistant at Mint. She's going to be the moderator of the event. Please give her a big hand. Alisha, the stage is all yours.
Well, thanks, Leslie. So we're discussing AI and ethics on this panel. Very privileged to be joined by N.S. Napinai, Supreme Court lawyer and the founder of CyberSathi, has been doing great work when it comes to the legal framework surrounding AI. And Kashyap Kampela, he is an AI ethicist and an AI industry analyst. So between the two of them, I think we should be able to gain some fabulous insight into this space. So we only have about 20 minutes for this discussion, so let me not spend too much time on introductions and really dive straight into this. So, for AI, and all the positive opportunities it provides, great transformation opportunities when it comes to, businesses. And for a tool as powerful as this, there is also the other side, right? It does bring in risks. There are biases in algorithms. There are times that AI does go rogue. How do you reconcile these opportunities and risks in an ethical framework? While the beneficiaries of AI are many, many industries, many individuals, who is underwriting the risks that come alongside it, Kashyap?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, Alisha. So just to put some context, this current wave of AI revolution that we're seeing started about 10 years ago because of advances in deep learning. Then as we adopt AI more and more, we're also realizing in the last maybe 4 to 5 years that the systems have their limitations. So the perception is that we're automating decision making using these AI or machine learning systems, assuming that they're right 100% of the time or most of the time. But they're probably right 80% of the time. So what happens to those people or to those decisions that are incorrect 20% of the time? So that is broadly the downside of AI or this thing. So when we started automating using AI, we did not account for the fact that things can go wrong. So now increasingly we're realizing the need to put safety nets and guardrails when things go wrong. For example, AI is brittle. Like there was one quote in software which said, if we built the cities like how we built software, the first woodpecker that came along would destroy civilization. So similarly, like one of the most powerful AI things that we have is called GPT-3. People would have heard of GPT-3. It's a content generation engine. So you ask it any question, it gives you a question. It gives you a proper response. I mean, almost human-like responses. But it was trained and its worldview has ended. It was trained on data that was available in 2019. So if you ask a question about COVID, which is the most pressing issue for us for the last 2 years, so you think about this thing. You ask the most powerful AI that we have about the most pressing question that we have, it doesn't know. It doesn't know anything about it. So these are the kind of things that we're grappling with. Second thing is like we have facial recognition systems. When we started wearing masks, all the facial recognition systems went for a toss initially till we recalibrated. So broadly, what are the harms, what are the downsides? This is that field we're grappling with.
Right, so thanks for laying down that overview. Napinai, coming to you, can you walk me through what the legal framework is? How do you situate AI, when it comes to the law of the land? And the fact that it's progressing and improving as fast as it is. Firstly, do we have a regulatory framework to actually locate all these systems in? And secondly, if we do, are they keeping pace, or the current state of the law keeping pace with how fast the technology is improving?
Alicia, the standard answer you will always find if you even Google, do you have laws for AI in India? You'll get a standard response saying there are no laws for AI in India. Because often people assume that as things evolve, you need new laws to meet the necessity for that specified field. And therefore, unless and until something special, like a special law is formulated for AI, the assumption in the minds of people is that there are no laws. But law does not exist in vacuum. There is always, just imagine this kind of like this hole, and then something will always come in to fill it up. So effectively, how law works is, unless and until special laws are formulated, general laws become applicable. And therefore, when we talk about AI, AI is not just one subject. AI comprises multiple facets. So you could have contracting issues, you could have crime, you could have privacy issues, as Kashyap pointed out, the facial recognition aspect. Immediate thought that would come to our mind is privacy, right? So you know that in the Hong Kong riots when it could not read, AI could not read faces with masks, immediately they tried to figure out how they can scale up the possibility to make it readable. So it's a very intrusive technology. So what are the privacy issues? Then data protection. For instance, you've had instances where you had digital assistants listening to people's conversations in private. Because you made the mistake of putting a digital assistant even in your bedroom, and you were not aware that conversations were being captured and actual people were listening to it, right? So therefore, for each of these facets, you will need legal provisions and regulations which will tell you what to do and what not to do, and what are the violations, the penalties or the punishments that will accrue if you breach an existing law. So for that, the difficulty, the flip side of it is that you're going to be using general laws, and I call it in my book the cyber law jigsaw. I talk about how when it comes to the cyber domain, it's not like you have one law or one act which is going to capture everything. It's scattered around and you have to put the pieces together. So AI also follows the same pattern. It's a jigsaw puzzle. You have to be able to pull all these general provisions together to create the whole picture. Until some special laws may arise, but I can tell you right now, whatever will evolve also will be scattered around multiple legislations. You can't expect everything in one pocket for easy referencing.
Interesting. So, I mean, it's good to, sort of clarify in the beginning that there isn't as much of a vacuum as we've always imagined around AI regulation. And there are different pieces which different parts of the law will address. Kashyap, coming to you, you mentioned that when, people started using AI, they thought that this was going to be a technology which was superior, 100% perfect. But businesses, communities are now increasingly realizing that there are serious flaws, right? There are serious errors also that happen, which translate to people, let's say losing opportunities. There may be lives lost, let's say in the case of autonomous driving, just one example, if something was to go wrong. You also practice AI auditing, right? Because now that there are these risks, they have to also be, rectified and sort of, identified. Speak a little bit about that, perhaps, and help us understand, where are we in India, in our specific context when it comes to sort of recognizing these risks, and what are some corporate stakeholders doing to this effect?
I think that's a great question. So let me first talk about AI audits. So if I were to draw a parallel with, say, financial audit of financial statements, so now we take it for granted, but this whole profession started maybe only about 30, 40 years ago when the GAAP standards or FASB standards were introduced. So now it's a $200 billion industry with probably millions of audit professionals. So increasingly, as we're learning more and more about AI, I mean, I'm a big believer in the potential of AI to transform things, but what we generally underestimate is the pace of change. So all the hoped for potential of AI is going to happen, but probably that transition, according to me, is going to happen over 2 decades. Next, if you think about AI is like multiple things, as Napinai alluded to. So there are AIs where the stake is probably, if AI misfires, it's a low stake. If you get an email, whether that goes into your inbox or spam, is a low stakes example. But if you're applying for a job and the job is not given to you, you're rejected by algorithms, screening algorithms, that's a high stakes. Or a medical procedure, or granting of a loan, etc. So for those high stakes AI applications, so the manufacturer of that product makes a particular claim. It works in this thing. So how do you verify the claims of that? That is the domain of AI audits. So this is still a very nascent field. There are only about, there are a few companies or a few, like I said, the audit, financial services audit industry is $200 billion industries, but the AI audit is currently probably about $10 billion. So it's orders of magnitude lesser compared to that, but it's going to grow in the next 5 years or so. So there are a few organizations that are working, taking all the things, the flaws or I wouldn't say flaw, but I would say the gaps in laws and plugging it into a certifiable framework and saying, if you buy a packet of food, it says organic. How do we know it's organic? Somebody has gone and certified that it's organic. Or if you buy Nike sneakers, they'll say no child labor was used. Or if you buy a garment, it says no. So similarly, can we do that for AI, saying, okay, it meets with all the criterion that it says it. So that is the domain of AI audits. And I'm happy to say that there are 2 certified AI auditors in India right now, and I'm one of them. So I'm really hoping that this takes off in the next 5 years.
Superb. So, very privileged to have, exactly one of those two people on this panel today. Napanai, coming to you again, especially because you work within the framework of the law. One of the things the justice system also has to ensure is that, the biases in an algorithm, the risks of inclusion for certain communities, can be eliminated at the outset, right? While there is still a long way for AI to go and develop. What are the provisions that we have in the law currently to ensure that? And if you can cite a few specific examples, where something like this is being thought of.
See, that's a really difficult ask for government to come out with also. So when you talk about law, it broadly sets out what is it that you can do. It may also set out what is it that you can't do. And if you do what you're not permitted to do, what will be the consequences? Consequences could be civil penalties or criminal prosecution or both also, right? For instance, if you were to commit criminal breach of trust or breach of trust, right? So just to give one small example. Imagine trying to formulate a law for ensuring ethics in AI. And just to give a few examples before what is already there, So you have a woman going for a job interview, and the AI is driving the interview, and it's deciding based on how it has been formulated, and there is an inherent bias flaw where it automatically relegates female to, classic biased normative roles of cooking or, maternal care or whatever, and the male to salary and work and the earning member, etc. And if you think this is just a story, it is not, unfortunately. These are instances which have happened. And then it will automatically assume that this candidate is therefore not a good candidate for selection, or they will get marked down as opposed to a male candidate. So how does law step in to make sure that a discrimination doesn't happen? So effectively then what we are asking law to do is to not only point out what is to be done and what is not to be done, but also to avoid certain things being done. That you should not choose on the basis of discrimination. You should not discriminate on the basis of categorization such as gender, caste, community, language, color, race, etc., right? So imagine a law having to be formulated like that, and it may seem impossible. Germany actually did it. When it came to autonomous vehicles, Germany put in a guideline for the, for the manufacture of autonomous vehicles, saying that not just about what can be done and what cannot be done, but also what should not be done in terms of that you shall not discriminate on the basis of. So I think that's a classic example of what we may see. If you're talking about India, general laws don't really provide for something like this. Yeah. As and when a situation arises and given the fact circumstances, it will be fitted. We call it purposive interpretation. It will be applied to see how general laws will apply.
Right. So Kashyap, the onus of ensuring transparency will also lie on corporations, right? Whoever is developing this and deploying this technology. Let's take a recent instance, of course, Elon Musk has gone ahead and acquired Twitter. And one of the things he said is that, there is a real case to make the algorithm public. You should know how it works because, it's a platform, which, many political figures are on it, different communities. So the question of representation, what gets amplified more or less, should be accessible and known to all. Do you think steps like these help?
Definitely. I mean, I think they won't solve the problem because specifically with respect to Twitter, the problem to be solved is a different issue than transparency. Because it is so heated, people say you're always favoring the other party. So if, say, the algorithm for content recommendations or content moderation is open source and people are going to see, then people will game it again. For example, people figured out, they didn't publish it, but if there is an image in a Twitter post that gets more views, So people started putting images there. So then the feed became, what do we say, less quality. It's not, I mean, high quality. The machine learning system learned that if you have a particular aspect to this thing, if it's a thread, for example, people, it gave more engagement. Or if it was a high quality image, it gave more engagement. So people learn these rules, they're not publicized. And then they game the system that way. So it does help in some ways, but it's always like a cat and mouse game. They publish the rules, then people will get ahead of that, and then again. LinkedIn, for example, you asked about Twitter. So LinkedIn, if you put a link in the, what do we say, a link in the post, it doesn't highlight it. So people won't put and say, okay, I'm putting a link in the comment below.
Right.
So people learn these tricks,
So
but it's a good
gives?
step.
So what gives? People will learn. I mean, you're right to point that out. But then in Twitter's effort, let's say, towards transparency and responsibility, what gives? What else could they do?
See, the issues that Twitter decides are not technological issues. So what is free speech? What are the limits of free speech? I think vary from society to society. So I think this whole conversation of Twitter being a town square, that probably applies to a few countries in the West. In India, for example, Twitter is a niche social network.
Sure.
I would say. So what is, I mean, Napinai would know this better than I do, but the attitude of the US Constitution towards free speech versus how they treat social media platforms is very different from the attitude in India. So it has to be horses for courses. And it's going to be always a trial and error in terms of we figure out as we play more with it.
Fair enough. I want to get your views on this also, Napinai.
I'm very intrigued, on many fronts. But I'll limit it to the issue at hand on the AI and ethics aspect of it. The one possibility that arises, I don't know if this is just a bogey, but then you're going to make it open source and you're going to invite people's participation in the evolution of this algorithm, then is it likely to increase biases? That's the one thought that crosses my mind in this, and otherwise I'm quite intrigued and waiting to see. In fact, when I was giving an interview about this move, the first thing I wanted to say is that technologists will be rubbing their hands in glee waiting for this algorithm, the source code to be made public.
Interesting. Before we sort of wrap the panel, and we've discussed the challenges, I think, and situated them in our framework at present, but let's talk about the opportunities also, right? Like in the justice delivery system, let's say, what can AI do to help? Our time's up, so maybe I'll just take closing comments from the both of you.
I'll just quickly respond to what you said, and you're right, we have to look at the positive also. So you asked about whether law keeps pace, right?
Yeah.
So I can tell you that AI has been actually implemented by our own Supreme Court in 2017. So there is a case which is going on, which is of Prajwala versus Union of India, which deals with the uploading of, or to prevent the uploading of child sexual abuse content and rape and gang rape videos online. I'm amicus in the matter. In fact, I had proposed the use of AI. A technical committee was formed, and the outcome was that through consensus proposals, the participating tech companies agreed to evolve AI, which is called as active filtration, which will work on multiple parameters to be able to identify content like this, heinous content like this, and possibly block it at the stage of upload itself. And the balance we were trying to draw on free speech is to ensure that it will then be subjected to human intervention. And if it is innocuous content, it will be allowed to be uploaded. It's like now post-COVID, all of us understand a quarantine. So effectively, it will be quarantined and then released or blocked permanently. So that order of the Supreme Court, which was of October 2017, now forms part of the intermediary guidelines also of 2021. And all of this was done more than 2 years before the world woke up to it. So in about, if I'm not mistaken, mid to end of 2019, G7 created a charter called the Charter for Cybercrimes, and one of the proposals they put was akin to what was done in the Prajwala matter. So AI can be an effective tool to fight crime too. Of course, there is always a fear that it can be misused or abused, and that the ultimate victim will be free speech, ensuring checks and balances. protecting against misuse, even whilst adapting AI for positive outcomes, is something we should consciously work towards. Eschewing it or avoiding it because it can have pitfalls would be a very negative way of looking at it.
Thank you. Very interesting example to highlight. Kashyap, a comment from you quickly.
I'll just take 30 seconds. See, if you look at all the countries in the world, AI, the trust in AI is highest in India. Only 12% of Indians believe that AI is bad, while in other countries it's up to 45%, etc. So we should hold AI to a higher standard, checks and balances. And what we need is like AI with an Indian ethos. Research shows that when the team building AI is diverse, it leads to better outcomes. And diversity is actually a strength of India, so we should leverage that and build checks and balances for when there is going to be a downside. So that's my message.
Super. So that's a great prescriptive note to end on. And of course, AI is part of human society now, as it were. So there's only, there's only one direction it can take. It has to sort of evolve to a more, ethical sort of technology, and hopefully it will. And we'll reconvene and talk about it again. Thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Napanay. Thank you, Kashyap. Thank you, Alisha. A very spirited discussion. So let's test it out immediately. How many of you think that AI is good? What's the percentage out here? Come on, let's see. Clear show of hands, please. How many of you think the AI is bad? AI is evil? Okay, I think your number does play out. Okay. So without much ado, since we are running out of time, we'll start the next session, which is equally interesting. What is Web3? How many of you understand what is DeFi? Okay, I see about 3-4 hands. Okay, so I hope now in this panel discussion we'll get some idea of what Web3 is, what decentralized blockchain architectures are, etc. And for that, I'd like to call Prasid. The stage is all yours.
If we had the metaverse, that gong would have just moved us to a different room instead. Anyway, we'll talk to people who now know more about Web3. I would invite Praful Chandra on the stage. He's the founder of a startup called CoinEarth. I don't know how many people know. He's actually the man who built the digital passport on MG's vehicles today. And there's, of course, Jaspreet Bindra, who his presentation introduced him. So I will not take much more time. We also have Suraj Iyer. He has joined us virtually. I hope you guys can all see him. Suraj runs a startup called Question What's Real. So the name, of course, goes with what he does. It's called QWR. Thanks for joining us, Suraj, as well. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much.
You guys.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to actually start this panel with the simplest thing what Leslie just asked. What is Web3?
Yeah, I think the best way to understand Web3 is to kind of go back to the last 20 years and see what has happened, right? So if you just turn back the clock and go back and look at the web as it was in the 1990s, basically what it was a bunch of companies or bunch of academic professors or universities putting out information that the average person could consume. And we call that Web 1.0 or the read web, where you could read content which was published by a very few people. Fast forward to the 2000s, and the big change was what we call Web 2.0, right? And most of us don't realize it, but there was a huge thing that Web 2.0 enabled, which is that you could tweet, or you could put a Facebook post, or you could put something on Instagram. And we called it the read-write web, which means that the average person could not only read the content put out by a select few, but they could also write content. In other words, this was also called user-generated content. And the reason it is important is because fortunes and companies were built with the read-write web, whether it's Instagram, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Twitter, right? All of these companies are built based, or YouTube, based on user-generated content. And what is happening now is what we call Web 3, which we call is the read, write, own web. And that single word, ownership, I think is the big idea in Web 3. can you register ownership of physical objects, of digital objects, of data, of intellectual property on the web, and that ownership can be transacted as seamlessly as data is today. So for me, that really is the big differentiator of the read, write, own web.
Yes, Pete, if I can. No, brilliant. So read, write, and read, write, own, I think, is the best way to think about the evolution. Two more things I would add to what Praful said. So while these are the, in some sense, the sequence or the history, the 5 things that define Web3 in many ways, one of which he already mentioned. So one is that it's owned. And by owned, it means that, you know, you can actually, using currency, using other artifacts, you can actually, rather than large companies owning it, users can own pieces of the web rather than Facebook owning it, or, you know, Twitter owning it, or Google owning it, number one. Number two, it's open. So what that means is mostly written on open source. Algorithms are mostly transparent. You know what, in the earlier panel, you know, this big Elon Musk Twitter thing about open algorithms, etc. So that's the second. The third is that it's trustless. So trustless doesn't mean there's no trust or less trust. Okay, what it means is that you don't need a trusted authority. And therefore, a big company, which has which has just become a trusted authority, you know, so, you know, pretty much like cryptocurrency, blockchains, etc. It's kind of, everyone trusts it. The fourth thing is it's ubiquitous, it's all over. And by that, it means it's not only human web, it's also a machine web, you know, in many ways. And there's a fifth thing which I always forget, so I've written it down, is that it's permissionless. Today, actually, you don't think about it. You need Twitter's permission, you need Facebook's permission to do something, otherwise they can take you off. And this, for better or for worse, becomes permissionless. So these 5 things define Web3. And the last thing that I would say is that to me, in many ways, I look at Web3 as a business model. You know, the Web 1 had a different business model. It was a publishing business model, like a magazine or a newspaper. Web 2 had a data-based business model. And Web 3 will have a much more user, individual, talent, and payments-based business model. And we can perhaps talk about it as we go through this conversation.
Yeah. Suraj, when I throw this to you, I mean, you run a startup called Question What's Real, right? What is the difference between Metaverse and Web3? That's what you're doing, right? How does Web3 and Metaverse differ?
Thank you for that question. So I'd like to add 10 cents to what our fellow gentleman just said, and then transition the conversation towards what we are up to, right? So what you guys need to understand is the internet in general is going to evolve from a 2D form factor to a 3D form factor, right? Now, this 3D form factor really requires a visual interface that is way beyond a smartphone in general, because it's still going to give you only 2D information. So when you say metaverses, the 3 parallels that run side by side in order to enable something called a metaverse is basically a 3D web, which is a 3D internet in general, meaning websites are now going to be in 3D, like you can actually enter a website and, you know, walk around it and then check out stuff rather than having to just scroll and tap on screens. The second part is the blockchain element, which basically allows every transaction and everything to be anonymized as well as logged in a centralized repository, which is shared amongst pretty much everybody, hence being decentralized. And the third thing is what we are working on, which is basically augmented and virtual reality computers, which are basically the future of your computers in general, right? It is a matter of fact that irrespective of whatever you're going to do, you are going to wear computers on your head, whether you like it or not. And fortunately or unfortunately now, with the advent of Web3, the adoption curve of AR/VR devices in general is now peaking up. So the 10 cents that I wanted to add was that AR and VR basically enables Web3 in a more immersive manner so that people can consume better, right? And lastly, what I would like to say is 4G is already allowing you to consume pretty much all of what the internet is able to offer you today. So what are we going to do with 5G and what are we going to do with that bandwidth, right? What we're going to be able to do with that bandwidth is when we adopt technologies like Web3, blockchain, and AR, VR together, that's when 5G will really be exploited to its whole, and the actual utility of 5G can be realized.
Got it. But to that point, 5G is yet to come, at least in countries like India. But we already have some implementations of Web3 that are happening. Let me start with you again, Praful. What are these implementations? Where do we see Web3 at work already?
So I think the first places that we are seeing Web3 take off is in the blockchain space, right? Primarily because it is the fabric on which ownership is built. Now, the last decade was focused on cryptocurrency, which you think about is ownership of currency in some sense. What we are seeing this year is NFTs or non-fungible tokens coming out in a big way, right? And I think that will be the second leg of how you establish ownership in Web3. Simply put, an NFT is a certificate of ownership, right? Now, most of the focus today on the web is about using these certificates to register the ownership of digital art, right? But very quickly, we are going to see this to evolve to certificate of ownerships of intellectual capital, copyrights, of physical objects like cars and land records, and then certificates of ownerships of what we call human capital. Can you actually invest in a person's future revenue potential, right? So this whole idea is coming to terms, right? So NFT platforms are basically trying to take different asset classes and convert them into capital so that they can be collateralized, borrowed against, crowdfunded, and so on and so forth.
So all of these, other decentralized applications like Discord, for example, okay, which is a decentralized Twitter in many ways. And so there are these bits and pieces. But I think in my mind, at least the biggest Web3 implementation application, whatever we call it, is what is also referred to as the creative economy or the passion economy. Where basically what it means is, in some sense, gig work, what we call the gig economy, is a symptom of the passion or the creative economy. And it's very important. It's actually life-changing. It's certainly work-changing, but also life-changing. Because what it really means is that unlike earlier Web 2 world, where you monetized a collective, which was organizations, okay, now you monetize individuality. So which means that if you write well, rather than going and becoming a part of a collective, which could be Hindustan Times, okay, you could actually do this in certain Web3 sites, okay, Medium, for example, Substack, for example, and earn money. If you were an artist and rather than going to an art gallery collective, you could actually do the whole NFT thing that he spoke about, okay. Similarly, if you had other talents, which I won't talk about, you can go to OnlyFans, okay, which is another Web3 application in some sense. And this is massive because this is changing work and in some sense bringing the future of work to where it is. And this passion economy, creative economy, which will basically mean that as our children grow up, they're not going to be looking at joining Microsoft or joining Google. They're going to be looking at how they monetize their own talents. And Web3, through all the things that he mentioned, or you mentioned, the whole crypto as a currency, NFTs as a rendering, the whole atmosphere, there will actually make that happen. I also do want to end with one simplistic thing. You talked about the metaverse and what is the difference between metaverse and Web3. Different things, but the way I like to simplify it is that the metaverse in many ways is like the UI of Web3. Okay, it's a different user interface, and then it means many other things. So back to you.
Yeah, I sort of envision it as how, I don't know how correct this is, but how we experience Web 2 through browsers, we'll experience Web 3 through metaverse. Suraj, let me come to you. You always tell me, whenever I tell him that, these are emerging technologies, he says they're not emerging, they're already here. So Suraj, you tell me where this is being implemented.
Well, in terms of Web3, like we like to see it in, for example, like let's take a use case of our own firm, right? We have had students in India, in remote parts of India, getting like quality education using virtual reality headsets. Now, this headset now is able to directly be transported to a child's house. While the child is wearing the headset, the teacher is able to understand if the child is focused. The child is able to provide any sort of input, and all of this is anonymized and stored on a blockchain system, right? So only the parent as well as the student has access, and anytime any person other than these people are able to access or wish to access this information, they are notified and permission is asked, and only then this particular information is provided. Now, this has been happening for over 3 years, and there are like over 10,000 students in India who have transitioned from, say, a first standard to a second standard, or a fourth standard to a fifth standard, without the need of a textbook. So the point was, previously I had a textbook, and I used to scribble in my textbook or take notes in my textbook, right? But then a teacher cannot really evaluate if the scribbling that I've done on a textbook has any value. But then when all the inputs that a child is doing inside of this metaverse that we have created inside the headset, right? The teacher is actually able to assess organically if the child has actually, focused on the intent, and the child's intent is actually true. Now, what you also need to understand is, it's not, the school curriculum in general is a very centralized one. But what we have noticed is that children have different sorts of skill sets and their characteristics and personalities are very different, right? So if a child is say for example, a child is very creative in nature, how he goes through or she goes through a science curriculum, right, is very different than a child who actually wishes to interact in a scientific manner with, and wants to build a career in the scientific industry in general. But for example, a science textbook in general, if I take any diagram and I just try to doodle on top of it, right, a science teacher might look at it in a bad way, but an art teacher will look at it in a good way, right? A system that allows all of this to be consolidated in one place, and allows random stakeholders to actually look at it from a holistic point of view, allows this child to really prosper very quickly. And then coming back to Praful and Jaspreet's point of individuality, that individuality is now secured, and it is secured in a very organic manner because it is data driven. Previously, it was opinion driven, or it was basically a validation that comes out of another human, whether they like me or whether they don't like me, the biases that come in general human decision making, all those really get deprecated, and real intent is directly valued when it comes to adoption and providing the security that a child needs for becoming an individual self.
Let me come to the core idea of what this summit is, right? AI. So far, whenever we speak, we've been told that there are data centers, data is going there, centralized, we are doing processing there, that's how AI works. But if we are decentralizing the internet, what's the link between AI? What does AI do in that case? How does it work?
So I think, again, let me give you two examples, right? Instead of talking abstract things. One which you can see, and which is behind the scenes. So the first example I'll give you is, we have an NFT platform, and Make My Trip, which I'm sure everybody has heard of, launched NFTs on our platform. But how they did it was, they engaged with travel bloggers, the gig economy. They took the photographs taken by travel bloggers in 10 different cities like Goa, for example, and they fed it to an AI algorithm. And that AI algorithm generated artwork, right? It generated artwork based on those photographs taken from travel bloggers. And that digital art was sold as an NFT. So that's something that you can see. Now, I'll tell you something behind the scenes, right? We talk about anonymity in Web3, but anonymity is also a challenge, because compliance requires you to make sure that there is no fraud. Now, if you can imagine the web of transactions on Web3, where things are being transferred from one person to another, you need to be able to detect fraud and to mine this transaction graph and red flag fraudulent transactions is something that companies, for example, like Chainlink are doing to say that this is a fraudulent transaction and red flag it, or saying this wallet address is potentially fraud. So that's something that you don't see, but AI behind the scenes in Web3.
That's behind the scenes. Okay. So I'll be quick. We do love mashing up technologies, to see what happens. But two ways, again, as he mentioned two things, I'll quickly mention two things. Please, AI is a horizontal, ubiquitous technology. It's like electricity. You only know when it's not there. Okay, but otherwise we don't even know that it's kind of doing stuff. And so in many ways, much of the foundational grunt work of making current and new and future Web3 systems work is going to be driven by AI. I mean, think about it. See, the good thing about centralized systems is that they are simpler and it's far more efficient, okay? The moment you decentralize, while it's all very nice, okay, it becomes very, very, the work involved is much, much higher, the energy involved, etc., is much higher. And to optimize that, to make that work pretty much like electricity, okay, AI will be running all or most of it to make it happen in a optimized, efficient manner. So, you know, it's just at that level. The second part, quick one, is that, look, AI feeds on data. And data so far has been coming from all these Web2-based, at least personal data, Web2-based websites that we have. And now with Web3, you know, because it's owned, data is going to be owned by the users. Plus there's going to be data which is going to be generated by all the machines, ubiquitous, okay? And again, the whole nature of AI would change, and it would be AI which would be kind of powering all of that. So it's very difficult to say what, because it's, if this hotel runs on electricity, so does the next one.
Suraj, let me come to you, but as you heard the gong, we have to end this soon. So I want,
yes,
I want to sort of go around this room and say, how far are we from this? How is this the, I know you keep saying it's not the future, but how far are we from realizing this?
We aren't that too far, but then, you know, when you say like decentralization of the internet in general, like according to me, if I have to compare that to something else, like the only thing I can think of which I can compare that to is pretty much building like a self-sustaining society on Mars, right? The problem of decentralizing something that has already been centralized is going to be that tough a challenge as much as a challenge that probably a guy like an Elon Musk is foreseeing in the future. So that's probably how difficult it is. But then we are on a steady curve, and as many people try and get into the game and try to push the wheel forward, I think that we would be. It's just a decade away. Like if you want to quote me on something.
Praful, let's get.
I'll break it down into two parts. I think the technology is here, ready to go. I think for 18 to 30-year-olds, it is being adopted as we speak, and for the rest of the population, it is for them to follow.
Before you answer, this is also, I mean, you are in Singularity, which is looking at, you know, sort of a different level of future you guys think of, right? I want you to answer from that perspective. Where is that future? I mean,
you made it very simple for me now. Okay, 2039. Well, that's what is supposedly the latest date of Singularity, unless Leslie corrects me. Okay, which is when, you know, AGI, artificial intelligence, becomes more smarter. But look, the only thing I would say is, and Singularity also probably says that it's not going to, we're not going to wake up in the morning and be in the Web3 world. Technology doesn't happen, or change doesn't happen that way. It's going to be by dribs and drabs, okay? Small little things happening, the way all of us have been talking about it happening here and then happening somewhere else and then happening somewhere else. And even as we are in Web 2 world, there is still the Web 1 part, lots of it's still there. And so it's not going to just like transition, but over the next few decades until 2039 is when it's going to happen.
Got it. We of course imagined Web3 we imagined the metaverse in 1964. We coined the term in 1992, and here we are sort of starting at it. Thanks a lot, guys, for joining us here. We'll end this panel here. Back to you, Leslie.
Please give them a big hand. Just as a comment on the AGI part of it, I think what Jaspreet said, I just recall the words of Marvin Minsky, who said that if machines become as intelligent or more intelligent than human beings, the good part of it is they'll be as confused as us. So I think on that particular thing, let's take a 15-minute break. Let's get back at 5:15. And thank you for being a wonderful audience. See you sharp at 5:15.
Thank you. Comedy.
Folks, we'll be starting in the next 2-3 minutes. Please kindly be seated. Sorry, getting people from a tea break is tea break se aana. Okay, friends, let's settle down now. I hope you all had a very good session. The first half of the session, I know that many people enjoyed it, have personally come and told me that they loved the demos and the discussions. And the second half of this day is equally interesting. We are going to start with a keynote, a couple of panel discussions on AI, then AI and automation, AI and ethics, AI and healthcare, and then a CEO panel where we're going to talk what are the chances or what are the concerns around India becoming an AI superpower. And last but not the least, we have a closing keynote by Pranav Mistry, the founder of the Sixth Sense. So we have got some exciting lineup, and I hope you're going to enjoy each part of it. For now, just I would like you to give a shout out to our partner Intel for supporting us in the event. Please give them a big hand. Thank you. And now, without much ado, I would like to introduce a person whom I have interacted with pretty closely, and over the years I've been pretty impressed with the person for very different reasons altogether. I've had the privilege of knowing him. So it is Mr. R.S. Sharma, most of you all will know, the CEO of the National Health Authority of India that administers the Ayushman Bharat Yojana Health Protection Scheme. He was the first Director General of UIDAI and was also the Chairman of the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. And as CEO of the National Health Authority of India, he has the responsibility of spearheading the national effort of providing COVID-19 vaccines to the Indian population. And he was also the recipient of the PM's Award for Excellence in Public Administration in 2008. And I think he also knows software coding. That's what he told me. So please give him a big hand. Mr. Sharma, please take the stage. Sir, आपको जैसा चाहिए, आप यहाँ से बात कर सकते. You can talk from here. You like to talk from here? Yes, please.
Well, friends, good afternoon to you all. It's really a privilege to, be here because it's after a long time, after 2 years or more than that, that one is meeting physically. We've become so virtual that every time now my engagement writes in person. When it is not in person, then I assume it is virtual. So virtual has become the order of the day. So it's always, great to be with friends, have a cup of coffee, have a cup of tea, converse freely. So that's really a great thing. Let me first compliment and thank Mint for inviting me to this conference. I must also compliment them for organizing this AI summit. Are two words which are very, not only they are fashionable, they are also actionable in the sense that they are really have a tremendous transformational power. Seldom do technologies, technologies have, information and communication technologies have changed the way we think, we do things, and the communications, for example, again is another sector which has been extremely dynamic, and it has really changed the way we live, we communicate, we interact with people. And AI is also going to be extremely transformative. Now, when I was coming, I was being told, which topic would you like to speak on? And I said, look, I am not an AI expert, honestly. I do coding, but that coding is a coding of yesteryear. AI is not the deterministic coding, where you plug in the rules, you plug in the data, and you have an outcome. AI is much more probabilistic. AI is much more, sort of self-learning kind of stuff. So it's much more complicated than the simple code, which I am familiar with. So I'm not really an expert on AI, and I'm not going to speak on that. But I'll sort of share my experience of how India is enabling itself, or India is going to enable itself for use of AI. Because my view is that AI is going to work on digital data. AI is not something which you can apply on any situation. So unless you have a huge amount of data being generated out of systems, that is a prerequisite for application of artificial intelligence and deriving some meaningful predictive and other kinds of decision support systems. So that's something, and I want to share with you that India has done tremendous amount of leapfrog in generating that kind of data, and also putting in place systems, which actually are like building blocks of various kinds of solutions. So one is, I like to begin with the Digital India program of the Prime Minister. Now, in 2014, the Honorable PM announced the Digital India program, and I happened to be the secretary of the IT department there at that time. And I also had some role to play in articulating that vision. And the vision of Digital India was to transform India into a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy. And the whole idea was that how do we progress to ensure that we achieve that objective of digital economy and empowered society. So one is that we focused on digital infrastructure as a utility to citizens, which is basically the connectivity infrastructure. Because unless you have connectivity, you're not going to have any kind of digital systems. They are not the, internet and connected systems are the order of the day. And I'm happy to say that in the last 7-8 years, we have tremendously gone ahead and we have leapfrogged in connectivity. Imagine in 2014, we had the data price at 275 rupees per gigabyte. The networks were all, 2G, 2.5G, 3G, 4G, that kind of networks. Today we have the data price at 7 rupees per gigabyte, 274 to 7. We have 4G connectivity throughout the country. The average data consumption is 12 gigabytes per person per month. This is a couple of times higher than the average data consumption on mobile networks in America. In fact, our networks are transporting more data than the mobile networks, and I'm talking of mobile to mobile comparison, please don't get me wrong. Fixed lines are not really our strength. Our networks are transporting more data than the data transported by the mobile networks of US and China put together. You'll be surprised to know. So this is we have really, and there's hardly a couple of thousand villages, very remote villages, which are not connected to 4G connectivity. So the 4G, today, India is the only country where people are watching films on mobile. Data is so cheap. And that's how we are actually really digitally connected, though of course not through a fixed line, and you still have problems of call drops or other kinds of unreliable stuff, but nevertheless we have a workable connectivity. Then we talk of second layer was creating software and services on top of this digital infrastructure, which we have created. We have a number of artifacts like Aadhaar, the digital identity system, which is the largest in the world. And just to give you some statistics, Aadhaar offers a service called authentication. And we have had 65 billion authentications thus far, 65 billion. We offer what is called electronic KYC. And we have 9 billion electronic KYCs, which are used for mobile SIMs, which are used for opening bank accounts, which are, authentications are used for delivery of ration. So this is the digital infrastructure we have created, the soft infrastructure. We have the unified payment interface, the payment infrastructure, which is actually, last month I was told the total transactions on UPI were 5.4 billion. Imagine, 18 crore people, 18 crore transactions take place per day. 5.4 billion means 540 crores per month. And it is free. I mean, many of you must have transferred money, overseas, and the Western Union money transfer and stuff like that. They charge a couple of percentage points on the money. Now we have, if I transfer 1 rupee to Leslie, it will be 1 rupee only, not even 99 paisa. So this is the infrastructure which we have created. We have created frugal, interoperable, society level, scalable infrastructure. CoWIN is the recent example where India has created that infrastructure. We have, every injection, every vaccine is accounted for. You have a digital certificate. About 2 billion doses have been delivered. India has had an extremely successful vaccination program where everybody, there was no rent seeking, there was no confusion. It is a complete, total absence of information asymmetry. There was no information asymmetry. A VIP was also looking at the same dashboard, same, which hospitals are available, even a poor man was looking at the same. So this is what we have created by way of software and services on demand. Then we created citizens empowerment, basically the common service centers, which are large number. So essentially what I'm trying to say is that India has enabled the data economy, the data play at a scale which is the prerequisite for applications of artificial intelligence. So for example, just to give you one example, on the UPI, we are now creating a concept of data aggregator. What is a data aggregator? The data aggregator or the account aggregator is actually a data fiduciary which will make the algorithmic credit to people available. Because if you want, India is a country where you have a very small sachet size and very large volume. This is the characteristics of our transactions, where you have 100 रुपए का transaction है और लेकिन हो गए 54 करोड़ transaction. This is the characteristics, and therefore, for such kind of systems to succeed, they have to be completely, the cost of transaction has to be almost zero. Then and only then they can sustain. अगर मान लीजिए हम आपको 1000 रुपए का लोन दें और उसके लिए वेरिफिकेशन में हम 100 रुपए का बर्बाद कर दें आपको कस्टमर एक्विजिशन में 200 रुपया, that loan itself becomes unsustainable. Now, if that can be made digital, completely algorithmic, completely AI based, then this will work at a scale. So now you have PM Swanidhi. We have a number of programs where algorithmic kind of loan, giving loan to people. They can electronic KYC, faceless, presenceless KYC, and thereafter, giving their transactions or giving their, because poor people don't have a credit history. You can't support this kind of that I have had loan from this person and I have been very responsible creditor, the loaner. That will not happen. Basically, what is required is somehow digitize this entire value chain so that the whole thing becomes nobody is there, no human being is there. Every decision is being taken by algorithms of the artificial intelligence. That is how it is going to happen. And this is going to certainly transform. There are many sectors in which agriculture, education, health. And let me talk about health as to how we are using the artificial intelligence even at this point in time and how we propose to take it further. So one is that the NHA, which I am working with, supports two programs. One program is called Ayushman Bharat PMJAY, Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, where each poor family is given an envelope of 5 lakh rupees per annum, which means that they have an insurance of 5 lakh for hospitalization, for serious diseases. Why it is for hospitalization and why not for OPD? The reason is that many times the poor people get into the deep pit of the poverty once they get sick with serious diseases, and therefore the out-of-pocket expenditure should not happen. That's the broad purpose of ABPMJY. And for your information, we have done 3 crore hospitalizations in the last 3.5 years that the scheme has been in existence. So it's actually, we are processing 1 million claims per month. That's the average which we do. And I think what is going to happen is, and for your information, this entire claim processing is completely paperless. From the pre-authorization at the hospital level, the authentication at the hospital level, claim submission, claim processing, payment to the hospital, everything is digital. And then you can imagine 1 million data points. how valuable this data is. And that data, if you start using it, not misuse it, obviously, using it in an anonymized manner and using it, you can derive huge amount of public policy, health policy related implications. That's one part. India has also created digital public goods during the last 7-8 years. You know, one is electronic KYC, digital signatures on demand called e-sign. We have consent artifact. We have a number of digital goods. We are creating another digital good, which we called health claims exchange, which means that the health claims exchange will work like a pipeline where you can put in the claims in the claim object form in a standardized form. The providers can put in the claims and the payers can then pay these claims. So this will actually reduce the cost of processing of transactions by the insurance companies, even private insurance companies, not the Sarkari, the one which we are having in the PMJY, but even otherwise also a Star Alliance and all these companies where you have mediclaims and many policies. That part will also become extremely easy. So that's something which we are utilizing, and this health claims exchange will use the entire AI principles to do a predictive analysis, to do a fraud detection on these claims as to whether the claim is a fraudulent claim or a non-fraudulent claim. Those kinds of things will happen. And currently also we are using AI and learning, AI triggers have been created to say that if a claim is submitted, whether this claim is suspicious claim or a non-suspicious claim. So this is something which we are going to strengthen, and not only we are going to use for NHA, we are also going to give it to the country as a digital public goods which can be used, and it's an open source, interoperable, similar to CoWIN. That's what we are. CoWIN, as you know, there are 150 partners which are linked with us on CoWIN. Paytm is doing a booking of hospitals for CoWIN vaccination. Infosys, Apollo hospitals, Max hospitals, Make My Trip. Everybody is connected with CoWIN. Similarly, this is what we are going to do. We are going to create this platform, and then claims will be submitted and claims will be able to be processed. The other part which we are doing here, and which the Prime Minister launched last September, is Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, which is essentially leveraging the power of digital technologies to deliver better healthcare services. More affordable, more ubiquitous, more accessible, and quality. All these three parameters of healthcare service delivery are the objective function of this program. And the whole idea is, how can you achieve all these three desirable achievements, which is the quality, affordability, and access, by using digital technologies. Now, all of us know that COVID has been an extreme disaster for the whole world. But one positive aspect of COVID has been the basically use of digital. We all do now video conferencing, we all do video calling on WhatsApp or on some other method, we consult our doctors, we do online shopping, we do online medicine delivery, especially in COVID when you had those quarantine periods. Now that is something, in fact the 5.4 billion UPI transaction itself is a testimony to the fact as to how digital has increased, because before COVID the numbers were much, much smaller. So this part, actually we are going to leverage this part and we are going to formalize this. So couple of things. First of all, patient or the person or the individual will be at the center of this entire architecture. So we have created what is called personal health record situation, where we allot a number, an account number called ABHA number, Ayushman Bharat Health Account Number. That health account number will be the number used to link all his or her health records. Past also you can link, and future when you interact with the health systems, whether you get a report, your blood report or other reports, you will be able to link that. So that's one part which is operational. Second is we are creating what is called health facilities registry. We are creating drug registry. Health facility registry means the health providers registry, which is the laboratories, the hospitals and other things. The drug registry, which is basically the drugs, the entire drugs which are available. the health professionals registry, which is doctors, nurses, paramedical staff, etc. So these are the building blocks which are being created and which are going to interact in a way that the patient will be able to have his or her longitudinal health record. He or she will be able to share with consent with the doctor, and he or she will be able to do video consultation with the doctor, video consultation which will be paid, because currently you send to your doctor some message saying that mujhe dawai ka daam bata dijiye naam. He sends out this thing, and the doctors are also very unhappy कि मेरा pocket में कोई पैसा नहीं दे रहा है और ऐसे ही दवाई का नाम पूछते जा रहे हैं लोग. Now we are saying भाई सबको, everybody is service provider should also be benefited out of this. So I think we are having that video consultation, and there are a number of applications which are already being rolled out. So all the building blocks are ready. We are also putting the AI systems, because as you know, AI has done a wonderful work in the healthcare diagnostic space. You know, when you put an MRI and then you can have a second opinion, and they will be able to tell as to what is the real problem. So the machine does much better analysis than probably human beings in some areas. So this is what we are going to do, is we are going to invite these expert systems and these AI systems to put their solutions on this platform, so that rather than purchasing those systems, we will, from an OPEX model, we will make it a CAPEX model, which means you don't purchase the systems are available, and you use software as service. So you plug in your MRI report, a doctor plugs in the MRI report, and then result and pays the money, whatever is required for per transaction basis, and the result comes out. So this is the way we are going to use all these experts and AI systems to make this happen. So essentially, what is going to happen is that the digitization of the Indian health space is going to be accelerated. Now, what I'm saying is that, look, the technology is all there. The framework is created. But now the application and use of that technology must take place. And with this audience, I would like to urge that the sooner we use it, because ultimately adoption of this technology is not in my hands. Adoption is in the hands of, the laboratory, the hospitals, the doctors, the patients, everybody. Sometimes people say that आपने आधार किया तो आपके लिए ये क्या मुश्किल है. Lekin let me share with you something which I don't want to disparage or minimize the effort put in Aadhaar. But let me say this project is much more difficult to implement than Aadhaar. Why? Because Aadhaar, there were only two stakeholders. One was the person, the citizen, who was looking for a verifiable identity. Many citizens did not have a verifiable identity. So individual verifiable identity. So he wanted that card or whatever, that individual number. And there was government who were having money and to enroll people and provide that identity. So there were only two people, and there was a bipartisan support for that effort across the nation, and therefore it happened. And of course, technology was the difficult part, but that was solved. Technology is always easier to solve and easier to put. Technology is not the most difficult part of the problem often. That was solved. Here, you have the building blocks ready. Now, what is required is basically acceleration of its adoption. Now, patient will have to realize that अगर मान लीजिए मेरे पास मेरे सारे health records होंगे available, which I can share with the doctor, my diagnosis will be much better, much quicker. डॉक्टर साहब ये नहीं बोलेंगे कि जाके ब्लड का एक नया टेस्ट करवा के ले आ. अगर मान लीजिए मैंने ब्लड का टेस्ट 2 महीने पहले करवाया है, then I can show that and say भाई मेरा ये टेस्ट already है, why should I go and spend further money on that? So essentially this is the adoption problem, which actually is benefit the patients, it will benefit the doctors, it will benefit the hospitals, and overall it will benefit the country, because the kind of digitized data we will get out of it will be really invaluable. And we can put all kinds of AI systems into place. Obviously, the AI also has to have certain, restrictions and limits, and I'm sure your experts must have, discussed it. Ethics and AI must be ethical. Algorithms must be explainable. The person who is putting the algorithm must be accountable. So all these explainability, accountability, and it should be for public good. It should not be, harming people. It should not happen that, you are misusing somebody's data just because the poor fellow is an illiterate person. That should not happen. So therefore, all these regulations which have been put in place, OECD, as you know, has come up with the regulation. The European Union has come up with regulations. There are multiple, domains which are actually have come up with certain guiding principles and the basic desirable attributes of AI systems which are used for public, purposes. And I'm sure your experts must have discussed this. But what I'm saying is this will provide a huge amount of public policy inputs to the government and policy makers. We will be able to do a much more predictive model of, the disease, how it is developing, the non-communicable diseases, what is the pattern, what should we do. So I think there are multiple dimensions of this artificial intelligence into these digital systems. So I see our goal and the India's goal as, now we are doing multiple things, by the way. We are doing one thing in the health, which is the Ayushman Bharat Health Digital Mission. We are doing something in the digital commerce space also, and which is the open network for digital commerce. We are doing something in the tourism space. Now, what is happening is because we have these digital artifacts, the Aadhaar identity, the payment system, the electronic KYC, etc. They are the building blocks of building new systems. And those systems are now being built in domains. Domain of health, education, agriculture, commerce. This is what is going to, and believe me, these are something extremely, beautiful, not only concepts, but something new is being done in this country. The model which has become prevalent is basically the digital players. The digital space is winner takes all situation. Imagine there's one Amazon, there's one Facebook, there's one Twitter, there's one Apple, there's one Microsoft. Who remembers that there was a social media platform called Orkut? Do you remember? It's just not there anymore. So what has happened? They all collapse into one. And why they do that? Because of the basic architecture. Internet belongs to everybody. India is very proud to say that we introduced net neutrality concept, which basically means that internet should be a permissionless free platform. Now, unfortunately, whatever has been built on top of internet basically has followed this winner takes all approach. And what India is doing is actually we are building a protocol-based approach. It's like, if I am buying on an Amazon, then I have to have Amazon application. The seller has to be on the Amazon platform, right? So it's a vertically integrated system. If I have to send a mail, I may be on Rediff Mail, you may be on Gmail, somebody else may be Hotmail. We are all exchanging mails freely. Why? Because it is based on SMTP. It's based on a simple mail transfer protocol, which is actually a protocol which is a public good. That is why internet is not being owned by anybody, because it works on protocols. We are creating systems which are truly interoperable, which are not owned by anybody, but which work in a seamless, frictionless fashion. So we are building internet, part of internet on top of that internet, using the same principles of openness, interoperability, and societal scalability. So this is what is being done. I'm sure all the experts here and all the you will continue to participate in this digital journey, and I will be very happy to come again and again and again. Thank you very much once again for inviting me to this conference.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. You gave us a very good insight into how the government is creating frameworks, and I hope that people create more and more applications. And thank you very much for your time again. So, folks, now we will have an industry panel, basically, on how AI is powering companies across sectors in India. And for this, I would like to call on stage Vinod Bhatt, the CIO, Vistara Tata Airlines. Vidya Veera Raghavan, the AI delivery lead for Stanchart Bank. Deepak Sharma, President and Chief Digital Officer of Kotak Mahindra Bank. Jayant Kola, founder and partner of deep tech consulting and advisory firm Convergence Catalyst. Please give them a big hand. So Jayant, you'll always be the last as usual. I mean, I always keep the analysts for the last. We'll actually, since we are talking about AI across sectors, Vidya, I'd like to start with you. How is AI basically being used in the banking industry? We have seen a lot of use cases where we are talking about the peripherals, like we are talking about the appealing things like chatbots, virtual assistants, all the kind of bells and whistles, as we say. But obviously, they're being built on very, very robust kind of frameworks. As most of us know, that the BFSI sector is probably the airline sector. They are among the leading kind of players or the sectors where AI is concerned. So what are the kind of trends that you are seeing in your sector? And what is the kind of strategy that is being used in the BFSI sector? Let's start with
my thought process is slightly different. What I see is that although we were pioneers in a lot of them, we are still playing a lot of catch-up. Either it is to get used to the new technologies, get it to work for us, or competing in the markets globally. So we are still doing that. But having said that, there is a lot of work which is going into AI when it comes to banking, especially where I come from. So we start with the structured data. So the customer's data is available with us. The transaction processing data is also available with us. So I can do a lot of data analytics on top of it. I can build my predictive model on top of it. I can even prescribe some models by bringing in a sales propensity base, which is going to increase my hit rate to convert a client or appeal for his wallet share. All these have been done in the past, have been happening for a very long time. Considering my current area of work, which is more into anti-money laundering and fraud detection, we are targeting on the unstructured data. Imagine whatever data that I just spoke about, it's only 20% of the bank's data, the structured. The unstructured data is forming 80% of the data. So there is a lot that we can do, a lot which is happening, and that's where we are headed. So unstructured data primarily, for the people who, I'm sure all of you know about it, but generally in one sentence, it is anything which is not fitting into a row or column. That is all unstructured data. So whether I'm calling a bank and my voice getting recorded, whether I'm writing an email to appeal for some complaints, so these are the unstructured data where there is a lot of scope that we see which is yet to be tapped. So that is where we are headed.
So good. So basically you're dealing more with, I like the emphasis on unstructured data. And I would obviously at some point in time also like you to define what do you mean exactly by that unstructured data, because many people have a very different understanding of unstructured data from social media impressions, etc. But we have had this conversation on unstructured data. But I'll come back to you on this. Deepak, you're in the same sector. We have had multiple conversations over the years of how AI and ML is being used in banks. Now I know that you're also using pretty sophisticated AI chatbot, which is Kea. And of course, you're also using it for KYC. And I think Mr. Sharma also just spoke about how it's being used in the BFSI sector and other sectors also. So what is the kind of progress that AI, ML has made, advanced analytics? Have you seen a progress, or is it that the same work is being done and it's being sort of solidified over this period?
No, I think, Leslie, we are going through building blocks of adoption of AI because earlier the challenge was to bring data in. I think all organizations have invested in the data stack, be it warehouse or data lake or moving data to cloud or making sure that we have the streaming of data through Kafka queues and also all the technology-led building blocks, I think, of data and those investments are pretty much done. I think where we are seeing focus now is increasingly the adoption and use cases where we can use. So just to give you a few examples, and I think AI for us is one of our core ABCD charter, where A stands for AI-enabled application. I don't want to get into B, C, and D here, but I think relevant for this is A. And so we picked up AI as everywhere. So now, for example, the whole operation and backend, which is typically an invisible layer, but that's where a large part of cost sits for any financial institution. Most processes today have moved to a robotic process automation, predictive learning based, and in fact, 2/3 of all our processes today, no human touches at all. So that's something that we could achieve. We still have a 1/3, and that's a long tail, but I think there's a lot happening there. The other big use case in financial service is around credit and risk-based analytics, because as we heard, the whole flow-based lending, your ability to predict what is the chances of a delinquency, should you underwrite, not underwrite a particular loan, because your cost of onboarding can be at more higher than the cost of collection. And both can be far higher than at times the value of the loan. So I think we are using it both for early warning system where we can predict the fraud, we can predict the delinquencies, and also credit underwriting. In customer front end, I mean, like you spoke about chatbot, but I think there is a lot beyond. We have moved the voice-based authentication. Now we have built our own facial authentication using AI. That's our proprietary stack. So we are looking at moving away from device-based facial auth like what Apple and Samsung offer to building our own financial proprietary facial auth.
You're also using image recognition OCR for...
Yes, now even for check writing, handwriting recognition, ensuring that the check is authenticated. The whole fraud risk management is largely AI-based because you have to take a real-time decision on whether to allow a transaction or put it through a step-up authentication or decline a transaction. So basis a lot of this data, I think, which we are not just looking at our own data, but connecting to a larger ecosystem where we plug in a lot of data. We are able to build a customer 360 for real-time fraud risk assessment. So I think this is impacting every part of our life. And just the last one, in fact, in the last 6 months, we invested significantly with Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, where we have set up now a center for AI and machine learning and fintech. So it's our commitment not just to do things, but also build a much larger talent pool so that they can come back and start solving many problems that we have not solved yet.
Correct. Vinod, in your case also, I mean, other than the BFSI, retail, e-commerce, etc., airlines is one of the classic examples and of advanced analytics, I think, and the airlines and the aviation sector as such has always been very advanced. In fact, actually, in 1920, I don't know for people who know, today we talk about driverless cars, but we had the autopilot way back in 1920. So it's that advanced. So when it comes to AI and ML, I mean, for the audience, maybe perhaps it's instructive to know that Vistara was the first 100% cloud-based IT operations management system among the airlines as such. So how advanced is it? I mean, for you, customer satisfaction is as important, if not more important. At least in the banks, we can't go then, immediately, right? But with the airlines, you can stand at the counter. So how's AI and ML helping and solving all these kind of issues? Give us some examples.
Sure. Leslie, first of all, thank you for having me here. It's always a pleasure. So before I jump into how AI ML is really, helping the aviation or airline business, I think let's understand what are the guiding principles for AI. I think fundamentally AI needs good quality data. So a lot of the effort which is going into is the data quality. Not only the quality of data, but the integrated view of the data. So there's a lot of AI built in there where you do a lot of deduplication, because airlines, you don't ask customer to give me the Aadhaar card. They can book with minimal IDs and that data record is in your database. And the same person may call you after 10 days with a different booking, but the same person. But look at now the experience part of it. The person thought that, oh, I took last time the vegetarian meal, and now that preference is not coming. But the person is forgetting that last time I gave telephone number 1, and this time is telephone number 2. So that is how the world we are actually working on. So the first thing is, do we have the 360-degree view of customer? If goes the same logic goes to the operations, do we have the 360-degree view of the operations? Because there's a lot of data exchange which is happening between the aircraft and the systems, customer and the systems. So AI, if you look at the complete value chain of airlines, whether it is the booking flow, whether it is the the check-in, whether it is the in-flight, or even the post-travel. So data is generated everywhere, particularly last 2 years, have been where the people have moved from offline to online because of the choices of the technology or because of the regulatory compliance. So there is data everywhere. Okay, so the AI becomes a lot more important for us to really move the needle from a reactive to a proactive to a predictive model. So I think that's where the game we're playing from the digital transformation perspective. And the examples you asked, Leslie, is, for example, the customer engagement. What kind of offer I can give to a customer? And what customer we're talking about? Is it a loyal customer, loyalty-based customer? Is it a Club Vistara customer? Is it a customer who is domestic? Is it a customer who is a business class customer? So all that filtering of the data offers is done through AI. And also, if you look at the whole engine of the route, which routes we should really run these aircrafts. And some may be because of the route profitability, some may be because we want to get into it because a lot of volume is there on that route. So AI again plays a route there. And very important from the safety point of view. See, customer, if the flight is delayed, for example, customer sees a flight is delayed, why it is delayed, and it impacts the customer experience. But a lot of things happen behind the scenes for the engineering department. So engineering department has to get the safety data. And the time they get typically is between the landing and takeoff. So if there is a big fault in the aircraft for a part, and if you are able to pass that information in real time, and they can run the AI on top of it before the flight lands, they can actually work on it. So it's basically, there are a lot of use cases which you'll see that, and on top of it, one more thing which is very important for us is the whole regulatory compliance. See, airlines is a very regulated industry. So we have to make sure that the data privacy, the government regulations are completely adhered to.
Yeah, that I will come to in a bit when we
Absolutely.
talk about the challenges. But as for now, we're just talking about the promise of
Sure.
AI as such. So Jayant, as it is, I always ask you to speak last because that, you know the reason well, because
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Because as an analyst, you're looking at so many other domains.
Right.
You're trying to listen to all the kind of voices. And also there's some kind of, you're comparing it, how mature are these AI frameworks, the AI models, the AI building blocks in sectors in India, say, as compared to global counterparts?
Thanks, Leslie. And yeah, as analysts and industry observers, we actually, are always looking at the evolving and cutting edge trends in terms of technology evolution, and also, at different hotspots around the world, geographically speaking, right? So, one thing that I'd like to talk about, the big elephant in the room, especially when it comes to AI adoption and innovation curves and trends, is the 2 years of COVID, right? I mean, and literally when it comes in the context of AI adoption and innovation, we've had, to give a biblical parallel, a BC and an AD era, before Corona and after Delta, literally, right? So what we are observing, a lot of changes have happened, at a macro level. China's AI supremacy has sort of been nullified, but at a macro level, this was in 2019, China had 30,000 AI patents, 16,000 of which were in computer vision, okay? And, now, and they launched a social credit scoring, okay? Which, after 2 years of COVID, a lot of their innovation seems to be, not used. But at the same time, we are actually seeing, a lot of innovation and adoption in India taking off, right? So, across industries, some ups and downs, especially the direct-to-consumer industries such as retail and OTT, media streaming and consumption, travel, all these which were using, AI engines, especially for recommendation engines and predictive analytics, which were using AI pre-COVID, had to reset their data sets because the, consumer behavior and the consumption patterns had changed, right? But at the same time, a lot of companies across industries in India had, used this 2 years of COVID to advance their digital transformation and AI adoption, practices and plans, right? For example, 58, this is industry data, 58% of the companies which were looking to get on the digital transformation bandwagon by 2025, got on board in 2020-21, out of which 65%, almost 2/3 of them adopted AI, right? So we are seeing a lot of these changes, and also, we work, being from Bangalore, we work a lot with startups. We are seeing, the AI, innovative AI solutions from India going global, okay? And one other trend that we've seen is the AI innovation and solutions used to be products earlier. Now they've become features as a part of other products. So we are actually in India in the last 2-3 years, we've seen the adoption and innovation curves take a steep slope towards an upward trend.
So I think undoubtedly, from the conversations, you clearly see that there's a lot of digital adoption, acceleration of digital adoption after COVID. I think that's a no-brainer. All of us have agreed on that. And that AI is here to stay, and that the promise is clearly delivering is also clear. But clearly also there are challenges. I think Vinod did touch upon them in the form of data. Now he put it in a very positive way, saying that it is directly correlated to the kind of data that you put in. But if you turn the question, flip the question on its head, it's bad data, dirty data would cause a lot of problems. Then there are regulations which affect both your industries, your unstructured data. So let's come to a couple of challenges here and there with them. So you could probably speak about the unstructured data. What unstructured data are you talking about? What are the kind of other challenges that you're facing?
Okay, so when we were discussing separately, Leslie, I got the other view of how people look at unstructured data. When I say unstructured data, it suddenly becomes social media data or something which is more publicly available, a news alert which is coming in, anything, you can crawl the web and get it. So that is at a generic level of looking at it. When I talk about unstructured data, it is still something which the bank can hold at its end. I'm talking about the papers which are coming in. Say, for example, there is a supplier and the contract which the supplier has signed along with the bank, that becomes an unstructured data for me because it's in the form of a paper. And it is also in a form of text, even though it is digital, it is text, and I have to ask my machine to make sense of it. That becomes my natural language processing problem statement. So when I call unstructured data, this is a classic example. Lot of us fill applications, whether online or offline. And we also raise complaints to the, any kind of inquiry or complaints with the bank. And we expect a reply back from them. So that becomes an unstructured data as well. I call the call center or the customer service executive, and there is an interaction that happens, and they also specify that we are recording this transaction for our internal quality assurance. So that these are the data which can be picked up and also completely processed using the AI technology to make sense of it. So what kind of troubles are, so very classic example is there is a repetitive problem. One complaint is not getting closed at all. There are multiple conversations happening and there is also multiple emails running around. So these two are actually two channels, but my AI can actually crawl through my bank's network to find out it's the same customer who's doing that. So there is another technology which is catching up in the market and a lot of people are using is the knowledge database, knowledge graph in the database. Knowledge graph is nothing but your relational database, whatever you have, that has a limit. After a point in time, it can't move beyond that. But knowledge graphs give you that opportunity to capture all the data pertaining to, say, for example, Leslie. I have 2 Leslies in my bank and I have 2 different sets of data. I can put all the data belonging to you in one node and I can put the other Leslie's data there. But when there is a transaction which is coming in, or I have to investigate something, my knowledge graph will be able to make a connection and find out if it is you or not.
Okay, I think I get the point, because out here you're talking about still the potential of the AI. But let's ask Deepak. Okay, Deepak, all these tools are available. You are equally aware because you're in that sector itself. What are the kind of challenges? I mean, earlier with remember the kind of challenges we should talk about moving from legacy systems to the modernization of it. Some part of it does exist, but a lot of complication comes to these tools itself.
No, absolutely. I think as you move up the ladder, you find new challenges, right? So that's part of the game. So earlier, availability of data and volume of data was a challenge. That's pretty much sorted. But velocity of data and veracity of data, these are the two that I would still say we have grounds to cover, because how authentic the data is and how quickly do we get the data, because data is something, if you can't really do something at times in the real time, it's of no use. So a lot of times people say, oh, we have so much data. It's not about so much of data. It's like, I mean, I keep internally saying data is like the water that is flowing through the river. Either you use it to generate electricity or power, or it'll just go waste. So data is becoming and I think organizations are realizing the value of just-in-time action that you can do with data and how do we build it. I think we still have a way to go there. I think the other challenges that I see here is the whole cognitive bias. And that's my favorite, because I keep saying that if your training data is X, your output or your predictive learning also will get trained on that data, and you will end up doing this. For example, if we think that the certain PIN code or location has bad payment history of individuals, just because some percentage, either it can be around race, region, you know, and then you start using this as a data input to train, all of a sudden you'll realize that you have started to decline a lot of good customers. So that's where the cognitive biases in any kind of data science comes in, and which I would say is a challenge not just for us, it's a global challenge.
Absolutely.
As to how do we solve. And I think the third I would say, and the last, is largely the trained manpower. I think we are still in a space where the demand is far higher than the quality of trained people who understand this really well. So I think between all these three, we have to solve for it as we go ahead.
Fair enough. A couple of challenges that are specific to your sector as such. I mean, some of them are obviously very common. I mean, whether it's a question of data, whether it's a question of other.
Correct. I think I will probably skip those, but I will just name them. I will not get into more details. So breaking the data silo is very important for us. And we say that we have to move from big data to the wide data. I think the whole connection, how these data are integrated, that is the journey we are going through. Second is, I think the most important, if I have to pick one thing, that is the customer expectations. I think the whole, if I had to take the whole genesis of this workshop, is that customers have choice to use AR, VR, Metaverse, Web 3.0. Look at it that avatar of customer is going through the web and buying, first of all, experiencing the whole journey of buying tickets. Not only that, they want to actually create a digital lifestyle brand for themselves. They don't want to only buy airline tickets. They want to also book the hotels. They want to also book the rental car. They want to also go to Paris through this virtual reality medium. So that is what we are talking about. Now we have taken all the time to build the systems which were supposed to, say, serve 5 channels. And suddenly you have got 10 more channels to cater to. So how do you keep pace and without impacting your customer experience without impacting or compromising on the quality. I think that will be a constant, good problem to solve, and which is good for us to, which is keeping us on the toes. Rest regulatory, we talked briefly. Then the other thing which is very different in the airlines is that we have got a lot of SaaS platforms. So a lot of data resides there. And how do you do innovation around your customers, products, services, and still make a difference? And or because some of these are community platforms, so you don't have per se an element of innovation there. So how do you put those 6 thinking hats and say that, you know what, I can do different? I think that is one thing which is again a good element for us to keep our innovations on the top.
Fair enough. And I think we're speaking about all the kind of virtual banking that we're having, virtual purchases, but at the end of the day, you have to take a physical flight. You have to get it back and have physical money. Of course, unless you're dealing with cryptocurrency, which the government won't allow. But we'll not get into that. Jayant, we'll get into the final leg of it, because challenges, I think, more or less are similar across all sectors. But I think what everybody, the major question that people have been asking, CXOs included, asking how do you get ROI from these initiatives? Because earlier also, that was a very major question. How acute is that question still? Because now I think even boardrooms are, it's a top-down kind of approach where people are seeing a lot of value in AI. So what are the kind of metrics that are there that have changed over a period of time?
In terms of metrics, I think a lot of work that earlier data scientists used to do is sort of now taken over, and sort of has been commoditized. I mean, in Bangalore, data vectorization as a service is a cottage industry, right? 3 years ago, if you ask any data scientist, he would say, I'd spend 90% of my time, just collecting, labeling data. But now all of that is being done. And in the last 2-3 years, AI has sort of also become the true deep tech industry, like electricity, wireless telecom, and maps, which stays at the back and creates a lot of value. Okay, so now the metrics have evolved, okay, in terms of true blue value creation, okay, with data thinking and AI algos, okay, not just straightforward cost savings or revenue enhancement, but innovative partnership models, not just in your value chain. Value chains are actually becoming matrix based right now, not straightforward anymore. And in the boardrooms, the decision makers are sitting and thinking that every company going forward is going to become a data company, right? I mean, they're going to generate data, use data in some or other form. How can we, create value to a player who's completely outside our ecosystem and, form innovative partnership models? These are some of the metrics, essentially, when it comes to, in terms of value creation using data and AI models is what the boardrooms are thinking these days.
Actually, this has been a very patient kind of audience, and I really appreciate it. But I would like to throw it open. I can take a couple of questions from the audience. Anybody? Yes, please. Kindly identify. Please give the gentleman the mic. Kindly identify yourself, and if it's pointed at any particular panelist, please let us know that.
Yeah, hi, Shaz this side. So basically my question is regarding the BFSI sector with Divya ma'am and Mr. Vinod. So the main question is that we know that about the AI, it is used in the different websites altogether, like in terms of chats altogether at the same time. But still, the major concern for the most people are that major chunks of people are coming to the different banks altogether. So how you can use the AI technology for betterment or giving a better experience in the offline stores altogether, in the banks?
You want to take that?
So I frankly couldn't understand the question. You're saying experience in the offline space. Is that what you're saying? Is that your question is?
Yes.
Okay, so I can give you a few examples, but these are experimental stage. These are not fully matured. One of the things we have done in some of our branches is using facial recognition. We have got, for most branches, if you'll see the current account or a business customers, they're bearers who come for them to deposit check, carry instruction.
often recognizing them is different process than recognizing a customer. That is the same person, because that's where a lot of times there is a risk. Now, we have started experimenting the facial recognition based authentication for bearers. So now if you are a customer and you say, this is my bearer, and you send us a picture, we'll be able to do match with the camera that is placed at the teller counter to see whether it's indeed the person whom it is. These are, similarly, there are experiments that's being done on the ATM video screens, just to do a customer authentication for suspicious transactions that may happen at ATM. So I think the physical space is increasingly for banks is becoming less voluminous, if you ask me, because like for us, 99% of all transactions for retail individual happens digitally. Just 1% goes to the physical world. Okay, this used to be about 5-6% earlier pre-pandemic. So it's not that earlier also it was crazy. So while I think we want to use a lot more in physical space, but the volume of data, the amount of footfall and the impact that it creates in terms of ROI, I think still there is physical space is catching up, while the virtual and digital is where we see a lot. Voice-based authentication is again something we are experimenting, both in physical as well as in the digital space. But I think it's all getting built first for digital, and then some of these are getting also ported into the front end, which is the physical space.
I think Vinod wants to add something.
Yeah,
probably I'll give you a little bit flavor of what is happening or what you can at least foresee. See, when you today, the experience you have today at the airports, because for us there are no retail stores, our physical presence is at the airports. So today you have to check in, you have to take your boarding pass, show at the security everywhere, right? And then only they will allow you to board. But what some of you might have heard that there's something called, whole Digi Yatra. So Digi Yatra is based on the biometric. So you can actually store your identity upfront. After that, your face becomes the boarding pass. And is what Deepak was trying to say, that you don't have to show boarding pass anywhere. And you can just pass on. But more importantly, the technologies which are coming up like 5G and edge computing. Today, if you have a valid PNR, you can enter the airport. But there is no background check done for the passenger today. Look at the 5G power of 5G. You go, you have a valid PNR, but if you don't have a good background check, you can be stopped from entering the airport. And all that computation can be done at the edge there at the airport. So that is what we are talking about, the experience.
Great. Jayant, I'm the shorter. Okay, you have very quick question. I just have a minute.
Let's say if someone applies for credit and your AI says that no, he is not validated. So how do you make sure that your AI model is really correct one? What if the person is eligible? What is the right person, but you, because of AI, you didn't give, how to make sure that model is really like accurate 100% and not making anyone ineligible for getting finance and so on?
So let me tell you, no model is 100% accurate. Okay. So, and we believe that's that as you start building it, it becomes better and better in accuracy. Second, you don't rely 100% always only on the credit models which are thrown by AI. Reason being simple, AI is still a black box. Okay, when you are dealing with real money, you don't deal with black box. You want to see still the rules, the logic, how it is getting fine-tuned. So while you get the first level output there, you still need to keep training and keep seeing that a human-based outcome, how different is it than an AI-based outcome? Because human-based, we know what kind of NPAs, like banks always look at, delinquencies across credit cycle. A lot of that is still subjective, especially when you talk of SME, because you need probably balance sheet, you need to know stock statements, unless you are now getting into the flow-based lending, which is happening at the back of GST data. But some of these will take time, and I think organizations are doing both process in parallel, ensuring that the training data and the data that the humans use
is throwing similar outcomes, and thereby it starts to give more confidence. For example, today, a lot of small value loans, largely because the model is highly trained and accurate, goes through an automated AI trained model. High value loans still goes through a human model. And that's how it will continue. Over a period of time, the ticket size will move. But it's a gradual movement. It's not something that it's a 0-1 game.
Great. We have actually run out of time. I mean, I think clearly you have the promise of AI. Clearly there are a lot of challenges out there, but the banking industry and at least the aviation industry, you have promised you that they are going to address it. They are addressing it. So on this good note, please give them a big hand. Thank you, gentlemen. So we now will have a very interesting short keynote by Noza Baujema, who is the Global VP, Digital Ethics and Responsible AI, IKEA Retail, the Inca Group. She's also the co-chair of the OECD .ai, Trustworthy AI Implementation. She's going to speak about AI and ethics. Noza, welcome. Can you get on the screen, please? Can you hear us, Noza?
I'm sharing slides.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Waiting that I have the feedback of the slides through Zoom. Okay, still. Is it in full screen?
No.
Okay. Okay, it is very long.
Using a Mac or something. It's okay, we can see it, no problem.
Good, good, good. Okay, nice. Yeah, so I would like to share with you a few thoughts about the trustworthy AI and the current state of play. First of all, 2 words about our company, about Inca. Inca is the largest of 12 IKEA franchisees, and it represents over 90% of total IKEA retail sales. Our business is organized through 3 pillars, working very closely. The IKEA retail, over 32 countries, 391 stores, and Inca centers through 45 shopping centers, and Inca investment, which is, for example, allow us to own TaskRabbit and also Geometric Labs as an example. Now our, do you see? Okay, it's very long. Okay. It's not reactive slides, sorry for that. So yes, our values are very people-centric, in fact, and our North Star is to create a better everyday life for the many people. And this falls into a to-do list for us, which is making IKEA affordable for the many people. This is very important. Reach and interact with many more of the many people where they are, and creating a positive impact for people, society, and the planet. And this is very important in terms of making sustainable product affordable for the many. Now, when it comes to AI technology, data, and algorithm, Data and algorithm are two sides of the same coin. Rising benefit from big data and AI technology have wide impact on our economy, but also on our social organization. Transparency and trust of such algorithmic system, meaning data and algorithm, really the two sides of the same coin. It's very important to see the duality between the two, are becoming very important competitiveness factor for data-driven economy. So the most interesting thing is to really point out that data analytics is changing from description of past to predictive and prescriptive analytics for decision support. And it is very important from the transparency point of view, for the trust, to build trust, in fact, to reduce this information asymmetry between service provider and service consumer. This is by definition the transparency, in fact, and it goes not only for B2C, but also B2B. This is important to... Do you see my other slides? No, I'm not sure. Okay, something is going wrong for the presentation. Anyway, so B2C and B2B, and in fact, B2B, it's very important to see and understand that B2B, it can have impact on business competition, but also on sovereignty. Now, algorithmic system in everyday life, in fact, we have plenty of examples where we can ask ourselves, in fact, when we have ranking mechanism, recommendation mechanism, and content selection, is for recommendation mechanism, in fact, product or service recommendation, is it most appropriate for the customer in terms of personalization, or the most appropriate for the seller? And in fact, in quite a number of businesses, and mostly in the international platforms, we have observed that there is an opacity in the use made of personal and sensitive data and how they are processed. So few examples about credit scoring, recruitment, how fair is the recruitment, how fair is the credit scoring, what about predictive justice? Is there really free business models? What's the counterpart when it's free? So what we can observe is that we are into new discrimination that have arisen in the recent years between those who know how algorithms work and who do not. And this is really an issue. So yeah, training and really the digital culture is important to balance, in fact, this discrimination. Now, for the algorithmic system bias, we have two sources of algorithmic system bias. We have two challenges. One is about data inputs to algorithm. We can have situation generating bias, for example, when we have poorly selected data, when we have incomplete, incorrect, or outdated data sets that lack disproportionality in representing certain population and diversity, but also we can have malicious attacks. And these challenges around data can really have impact, whatever the higher standards in algorithms that we are developing. If we have issues in terms of data that are the input of our algorithm, there is really, we are in a situation of trouble. But also we can have another source of bias, which is in the model itself, in the machine learning and algorithmic system. For example, poorly designed matching systems, unintentional perpetuation and promotion of historical biases, but also decision-making systems that assume correlation, imply causation, and we know, all of us, that it's not the case. Now, I mean, with all this consideration, quite a number of international efforts started in the responsible AI and the trustworthy AI landscape. And they have started mid 2018 with the high-level expert group in AI for the European Commission, who delivered the ethical guidelines for trustworthy AI. And it has been published in April 2019. And I have the privilege to co-chair this high-level expert group that have delivered these, in fact, trustworthy AI principles, but also the OECD trustworthy AI principles have been adopted in May 2019. And very recently, meaning end of last year, by November 2021, UNESCO recommendation on ethics of AI has been adopted with a very wide number of countries, more than 195 countries. So there is quite important international alignment on principles of trustworthy AI, which are very much, in fact, connected, almost aligned. In fact, about 7 pillars, meaning transparency, fairness, equity, and inclusiveness, technical robustness and safety, privacy and data governance, accountability, human dignity, and oversight, together with sustainability. So yeah, I mean, the law most of the time is behind ethics. With regards to the 7 trustworthy AI and ethical AI principles, only the privacy, in fact, principle is regulated, but the others are not yet. Meaning that, yes, so we know that there is, next steps will be to regulate the other AI ethics principle, which are not yet done today. Now, what we have, indeed, what we are, in fact, reaching today is we are moving toward risk-based AI regulation. For example, the EU AI Act, it is a European text, which is a draft regulation called the AI Act. It has been published in April 2021, and it is really a risk-based AI regulation. And it talks about conformity assessment. It talks about high risk, mid risk, in fact, with categories of risk when it comes to the impact on people's lives. And so all of these, in fact, the principles when it comes to AI ethics, the idea is to regulate them through the AI Act. Now, it is not only EU orientation, because also from the United States perspective, we have NIST, which is a National Institute of Standards and Technology, who is following the same way of thinking, meaning the and they have published and worked, in fact, at the international level on AI risk management framework, gathering a lot of international feedback on how should we deal with risk, how should we assess the risk, how should we mitigate technology risk coming from AI algorithms. So, in fact, this is the general mood. We know, in fact, that there are plenty of principles about AI ethics, but what we have observed is that there is very few operationalization of these principles. I mean, the human-centered AIs at Stanford University, by end of 2021, published the AI Index report. Sorry. We are we are almost there. Sorry. The most important thing I'm very sorry for this technical. Oh. In fact, oh, we cannot we cannot master what we cannot measure. Okay. So it is very important to put forward a framework for the measurability and for conformity assessment to allow certification and standards. And this is the effort of the OECD AI current now to in fact to provide to the international community a portal with trustworthy AI software. Examples with different categories about fairness, about biases. So in fact, there will be publicly available library about trustworthy AI software. And, and this is my last slide. The Inca approach to make it operational, the responsible and trustworthy AI, is that we really would like to make the use of data and algorithm responsible and beneficial to the many people and to the planet. And we have a roadmap with 5 pillars to establish cross-functional data lifecycle traceability and accountability. It's very important. Without trustworthy data, we cannot build trustworthy AI. Second pillar is about developing algorithmic accountability framework across domains. This is very important to be able to provide internal auditability, to provide internal accountability of our algorithm outcome. And we have made the choice to be beyond compliance, meaning that we would like all our decision-making algorithm, in fact, need to be accountable, and we need to be in situation to measure, in fact, the alignment with our values, how fair we are, what's the cost of fairness. And this is our, in fact, target in algorithmic accountability. Now, the third one is about putting people first, how to enable informed human-centric decision-making through transparency and through feedback mechanism together with the user of our digital services, meaning could be the customer, could be the co-worker, but also the third party, in fact. And one key success factor is about creating internal digital ethics culture and way of working end-to-end. This is very important, in fact, to make this change happen in a company. It is very important that there is a raise of awareness for all co-workers within the company of what is it about, how each co-worker can understand how he can contribute or she can contribute from where he or she is. So it's very important, but also at the same time, active external engagement through standards building and policies. So this is very quick, in fact, overview of today state of play. So we start from principles. We have a draft regulation, which is risk-based. And then now at the international level, NIST and OECD are working to make the measurability happen when it comes to the AI ethics principle. It is very important. In fact, we need to go beyond the goodwill. We need to make measurability. And again, we cannot master what we cannot measure. And thank you very much, and sorry for the inconvenience. If there are any questions, of course, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thanks for taking the time. I also think you're not feeling better, so we will not take more of your time. Thanks a lot for joining us today.
Thank you.
So for our next panel, we have Gautam Das. He's the editor, long story and primer for Mint. I'm going to let Gautam introduce everybody else. The panel is on unlocking Industry 4.0 and boosting manufacturing operations and improving automation.
Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have an interesting set of panelists coming up. May I invite Abhilasha Kundra from Maruti. We have rest of the panelists joining us virtually. Aarti Singh from Boeing India, Samip Mutha from RPG Group, and Marriott Patel from Gina and Company. So this session really is on Industry 4.0 and automation. We have been hearing these terms for many years now. This session is really about finding out what's happening on ground, looking at some of the use cases, what the progress some of our oldest and biggest manufacturing organizations have made in Industry 4.0. So without further delay, let me get straight to Abhilasha and talk about automation on the factory floor. So when we think of Industry 4.0, we think of the shop floor. And when we think of the shop floor, we think of robots. But the new generation of robots are a little different from what it was 10 years back. And Abhilasha is going to take us through that journey. How are the robots, Abhilasha, different now than 10 years back?
Thank you, Gautam. I think when we think of robots, typically it comes to our mind that huge machines working, like walking in the floors, doing many work. But typically in the shop floors, those are robotic arms. When you talk about robotic arms, they don't look like a humans, but they work equivalent to the humans. Typically in in current shop floors, we have almost manless shop floors, especially like weld shop, paint shops. These are working with respect to 0 manpower, almost 2 to 3 manpower, just controlling these robots. That too also just managing them with respect to that how these robots are been working, how these are doing the effectively working in the line and increasing the efficiencies. Traditionally, when we used to think that, okay, there will be some AGVs, 10 years back, we used to see some AGVs working on bringing materials to the line. But nowadays, with the robotics coming into the picture and with a lot of data getting accumulated with respect to how this will get made, the entire robotic arms have been used to do the entire manufacturing in many of the areas. I will not say they have replaced the humans. Humans are very much important in our scenarios because they take all the things to control this. So the arm from the physical, I'll say the traditional way of working has moved into the robotic arms, which is automated the entire floors.
Yes, we'll come to the people management part in a bit. But from Maruti, let's move on to Boeing, another manufacturing company and a company with an amazing complexity, because I believe they have 20,000 suppliers from across the world, and that's talking of quite a bit of complexity. Aarti, welcome. Could you take us through your automation journey? How do you really manage? How do you leverage some of this exponential technologies we have been talking about to manage this complexity?
Okay, thanks for having me over. And like as you said, imagine manufacturing a plane is no easy job. And when we would joke also, we'll say, you're not doing rocket science. Well, here we are actually doing rocket science. And, it is a very complex manufacturing environment where, if you don't digital, you cannot survive. And obviously, it is about a lot of focus on digital transformation, right on starting from the smart factory. and going on to our supply chain. So I think those are the two real key areas they are focusing on. And coming to supply chain, I think there's a lot about, we have different businesses. So we have commercial, defense, and, the services part of the business. And imagine we have different supply chain systems across the board for different businesses. Not just that, every airline platform, like the 737, 787, and the different defense platforms that are there, imagine them operating literally like a mini business. So it is very, very complex. And, the business processes are very different. So we are doing a lot of digital transformation in our supply chain. Obviously, with the products that we are using, there is a lot of automation. So a lot of bots are there. There is a lot of analytics also in supply chain. Just to give you a perspective, when our procurement agents also just want to give an order, imagine it's like a number in thousands for our procurement agents, and think millions of parts that need to be ordered. So even things like how do you prioritize, like for a human being just to go over that is too complex. So there's like analytics everywhere along the way, and we are putting more and more analytics and digital in our supply chain.
Awesome. Samit, question to you. In the pyramid of automation and the technologies that are available, what are you prioritizing for RPG Group?
Thanks for having me. You can hear me, right, Gautam?
Yes.
Okay. See, if you look at across multiple technologies, there are certain technologies from an automation point of view. There is either a digitization, there is either a mechanization, or there is a automation. These are actually three different things. But yeah, if you look at an umbrella term and automation, at the bottom of the pyramid, there is a lot of automation that results into efficiency, right? Either you're doing things faster, better, not involving human when it is unsafe or when it is repetitive. So something like a robotic process automation, I think maybe Aarti was mentioning as bots. So that RPA layer, I think doing this, a lot of this repetitive, mundane, unsafe environment jobs, which is, I would still feel that it is must necessary, but it is still very efficiency centric. But as you move up the pyramid in that value chain, if you look at every technology in the digital is actually resulting into some sort of an automation, whether, let's say, for example, we talk about a computer vision. Now, computer vision is helping in a great way to monitor certain operation, whether it is inspection, whether it is quality, whether it is observing something during the process. For example, in one of our, we manufacture gas meters. In one of our factory, we have to look at when we are testing the gas meter before we ship it, we have to test and bring the reading back to zero, right? Because it's a mechanical indexing. So we pass the air for obvious reason, not the gas. But when we have to bring it back to zero in a traditional ways, somebody has to, there are, let's say, 12 testing sessions, 12 people standing and looking at when the zero happens, and they have to cut the air supply so that we ship it. But it is very difficult to get that perfect zero. While the industry was used to stopping at 3, 4 and accepted that, but beyond certain reading, we have to do, because it's a mechanical indexing, you have to open it, readjust it, and it means testing it again because it's a very complex component with very less tolerance for any deviation. So now today what we are doing, we've just got a very high-end computer vision camera which looks at a 0, 0, 0, and at a perfect zero it cuts off the supply. Now these kind of things are a great use of automation for moving into a quality, for moving into inspection. There's another example I'll give. For example, some of the complex manufacturing operation when people are working on the machine in our rubber factory or the tire factory, for example, when people are working on the roller, they have to actually pull the rubber sheet out from the rollers. Now, if the hand goes very close to between the two rollers, we've actually put a sensor which recognizes those photosynthesis made rubber gloves, and it actually, the roller starts revolving in the opposite direction. Now that impacts the lives of the people. So, and then if you go further up, the AI/MLs are part of it. I'll just give one example. In one of our AI/ML platform, the platform actually for some of the commodities that we buy like thousands of crores of commodities, whether they're steel, rubber, aluminum, zinc. It based on the market sentiment, based on our inventory, based on who else is buying what in the market, the bot actually comes and tells you whether it's a buyer's day or a seller's day. Now that kind of an intelligent automation, it is still feeding in person. It is not directly going and buying just because the code thinks so or the bot thinks so, but it is very an intelligent automation of an intelligence which is very distributed. So if you look at on one side, you have a efficiency-driven automation. On second side, extreme, you have a very intelligent automation, which is augmenting human lives and the human decision-making itself.
Interesting. Vilasha, coming back to you and the factory floor, how do you really define a smart factory, and would you say Maruti runs smart factories in India?
Indeed, I think we run smart factory. That is the reason we produce so much of vehicle which customer want. And on road, if you see every second car we have, it's our car. So I think that is what we call it with the way we can make it with the smart factories in place. So when we talk about smart factory, it talks about few things. That is, I think, one is the customer products making for the customer. The second is connected. The second C plays a very important role. Vehicles making for the customers. It has to be connected to get all the kind of data getting collected at central place. When we talk about product data, process data, and then we talk about the machine data. When all three kind of data amalgamate together, then they produce a right kind of car which is for the customers. So that is the reason we say Maruti makes the best of cars.
Since you mentioned customer, the customer experience has changed over the last few years because of consumerization of technology, right? How is customer experience, right, shaping your automation journey?
Typically in the customer journey, there are around 26 touch points before the customer buys the car. And out of this 26 touch points, Maruti's presence is there in 21 touch points, that too digitally. So the close connect that we capture with customer in all the touch points gives us sufficient information to do more close interaction with customer and do a very good engagement and convert them to buy a Maruti vehicles.
All right. Aarti, Boeing has been a proponent of embedded analytics. Would you explain what that means and some of the use cases?
Yeah, absolutely. So basically, for us, analytics is embedded analytics. And what that really means is that we put technologies and capabilities right into all the product offerings for our customers. And just to give you some simple examples, we obviously sell the plane. And then with the plane, there is a lot of analytics that we sell with it. For example, we have like analytic solutions on flight routing. This is a real-time solution which the pilots use, okay? And there is a fuel optimization analytic solution as well. And these are all real-time. And there is another one which also gives all the weather patterns, etc., and helps you guide the route that your flight will take on in real time. So there is a lot of benefit, especially in terms of fuel, that the pilots can use. Other than that, there is a lot of analytics that is also going into our simulators. So for example, the simulators are used for, pilot training. And that is very, very successful. So that is another area. Apart from that, we also use a lot of analytics in how we use our materials like composites, things like that. And we are trying to link analytics in everything we do. So right from, say, the material to production, to our supply chain, to sales. So for example, even after we sell to our customers, what are the various kinds of parts, etc. needed. So earlier, if you look at the old world, people would collect the data, look at the data and see what they do. But now what has happened is everything happens real time. So while the plane is flying, there is a lot of information that is provided. And in real time, there's a lot of predictive analytics also going on. Also use that very successfully for maintenance, especially around in the commercial space and also in our defense space. So for example, see, every OEM gives certain specs that how you should use a particular product. Just as an example, We have some defense products which will say fly at this altitude, this is okay, this kind of temperature, things like that. But obviously different customers, the customers are across the globe and they use it in different conditions. So obviously the wear and tear, etc. would be different. And you will not follow a traditional maintenance approach. So it is all about what is really needed and do the right maintenance. So for everything that we do, you will see a lot of analytics into our products. And we are doing more and more of that just to, I think it just become a way of life and just to up the value game for what we want to bring to our customers. And a lot of that work is also happening in our center in Bangalore.
Sorry, I missed that. Center in Bangalore?
Pardon me?
I missed the last part. Which center did you mention?
So we have a Boeing Engineering and IT and Analytics Center in Bangalore. So quite a bit of that work is also happening out of our center in Bangalore.
Right. In fact, I wanted to ask you that what role is India playing? Because you're a global organization and you run operations in so many countries. What role is India playing in analytics?
Okay, so basically we have a large analytics team here and we have an advantage of the engineering team also being present with us. And we're working on, like I talked about the flight optimization, fuel saving, routing, some of these solutions. We have teams in India who are working on some of these solutions. Even we've seen, solutions which have helped us increase our revenue as well. Reduce our wastage as well. So all these solutions, we have teams in India who are contributing to the global product. There's a lot of focus within our group in IT also into becoming more like a product-centric organization and where some of these capabilities fit in.
All right. Samip, what sort of a collaboration do you have to run to be able to do your optimization, automation journey?
So when you say collaboration, these are external collaboration you mean to say? Or?
Yes. Do you collaborate with startups, for instance?
I think this, obviously, I think in quite a few areas, but I think there are typically when you say collaboration, in digital, it is collaboration of multiple things. One is a stakeholder that you spoke about, largely because you will have whether you're working with the large consulting firms to conceptualize the solution, to an SI for integration of solution, to possibly a small startup which is giving a niche solution. Now the challenge is integration all of that, and that's where the success of digital lies, because you might have multiple IT systems, multiple solutions which are coming from either niche companies or your partner or your homegrown solution, and time them all together, because I think the true value of digital is a lot of times is integration. Even in the manufacturing, if you see, traditionally manufacturing was what was under the shade, right? Now when we are looking at manufacturing post-pandemic, if you look at, there is a lot of need on integrated view of a supply chain. It is actually going from incoming to the shade, which is manufacturing, to outgoing. We want to see the entire sensitivity analysis, saying that if there is an impact on my source because of certain factors, COVID, non-COVID, any future natural calamities, what will happen to my manufacturing? What will happen to my fulfillment engine? So this definition of what we want to see in an integrated world is actually changing. And because of that, this collaboration is not just about startups or the different entities. There's a lot of collaboration need on the software and the data side, and that is where the real challenge happens when it comes to adoption and the successful implementation of digital technologies.
Got that. You mentioned challenges. I'll come to that, but before that, I will ask Abhilasha on some of the challenges in your automation journeys, particularly when it comes to change management.
It's a very interesting point that challenges, typically automation gives lots of insecurity in the human that their job will be lost. I think it's our prime responsibility to give the comfort to the individual, specifically when we are talking about the shop floors. The adoption will happen only when we say that, okay, their job will not be lost. It is only assisting them to do a better efficiency. So the first and foremost challenge is about the giving a comfort to the individual workmen to give that this is assisting them, this will increase their efficiencies, their jobs will not be lost. So I think that is one core thing that we have to bring as a change management challenge to it. The second part is, this will also help in adoption of the technology better. Otherwise, whatever technology you will do, it will not be adopted in the world. The second point is also how to consume this technology. So whatever automations you do, whatever the AI piece we do, the only things it will be done, only acceptance it will be done once it is, the people know how to consume it. So they can give some prediction, but how to consume those predictions also is a very important skill. The third challenge is obviously from the skill perspective, again to get the right skill, analytical skill, techno-functional skills. When we talk about right mix of, I'll say functional skills, which can do right kind of functional knowledge, which can get built in with the statistical knowledge to get the right predictions. So when we talk about predictions, like I'll just take some example with respect to machine predictions. If the current is there, we get the current parameters, we get the torque parameters, we get the displacement parameters. How these three parameters together will be able to predict the machine failure. So for this kind of skills, we need two kind of skills. One is the functional skills, how this all parameters can be correlated together, and second is the IT skills, whether how to use this IT skill and functional skills to give the right kind of prediction. So all the two things to work together to give the right point. So as of now, industry is maturing, no doubt. We are getting a lot of startups and the companies to work on this. So we are looking forward, and then these kind of challenges will be overcome.
Abhilasha, the insecurity that you mentioned, is it more more around the blue collar worker, or even the white collar workforce has insecurities because of adoption of new technology?
True sense, both have this kind of insecurity, because older organization or the legacy that we carry creates that, okay, in case I'm doing this work for day in and day out, in case the automation comes, whether my job will go off. So I think the reskilling plays a very important role over here, how to reskill that individual so that RPAs or these kind of thing will not remove the humans from the system.
Samip, your group is a very old group too, right? It's probably 200 years old. Have you faced insecurities amongst the workforce, and how have you addressed that?
No, I think in our case, I think challenges have been really less on the people side. And I think simple reason, I've seen a lot of digital technologies are actually making lives of the people better, and they'll make it better and better. And especially it is making lives of the people better, which are at the front line, which are at the site, right? Because it is becoming more safer. I'll give you an example. When we put a sensor, one of our large construction company, KC, we do this large railway line construction, civil construction, etc. When the railway is coming at a distance of 1 kilometer or something, there's a sensor which actually senses that, and it buzzes the alarm few meters, and people can leave the track and make it clear, right? In the old traditional ways, it's like few people at certain distance using the traditional mic or something, hoot or something to tell each other. And it's really very difficult for people. So now people know that they're in an extremely safe environment, or somebody was to go up and down the tower, which is 50 meters, for testing it. We can use the drone images for testing the tower. So I think there are a lot of such areas where I think we've seen that typically in an Indian labor environment, the life because of the digital will become easy and much more safer. So I think it's a welcome change. The one thing, what will happen is, let's say, for example, people who are doing some of the mechanical work actually, or the actual operation, which is getting done through combination of a digital technology, you'll have to train them to monitor it on an app. You'll have to train them to use some of the functionalities either on the portal or an app. So you'll have to use them, you'll have to train them to use the technology. It's not that the job is not going away. Of course, today what happens is that, let's say in my previous example, I gave you an example of the gas meter and 12 people monitoring it. We are deploying those people somewhere else. So maybe the approach of an RPG has always been not reducing the people, but enabling people. What will happen is for the kind of work for which we hired, let's say 10 people earlier, in the new, maybe 2 years down the line, we may not hire those many people. But the current workforce, I don't think there is an insecurity, because either we are putting them onto a different role or we are training them on how to be using digital. But end of the day, because their lives are becoming much better and safer, or like an RP example, for example, a robotic process automation does a lot of automation of simple GST compliance, simple exim report filing, management dashboard. It is all done automated, right? You go home, run the robot. By the time you come in the morning, you have all the GSTs which are run, the report which is generated, PowerPoint is ready and sent out an email. Now, the same job people would be doing at the quarter end after 5 o'clock, extra hours sitting over the weekend just because it's end of the quarter. Now, if that lives of people are becoming easier and simpler, I think it's a welcome change that people see.
Arti, what are the typical challenges you have faced in Boeing's automation journey, particularly from an India perspective?
Okay, so I think, see, from an India standpoint, our center is pretty new. So, using automation, using analytics, I think the crowd is, I mean, it's in the DNA. Let me give you that perspective. But, every change, there are challenges associated with every change. So, what everybody talked about, kind of agree with both of them. And if I talk to you a little bit about Boeing's journey, I'll give you a simple example. You have the tail fin of the aircraft, right? Just painting it was a very big task. Recently, we kind of automated that, okay, in the factory. And the time that now it takes has come down by more than 50%, as you can imagine. Okay, so even on the factory floor, there's so much automation that people are seeing the benefits. There is no resistance. People are welcoming that. But the challenge we have in Boeing is, especially if I talk from an India perspective, is, the business that we are in is really about classified information, especially in the defense space, where it is, export controlled. There are certificates needed, because people here are Indian citizens, not US citizens. We are obviously not in the US. So a lot of access restrictions and things like that are there. So to be able to bring about all the benefits, we are working to say, the whole IT systems were made for people in the US to work on, okay? It was never imagined that in the early days that Boeing would become such a global company where you would have so many people outside of the US. So for us to do so much of this from an India perspective, I think our biggest challenge is classified data and how do you work around some of that. Regarding automation, analytics, etc., all of that, that is not the challenge. The challenge is more around the policies, the governance, around those areas. And we are definitely trying to drive the change that, when there is so much work happening here outside the US, how do we make the systems more amiable where it is easy for folks across the globe to work on?
Got that. I will open it up for the audience if there are any questions for the panelists on Industry 4.0, robots, new age robots, cobots. Leslie, you have a question? All right. Yes, sir. Can we have a mic there? Just shout it out, yes.
Industry 4 has a capital investment which is there. So what is your maybe take on what should be the model which government should follow for implementation of lean in MSMEs? Industry 4.0 in MSMEs.
I think lean principles are very much important. I think that is what we adopt in that, in all the manufacturing sectors. And lean will play anyway a very, very important role in taking it forward. In Industry 4.0, lots of data and connected will help us in together taking the lean principle with a connected, how to take this together in the policies. So we would expect government to put a lot of policies with respect to how the connected and lean can go together.
For the Industry 4.0 model, let us say, because it is capital intensive, so how would you foresee that it becomes less capital intensive from the government's point of view?
Lots of SaaS services are also being introduced. So that will give us at least converting lots of CAPEX kind of a thing into the OPEX areas. So that will help us in at least converting those.
Thank you.
Yeah, you could also look at the Bosch model on how they went about Industry 4.2. It's a good model. We can talk offline on that. I think we are out of time. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, panelists, for a very insightful session. Thank you.
Thank you, Gautam. Thanks for having us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gautam. Thank you, all the panelists. Thanks. I think we have an information, a factoid that we want to play. Actually, we have had some very intense sessions, and I know that you all have been a very patient kind of audience and a very engaging audience. So I have some questions for you all. As usual, I'm going to give you those 5 options. So no prizes for guessing, and please don't do a Google search. And those with AI PhDs, I can see some of them over here. You all are not allowed to, I can identify you all. You all are not supposed to reply. Anyway, that was just in jest. Which was the first AI program to pass the Turing test? I'm going to give you 5 options. Imogen, Donna, Eugene, Watson, Siri. Anybody? I'm going to repeat it. Oh, I can see a hand up. Wow. Eugene, excellent. Please give a round of applause. Okay. A simpler one probably. Which AI system beat Garry Kasparov at chess? Jetson, Watson, Deep Purple, Deep Blue, Cortana. I guess we all are, we clearly know what Deep Blue is. Okay. This might be a little interesting. Which company lost control of its AI bots and they started talking to each other in a language that was probably unfathomable or gibberish? Oh, I already see your hands up without the options. Excellent, sir. I don't have a prize for you, unfortunately. I would have gladly given it to you. Facebook is the answer. And my last question for now, who coined the term metaverse? Steven Spielberg, H.G. Wells, Walt Disney, Neil Stephenson, or Mark Zuckerberg? Which one? Mark Zuckerberg, okay. Anybody else? I'll repeat the options. Steven Spielberg, H.G. Wells, Walt Disney, Neil Stephenson, Mark Zuckerberg. The gentleman here says Mark Zuckerberg. Beg your pardon? I can't hear you, sir. Walt Disney.
How many of you have heard of that book called Snow Crash? Okay, it was Neil Stevenson. So, no prizes. Okay, so now we'll get back to we've had a little, on a lighter note, we had this quiz just to understand where we stand. So, let's have a kind of a fireside chat on AI and healthcare, for which I would like to call on stage Gulzar Azad, who's the entrepreneur in residence Google, and Dr. Neeraj Mittal, who's the Principal Secretary to Government IT Department, Government of Tamil Nadu. He's joining us virtually. Is Dr. Mittal online? Dr. Mittal, can you hear us? Just waiting for him to connect, please. So, okay, Gulzar, let's start with you. I think Dr. Mittal will join us anyway. We have been talking about AI healthcare. We had a very interesting session. Dr. R.S. Sharma also was here. He gave us quite an insight. And over a period of time, I think whenever we're talking about AI and healthcare, this is one of the areas because it involves our bodies, it involves patients, it involves electronic medical records, it involves a host of other things that are very connected. And people are really concerned whether AI can do a good job or as good a job as healthcare. So now, since you have done a lot of work and you understand the kind of what's happening in the global center and what's happening in a country like India, could you give us a very quick perspective on where exactly is AI? Whether it's as I think we were just discussing earlier, it's probably a little premature to just talk about AI and talk earlier a little more about the building blocks of AI and then get to AI. So your thoughts, please. Yes, please.
Thanks, Leslie. Can you hear me? Okay, good. No, thanks, first of all, for inviting me here and giving this opportunity to talk about something very exciting. And a new domain, a new horizon is developing up. Speaking on the AI and AI in healthcare, I just wanted to make this one point on what is the need of AI in healthcare, right? What's the promise of AI in healthcare? Why do we even need AI? I mean, like, healthcare is obviously a subject in a domain which is hundreds of years old, even in its kind of modern historical practices. And is there really a role for AI to play in healthcare? And is that really evident? So the first thing is healthcare and the things that we see in it deals with lots of complexity of data, and it has large data sets. So whenever we encounter that scenario. The second is we also have the situation of inconsistency. We have this problem of inaccessibility and affordability, and distribution of specialists, so lack of specialists. And I think that's very evident, obviously, in developing worlds, very evident in India. And these are the problems in medicine. When you have these problems, then machine learning and AI becomes really relevant. And one such example on the global scale to give you is, let's talk about like lung cancer. Now lung cancer is very interesting because obviously it forms one of the large reasons of deaths. It's up till now, it was one of the topmost cancers in the world. It results in about 1.8 million deaths across the world. And it's not detected early on. In lung cancer, it's evident that less than 80% of the people, there is no detection for lung cancer at the early stages for 80% of the people worldwide, and in India it's perhaps even more, that number is more. Now, it's also known that there could be a 20 to 40% reduction in mortality if it was detected early. You could detect lung cancer early, you could do a low-dose CT scan to do that. But then CT scans are very hard to do. And especially if you did a low-dose CT scan in the early stages, it's a very, very subtle thing to discover lung cancer, and you would have lots of false positives and false negatives. We at Google Health recently published in Nature Medicine, our research which establishes the fact that you could develop a state-of-the-art model for analyzing CT scans and detecting lung malignancies, and that could reduce absolute number of false positives and false negatives. And we could do that because we took a lot of data sets that came from the National Cancer Institute in the US and Northwestern University in the US. And using that, we developed our own labeling information and were able to do that. Now, there are lots of such progresses happening. So the question is, as AI in healthcare develops, one of the things to think about is there an opportunity for India? And what is that opportunity? And India's opportunity really lies in being, I believe, in being a nurturing ground for the intersection of healthcare and technologies and deep technologies. And towards that intersection, the most important thing is to have the building blocks. And if you think about building blocks, where is the opportunity for building blocks? One such opportunity of building blocks is in the states of India, because health is a state subject. And state is the primary care provider, is the public health sector primary care provider, and the largest one, owning district hospitals, owning state hospitals, and also primary care centers. If you could imagine a future in which we could have a mobile-first AI-accelerated front end, the mobile application in the hands of frontline health workers, that digitization of primary care could serve as a building block on top of which connections would get established then to hospitals and doctors, and a lot of AI models could be built on it. This one such thing is being done in Tamil Nadu since Dr. Neeraj is here,
right.
And Population Health Registry
Exactly.
is a project that they are doing, and which is very, very interesting and absolutely inspiring work that they are doing.
Yeah, so we can see Mr. Mittal has already joined us. So welcome, Mr. Mittal. And I think Gulzar clearly just rightly pointed out, and we all know that health is a state subject. So now in this particular point, I know that the Tamil Nadu government has been doing a lot of initiatives with emerging technologies. Have we lost him?
No, so, I'm here. I'm here. I'm actually on the road, so I just switched off my video to preserve bandwidth.
Okay, okay, you can do that. You can do that. So basically, I think the Tamil Nadu government has been doing a lot of work as far as emerging technologies and AI is concerned. So could you give us a few examples of where these technologies are being used and how it is, what is the kind of promise of AI in the healthcare sector?
Thanks, Leslie. Hi, Gulzar. Thanks for have me over with you guys. See, the Tamil Nadu government is doing a lot of work using AI for health. I mean, improving access, improving diagnostics, improving possibly data integration across platforms. I think the promise of AI really lies in reducing the administrative burden of clinical documentation, right? I mean, we all know that if we have the models which can actually take out the burden of doctors in writing notes and converting them into a readable language, we could increase our throughputs very, very multifold. The other reasons why we can use is to extract information on patients automatically, right? If there is old data which is 10 years old, you could do better diagnosis if you had access to that. So AI can actually help and export patient data which has been taken in traditional forms with minimal error. Another area where I think AI really holds promises in helping clinical decision making, right? I mean, it has risks, but I think it has tremendous promise to predict high risk conditions, enable more personalized care. And these are very important in India because if we can automate some of these things, the patient to doctor ratio, which is abysmal, can really go up.
Thank you, Dr. Mittal. But I think you clearly enumerated some of the examples as far as the promise of AI is concerned. But my question to both you and Gulzar is, as we see the promise of AI, there are also a little concerned areas around it. For instance, let me just ask a show of hands in the audience. How many of you in this audience would trust an AI doctor? I see one hand up. Only one? Okay, how many in this audience won't trust an AI doctor? Okay, I think, yeah, but so he switched on his video to see. So I think many people are undecided in this area. So I don't think they know whether they're going to trust an AI doctor or not trust an AI doctor. Dr. Mittal, my question to you and then later to Gulzar is, what is being done to build trust in these AI systems?
You see, I think the fundamental question whether you can trust an AI doctor or not, you see, there are a lot of WhatsApp doctors these days, right? I mean, we have been treating ourselves with WhatsApp universities. Many of us go on, Google websites and try to say, okay, I've got this thing, what medicine should I take? So a lot of things are already happening. I think, especially during COVID times, I think we have become used to using electronic data and, kind of self-diagnosing a lot of things. And this is essentially the promise of AI as well, right? I mean, it can definitely give better results than what we are doing today. And as the models improve, as the data which we use to train these models, and that's the risk, right? I mean, one of the risks is you use US data to train an Indian algorithm to detect, say, tuberculosis, right? I mean, tuberculosis is hardly there in the US, but it is prevalent in India. Now, that's why you have to be very careful about the data you use. Can you trust autonomous decision making, right? Can you trust robots to do surgeries? I mean, I know in many hospitals here, people have started using surgeries using robots, and they claim that the accuracies are really, really high. One of the risks which I also see is that we all feel, and it is happening in many places, that insurance companies could use this data to predict risks for individuals, and it could deny insurance to people who are really high risk. It is already happening in the US, and so therefore I think there are many risks there, and I think there has to be a regulatory regime. There has to be, for example, something called algorithmic accountability. Suppose companies are required to actually test their algorithms every now and then against data and make sure that they fit. So these are the kind of things we need to do to increase the trust.
Yeah, I think very valid points. Responsible AI, explainable AI, and Gulzar, you may want to add some few points.
Yeah, no, I think this is a very interesting question, trust. I think in the AI domain, whether it's healthcare or medicine, technology first has to solve for trust. And the question is, how do you solve it? I think you have to realize one thing about AI, whether there is an AI doctor or not. I don't think so there is one, thankfully. Is that AI is an amplifier. It's not an end solution. So it amplifies what you feed into it. So whatever data that we feed into AI is going to get amplified. So if it's biased data, is going to get amplified. If it's error prone, if it's only relevant for white-skinned people, or if it's only relevant for very highly affluent people, then it will get amplified. So one of the important things, and this is where India's leapfrog opportunity is, that healthcare, unlike the West, unlike the US, and unlike the developed economies, we have the opportunity to not develop digital healthcare in silos. Digital healthcare in the US today is advanced, is pretty advanced. I mean, a doctor on an average spends 6 hours on EMR, by the way, in the US, when we can't afford that. But it's very siloed. We have the opportunity to develop it in a way which is standard, which is interoperable, which talks to each other. And this is what I was hearing R.S. Sharma talk about today, is how we could apply the thinking of UPI, though it's very complicated. Health is much more complicated. It can't be simply thought of just as unified payment interface. The unified health interface is multidimensional, is very complex in its terms of the domains that it has to deal with, the providers that it has to deal with. But therein lies our opportunity. If you want to build for trust, then you have to get the right data set in, and you have to build the right building blocks, and those have to be built across the population, which is why I was indicating earlier that it's no more a subject of public health or individual health. It's a subject of population health. And I think India has this opportunity to recognize that it's not individual, it's not public, it's population health. And how do you do that?
So clearly India has a lot of opportunity. There are states like Tamil Nadu, etc., that are doing a lot of work, but except that we also have to build trust. The frameworks have to be there. The building blocks are already there. I can take a quick question from the audience, either addressed to Dr. Mittal or to Gulzar. Anybody on AI and healthcare? Yes, please. Can we get a mic over here, gentlemen? Please. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say that you asked a question about the getting treatment from the AI. And I think it will be a best approach, but in the beginning, it has to be...
So 1 second. Is there a question?
Yeah, so the question is that when the day is going to come? Because currently, we are just thinking of AI, a lot of discussion, when we can get the medical treatment from AI.
Anybody? Dr. Mittal, Gulzar, anybody?
Dr. Mittal?
Gulzar, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I think this is staged. Any technology for it to realize its full potential at stage. AI today, the biggest moonshot for AI, I would say, is to increase the human competency itself. Healthcare is far too complicated for us to immediately imagine a future. I mean, if you were writing science fiction, you can write whatever you want. But if you've been realistic about it, we are very far from that stage. But what we really have in front of us is assistance. How do you increase human consistency? How do you increase human competency? And you could do that by screening. You could do that by monitoring. A lot of that is happening on the horizon. The active sensors that are around us and the passive sensors that are around us and the data that is being read from it and the intelligence that is being put in the sensors is taking care of our well-being already. The fact that there is a screening algorithm happening on CT scans, there's a huge lack of radiologists across the world and more so in India as well. Today, one probably would not know, but the reality is that if you had CT scan done because of COVID, probably an AI algorithm is reading your CT scan and helping the radiologist do the detection early on.
I mean, basically a lot of work is being done, but you cannot put a date on it. So I think that's in short. Last question, please.
Yes, Mr. Azad.
Sir. Okay. Okay, please. One of you go ahead. I won't be able to take one.
Everybody knows that the doctors in our country is heavily skewed based on the number of population addressed. So like when can one say that the data is good enough for the AI doctor to become reliable so that anybody can say that if I'm ill, I can choose an AI doctor? At what point of time?
I think you're again doing the same thing. You're asking for certainty out here.
No, I'm saying when one can say that the data is good enough for the AI to become mature.
Doctor?
Let me respond to this question from a public policy perspective. You see, there will never be a point where you can say with certainty that AI will take over completely. Even doctors make mistakes today, right? You do get cases where doctors have made mistakes. I think you can reduce some of their mistakes, but I think AI will always make some mistakes which normal doctors may not make. And I think that to reduce that gap, it'll take a significantly long amount of time and lot of iterations.
Okay, folks, Dr. Mittal had a hard stop, and I think we have also run out of time. So thank you, Dr. Mittal. Thank you, Gulzar, for a lovely chat.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. We are now getting to the second last session of the day, which is the CEO panel. Now, that's going to be very interesting. And then we have Pranav Mistry for the closing keynote, after which, of course, I will invite all of you all to join us for cocktails and dinner. But there have been a very lovely audience. So again, I am going to give you some questions. Are you all game for it? Yes? No? Do you want a question? Lovely. So what does quantum computing use? I'm going to give you 5 options as usual. Tidbits, bits, popcorns, bitwits, or qubits? Thank you.
Qubits.
Okay. Let's see how many movie buffs do we have in this audience, or sci-fi movie buffs. In which movies did you see AI systems, Friday and Jarvis, both together? Hear the question carefully. In which movies did you see the AI systems, Friday and Jarvis, together? iRobot,
Universal Soldier, Surrogates, Bicentennial Man, or Avengers? Beg your pardon? Avengers? Okay, I heard Avengers, I heard Surrogates. What's the verdict? Okay, the answer is Avengers. So please give him a round of applause. And now I would like to, we are going to have a very interesting topic, which is what does India have to do to become an AI superpower? We have been talking about AI throughout the day. So let's understand what is required to become a superpower. For that, I would like to call on stage Dr. Ajay Chaudhary, Chairman, EPIC Foundation, Founder, HCL, and Chairman of the Electronic Sector Council of India. Please give him a big hand. Nitin Chugh, the Deputy Managing Director and Head of Digital Banking, State Bank of India. Dilip Kumar Khandelwal, Global Head of Technology Centers, Deutsche Bank Group. I think Dr. Geeta Manjunath, Founder and CEO of Niramai Health Analytics, is joining us virtually. And to moderate this event, I'm going to call on stage Editor-in-Chief of Mint, Shrutajit KK. Please give them a big hand. SK, the stage is all yours.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Leslie. Leslie, how do we make sure Dr. Gopinath, oh, well, yeah, okay. Sorry, Dr. Manjunath is, yes, perfect. Hello, ma'am. Are you able to hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me right?
Yes, clearly, very clearly, very well. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Good evening, everyone. Such a delight to be able to host this event on a very special and important topic. And for me personally, talking about technology is one thing, but experiencing it is always where the thrill of it lies. And those of you who haven't already, I would request you to experience some of the VR experiences that we have curated in the room next door. Truly thrilling. Some of the applications that people are building on these new generation of technologies is truly astounding. Quite amazing experiences. Equally delighted to have a stellar panel this evening to discuss AI applications, and more specifically, given the depth of experience on this panel, what can India do to become an AI superpower? The first round, I'm going to, I'm going to go in circles with the panel first. I want to first ask the panel about how do we evolve a common understanding of what AI is. And therefore, I'm going to ask all of them, folks with deep understanding of the subject, what does AI mean for them? And I want to start with Dr. Manjunath.
Sure. And first of all, it's great to be on this platform. I'm very sorry I have to do it remotely. Thank you so much for inviting. There are definitely multiple definitions of AI, and many times machine learning and AI are used very, very synonymously. For me, AI is when you use historic data to make decisions. You try to build mathematical models which try to kind of mimic commonly made decisions or usually made decisions by experts as well. So yeah, when machines are trying to make decisions using data that have been created by experts, humans before, that becomes an AI system.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Dilip?
I think very similar to what Nirmala was saying. It's about you generate tons and tons of data. You need to have the data which is rightly put on a platform where, based on your need, you can analyze and make a right inference out of it to the use case or the model which you're trying to create. So it's all about getting the data one place, analyzing it analytically because of whatever you require on a use case. You just make a right inference out of it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chaudhary, can we hear your views on this?
Well, I sort of started associating with AI maybe 30, 40 years ago, because among the panel, I'm the oldest. And I started my company in 1976, so pretty ancient. But interestingly, AI has evolved from there. And those days, when I look back at AI, what was AI doing? AI was initially pretty much used for pattern recognition. Okay, so that is what the initial people who started working with AI used to do. And there are many people who made predictions based on that from those days. And one of the people that I have followed over the years is Ray Kurzweil. And Ray has been a futurologist, and he has always talked about AI in many, many ways. And his seminal work was a book called The Singularity is Near. And I'm sure some of you may have heard or read about it. And what interests me about AI and this whole issue of singularity is that when is AI going to replace human beings? And I think that is something that really interests me about AI. And some people say it'll take another 40 years. And some people say it may be earlier. Ray Kurzweil predicted 2045. I think it's not going to happen. Probably it'll take a little more time. But his whole concept of singularity was very amazing. And therefore, I associate AI with something that will overtake human intelligence and in a manner replace human intelligence at one time, but not human emotion.
Absolutely. I thought we were going to get to these themes a little later in the discussion, but wonderful that you have plunged head on. But let me ask you this, Mr. Chaudhary. So singularity is defined as the point at which machine intelligence gets smarter than human intelligence. Is that scary to you? Because after that, it's sort of runaway intelligence, right? Or is it not?
You're absolutely right. It is a bit scary because I think the whole idea of autonomous is connected with scariness. So you look at autonomous operating systems and a whole bunch of stuff that happens on a spacecraft, and all spacecraft today have autonomous operating systems. And somebody goes rogue, you don't know. So those kind of things are what are very scary, and I think it's going to be quite important for humankind to start to look at those issues and try and solve them before they happen.
I want to come back to you and talk more about singularity and and this is the wonderful thing about talking about technology, right? Like the futuristic stuff, what we hope to see ahead is so exciting. But Nitin, let me ask you to give your thoughts on the first round of question.
So I'll take a more journey-led view on this whole subject. I think AI is progressively moving from being an assistive technology, where it is helping us with some actions, some decisions. It's currently in the domain of decision science, broadly. There are obviously applications where AI is already augmenting our capabilities, but I think that's the next logical stage. And the last phase is the autonomous, where you leave it alone and let it take its own decisions and let it evolve. Yes, there are applications of autonomous also, whether it's a spacecraft or a autopilot in an aircraft, or if nothing else, the autonomous vehicles. But I think for most common people, we are still in the phase where AI is being used as an assistive technology, where it is helping us in completing some tasks. And progressively, we will move towards augmenting and then towards autonomous. And to me, I think it seems that we should not rush that. We should let it evolve. We should move progressively, just so that we are also prepared in all manners to handle the outcomes and the not so good implications also that may come out of a technology like that. Yeah.
No, wonderful to get a round of perspective on what the panelists feel. AI means for them. I think helps in evolving a more common and widely accepted understanding of it. Now I want to talk about, I suppose, what is a little bit more real and more clearly understandable, which is applications of AI. Then I want to talk about what such applications could be helpful in a large country like India, what kind of large socioeconomic problems could it solve beyond, applications that are relevant to, say, folks at the top of the pyramid? So in this round, I want to ask our panelists about what are the AI applications that they've been impressed by, inspired by, or they have felt that, man, this really could be something, especially in the Indian context. Dr. Manjunath, can we start with you?
Sure. I think one which has helped me as a user, I guess, is the Olas and the Ubers of the world, especially to go maze through the traffic and ensuring which is the shortest path, because you have the data, but like from top, like you're trying to see how the traffic is. I think that's something that's live and already happening, and which is, I think, saved many people's time and energy in reality, right? So that's one thing that's really made it happen, I feel. But as many people know, like, in the last at least a decade or so, I've been spending time on using AI for healthcare, which I feel is a huge opportunity or an application domain where AI can make a huge impact, particularly for countries like India, where I believe, just like we talk about digital divide, there is a healthcare divide between the urban ecosystem and the rural ecosystem in terms of healthcare infrastructure, the kind of expertise that's available, kind of economic, sort of paying capability, and so on and so forth. So here, I strongly believe that AI can be a boon to both the urban and the rural ecosystem, and kind of bridge the gap, be the gap, bridging the gap. So for example, in the urban ecosystem, we have expert doctors who are flocked with, patients. I just, I'm not there in Delhi because I'm in Mumbai. I spent like half of the day at Tata Memorial Hospital seeing so many cancer patients for one doctor, right? They're sitting all over. And this is how it is happening. There is a few number of experts who are flocked with patients coming from all over the country. And of course, we know how the rural healthcare ecosystem is, and COVID was an example, especially the second wave was an example of how we figured out, the gaps essentially. And we also saw so many people waiting for a ICU bed or even oxygen concentrator and so on and so forth. So with AI being a helping tool to a doctor in the urban ecosystem, I think it can save a lot of time of the expert doctor by doing two things. One is mundane analysis can be offloaded to this assistant, and only short important time can be just devoted from the doctor to make the final decisions. So that sort of, it saves a lot of time and improves productivity and gives them some, real time to spend with family and have coffee. Like I've seen the doctors be really stressed out. On the rural side, definitely we can't get all the hospitals to the rural areas. So there, the AI tool can really help and become and make these health workers slightly more smarter, right? It's almost like AI robots, but the health worker mediated instruments can actually pick up people who need to be brought to the hospital for further treatment. It's almost like treatment at the right time, right? Particularly triaging systems for different healthcare or diseases, essentially. Trying to figure out the red, yellow, green, as we try to do for breast cancer, Miramai, we see that this is really possible. A fully automated system mediated with trained health workers to pick people who need to be brought to the hospital. You can't bring thousands of people to the hospital for doing, say, cancer screening, but you can pick those 70, 75, 80 people to the hospital and then give them the early intervention that can save lives, improve the economy, because treatment costs reduce with early detection. And of course, the life becomes much more normal if actually treated much earlier. So I think this healthcare, robots and AI-based systems, I think is definitely a place where I would bet all my whatever money and time on.
Thanks a lot. Very interestingly put. Dilip, favorite AI applications?
I think, before going, I think, I come from I've always built products, you know. I always take this example because I think, and when we used to build this product, right, earlier we used to be very happy when you release a product itself to the customers. And then over a period of time you realize that this is not what customer wants. You just ship the product, but their requirements are completely different. So you start evolving then from product, and rather than telling, okay, we'll sell you solutions. Then you say you start bundling a couple of things together and you start delivering solutions. And now what is happening is you're moving more and more towards not building product or building solutions, rather you look at the end user or the consumer, what do you want, and start delivering more an outcome-based thing that he requires. So you start to see more and more people asking for an outcome-based stuff. And the reason why this is happening is it's related to AI. Why? Because you see that the technology allows you, with the deep penetrations and the chips and all those things becoming cheaper and all those things, that people would like that value to be instant, the value to be which is individualistic to me. So what I mean by that is, I think when you talk about AI, in a sense, large things, it will have an impact on each and every details of what you do. Now the question is, what do you like? What do you do now? I am a movie buff, example. So I like going to movies. Now the question is, when I go to a movie, do I pay upfront 500,000 bucks, then go to a movie, and then I say, okay, I don't like the movie, and come out of it? Or the other choice is, I don't pay money, I go inside, I look at the movie, and I pay for how many happiness moments which came in the 3 months, and based on this I pay. Now, I just give you an example of instance value, instant benefit. It's all possible because you have this data available, you can influence out of it and get in things out of it. So what I mean to tell is, I think it will influence everything on all angles. And now to go for, I just give an example in the movie world, but if you really look into, let's say, in agriculture side, very, very simple. There are tractors on the field. And there are tons and tons of farmers and who are doing farming and all those things. The best example would be if the farming and the farmers would know when it will break. It's predictive. So it will come to know before in next 2 days it will break. It rather fixes the stuff. So you start to see the stuff. Maybe it helps him in reduction of the output and all those things. So I think there are tons and tons of examples like this. I mean, for me, if it can impact largely on the healthcare and the agriculture, and that's what we start seeing in this country like India, that will be massive.
No, weather reminds me of one of my personal favorite AI applications that I heard about a few years ago, which was told to me by an IBM executive. It relates to a work they did for a French bakery, a very small French bakery, and whose sale of croissants depended on the climate. So when it was colder outside, they would sell more croissants. So they used to do predictive, they connected weather, they connected, the activity on the street the previous evening, a bunch of different factors. And they could predict the croissant sales, which helped the bakery plan a lot better and, achieve, a very small example, but, shows how nicely it can connect, like you were saying, if you connect a lot of different data points into an intelligent system. It can, give you...
I think one of the other example which was very interesting, and it's a proven example working very well, it's in Australia, this was there, where you typically come out of the railway station and you normally take a coffee and then you go to office. It's very, very common, right? In the Western world. And this is proven. You just go... Sorry, you should... Go to the visitors and you see this lot of passengers coming in, go doing coffee machines. They take their coffee with their patterns. They select, I require 2 scoops of milk and sugar. I don't require whatever it is. And then after some time, you realize that the machine itself, looking at the
the pattern and the person comes in, automatically give the coffee itself. So it will change your life in all angles. It just predicts, and because of the data it generates and all those things. So like an example when I talk about movie, but also on coffees and everything. So it will change a lot of bit on all angles if it uses. But it is all about data. I mean, as I said to you before, it's garbage in, garbage out. If your data is not correct, I think you have an issue.
Mr. Chaudhary?
To me, the simplest example of AI is to replace boring, repetitive work. And a lot of people do that all the time. So if you can actually replace that, it makes life much easier. And also increases efficiency and productivity. And that then sort of you try and connect to anything, whether it's about programming or you try and connect to manufacturing, you will see that there will be a clear benefit of using AI. And as he talked about the whole issue of predictability, that's also something that AI sort of becomes your friend and helper at that stage. And this friend and helper is going to ensure that your manufacturing, if you're in a manufacturing business, your manufacturing runs unhindered because it is going to predict when your machines will fail. It is also going to ensure that your downtime becomes pretty much zero, and therefore your efficiency and productivity increases. So it is fundamentally a terrific aid to any human being. And as I said, it will replace all the boring and repetitive jobs. But we don't really want to replace humans, do we?
Sorry, we don't want to replace humans?
Do we really want to replace humans, do we?
Yeah,
No.
also I'm interested in knowing, because you said it makes our life easier. It also will cause, I mean, a lot of repetitive jobs do help pay the bills, right? And like industrial automation caused the loss of a lot of manufacturing jobs, there will be a lot of displacement when a lot of, if accountants, if, any number of jobs where, any number of tasks which currently create a lot of jobs, if they're all replaced by AI, how should society deal with that?
That's why I asked that question. I thought I'll leave it to him to answer. But it is going to happen. But, more jobs will come around, the way I look at it, because somebody has to sit down and work behind the AI also. And therefore, we need, your first question was, how do we become a superpower? I mean, that superpower business needs to be thought through. Yes. And we need to create those people. And I think I leave it to him to take it forward.
Maybe one comment, because I think even if it replaces human, there would be people who will be required to have a better world. So there will be other jobs which will be created, which are far more intelligent and not repetitive. So I think people always talk about AI replacing the repetitive people and you will lose job and all those things. I feel the other way around. It's rather that the job or the topics, what you run or do, will be far more intelligent. And so it requires certain kind of upskilling, it requires certain kind of different kind of jobs and all those things. But I don't think, it's just that it will take humans a little bit more forward, upskilling rather than repetitive, and you will do rather more creative, more intelligent work, and that requires upskilling and all those things. And that's where the bigger challenge comes in with regards to how in this country are you able to skill your people in a better way, have tons and tons of data scientists, have tons and tons of people who are going through the PhD programs and all those things. I think all those things, but I don't doubt that people will lose job and all those things. I rather feel it is for the betterment and you further go up the value chain.
I unfortunately don't share that rosy view. I mean, I should just say that, look, the point is that it is true that over a period of time, technological advancements moves humanity forward. But it's also true that that time period for an individual, someone is out of a job for 10 years, it's cold comfort to tell them that, hum aage badh rahe hain, right? And we're seeing this in Western country after Western country, that a lot of folks who have lost out factory jobs to automation, that's what is causing a lot of political upheaval. So these things can also have, serious repercussions in society. But let's come to an AI application, perhaps in your world, Nitin. In financial inclusion, perhaps, have you seen interesting applications for AI?
No, there are, and that's why I said in the beginning that AI shouldn't be seen totally in the context of being autonomous and replacing what is happening right now. It can happen over a period of time, but we will have enough and more time to prepare ourselves. But financial inclusion, for example, just reflects the fact that it should be an inclusive agenda. So with AI, if there is an inclusive agenda that we include as many people, people don't get left out, whether they participate as users or they participate as providers. But at the end of it, they should not have to be left out. And this is exactly an example of what we've been discussing, that people can get left out if there are no jobs for them. And in the last 5 years, every single AI conference that I've been to, this question has always been asked, that what will happen to jobs? And every time it's the same usual thing, that more jobs will get created. But I don't think it's as simple as that. But financial inclusion, a very simple application is that people who understand how to manage their finances versus people who don't understand their finances, that divide is narrowing now. So we can't claim anymore that people don't have bank accounts. But so that is first level of inclusion. Whether people use those bank accounts, whether they're also insured, whether they also use other services, that is where the gap is. But the problem is not that it's an issue of access. The issue is of usage, because they can't use them in the manner that they are designed. So the design may not be a problem, but the way they are accessed is a problem. So one of the easiest things that a lot of banks are trying to do now is that how do you create voice-enabled solutions for people who are not digitally literate. So they are numerically literate, so you can expect them to start using feature phones, but then you can't offer everything on feature phones. Like we are going to have a UPI solution on feature phones as well, right, sometime soon. But then what happens to some other things? So those kind of solutions are required for, which use AI on the edge. They don't need enterprise level AI. So people don't need to invest in, creating a huge AI stack in their data center. But simple device level AI, like the way we today use with Alexa or a car infotainment system, which is voice responsive or otherwise, those are good examples to roll out, scale up, and make sure that people are able to use those basic services and they can get access to what normal people who have the digital literacy are also able to use. Because eventually there will be a digital divide. Today we may not see it, but there is most likely going to be a digital divide. And that divide is going to be largely based on the fact that some people will have access based on their digital literacy, and some people will not have access, even though they may have smartphones, but they will still not have access because they don't know how to use and what to do with them. So that is where some of these simple things like voice, speech to text, or being able to communicate with a device in the manner that you want, in the language that you want to communicate, those are easier, simple solutions which are available, and those are the ones which are getting experimented.
Super. I'm now going to, I think a nice context has been set. I'm now going to break pattern and also jump straight into the question of can India become, what should India do to become an AI superpower? In our pre-session discussions, many of the panelists expressed a discomfort at the word superpower. So maybe we'll amend it a little bit and say, can India become a significant player or a major player in AI? And let me come to you, Mr. Chaudhary, first. What are the things India should do? Can we become a major power? And what are the opportunities? What are the potential pitfalls?
I think the challenge that is there today in AI is exactly the challenge that we had in software 10, 15 years ago. And although even in software we're no longer able to control that challenge, but it's all about having the right quality of people and right number of people. And that is a huge shortage area today. And in every part of technology there's huge shortage, but in AI it's much more than that I see. And I think therefore what we need to do is to literally include AI into every curriculum that we can think of. Somewhere it will be about creating algorithms, and somewhere it will be about using it, but it needs to be brought in a very deep way. And I think we need to really start from school, and we need to go to all parts of our education system to adopt AI. Because I don't think that without AI, any business or any part of the world will survive. AI will be needed by everyone tomorrow. So we should have, for example, a lot of global schools in MBA have started AI AMBA programs together. Similarly, humanities are including AI. So it's pervasive all around. So I think we need to work very deeply on our education strategy to include AI everywhere. And I think if we can do that, then over a period of time, we will have reasonable amount of capability created. And this needs to be addressed very quickly, because just talking in the air and saying, we need this and we need this is not going to happen. The curriculum change is something that is deeply needed. And we are sitting with very old curriculum in most engineering schools in the country.
Dilip, let me come to you based on what Mr. Chaudhary has said. He's talking about introducing AI and training more folks in AI and developing a talent pool. You work in an area which requires which requires attracting and retaining a lot of tech talent. Elite tech talent leaves India, as we all know, flocks to Silicon Valley or other more attractive destinations. How does India catch on to them? I mean, how does India hold on to them? What should India do?
I don't think, I think it's become much more easier with regards to how when you build a product, I mean, it's not that you build a product in India, or you largely are building for global anyway out of the context. The question always on the stuff is still which is the largest market and which holds you to have your base there. The challenge we face in that angle is, let's say, in the last 5-6 years, you look at a large boom of software companies creating out of India, largely focused towards building those products which is AI based, but still the largest market to that context still is US. I mean, the addressable market is just very, very large enough. So you just generally tend to move your base where your customer is. And that's the problem you have right now. So you start to see more and more companies which are getting created, but they establish the base because of either whatever you call the VCs or investors or the market is there. So that's where you start to see a lot of people move there. So if India has to keep a lot of this talent and the companies which are based out of this thing, then you need to have those, let's say, whatever you call the investments and the market, making easiness for people to sell. India is a very large market, right? I mean, still it is 1.3 billion. So you can easily create it. So the market needs to be in a certain way created, and which will only happen, like when Mr. Ajay was saying, is because apart from the education and all those things, what is another factor that need to be looked in is the awareness. So still we are operating. Let's say if India want to sell a product to an Indian companies, do they have that awareness in a large? Do you have awareness of the very use case where you can apply and use it? And India is still the country where you still try to see, is it implemented at 3-4 places and the 5th place, and I'll do the 5th time, or you are a first guinea pig to do it. That's where the mature market comes in. So I think India will have a lot of people who are getting generated. It's just about how do you give them more awareness, more things right, that the companies are aware of it, and then you can easily apply those use cases and make the people stay in this country. I think it's rather less that people leave and go there. It just go there because of the market and all those things. It is not that people now go for certain things. But there is, of course, a gap overall in our education system, which you are saying rightly, because I think we don't have too many people. We have too many
we're still following the traditional path. You start to see now few education institutes coming in where they say, okay, we will do an engineering course on AI and machine learning and give the degree on the stuff. You start to see with some universities like Plaksha and they try to build this in a right way, but it's very, very small. So if you're able to do this, get the base right, get the awareness right, I think you will see less and less of people going abroad and rather building these companies based out of India.
Thank you. Dr. Manjunath, what should India do to become a substantial AI power?
Yeah, I think I agree with one of the speakers who mentioned earlier about creating the right kind of talent or empowering our students with the right kind of knowledge, right kind of direction in the AI part. Could be school. For example, many of us have loud math. There's a considerable segment of, children who just sort of, not understand the applications of math. Now, maybe applications of probability, statistics could be AI, right? Where they can see it really, really, they are seeing it work and they can see it work as well. So trying to look at applications of AI to math in school, colleges, maybe making them do actual practical applications, like build those applications, do some internship projects with industry startups probably, and these kinds of things at the academic level. In addition, I think India can become, I guess I can say superpower, I'm really a nationalist, for also the reason that we have a huge population. We have an opportunity to create huge data, huge amounts of curated data, qualified and labeled data, which is a huge asset for building any AI applications, training on AI applications, and so on and so forth. So what is needed is to have some kind of a proper governance and regulatory framework around this whole thing, like, data collection mechanism, data privacy related issues, who can be issued, like with whom you can share, and so on and so forth. I guess there is some initial activities in the health stack that's happening, which is extremely favorable direction and the right direction. But can we do this across different applications, right? Different applications domain. Earlier, a few years back, we were talking very seriously about open data initiatives, right? So what does it mean to contribute data to a single source? What all can be done with this sort of huge data exchanges that we could possibly create? Can we have conferences across academia, industry, startup, government, and so on to figure out what these platforms, data platforms should be? Many people think that once you contribute data, like, you're losing money. I mean, data is not really equal to money or like, of course it's the new oil, but it's in a different shape, right? Once you contribute data to a single platform, you actually enable ecosystem of newer applications to be developed. Again, the training on this, real practical data that is coming up. Maybe like an app store around it, right? So there are some newer economic, enablement platforms that can come in, and so on and so forth. And another big gap that needs to be filled is also on I mentioned about governance, but regulatory in terms of not just for data governance, also about which is a valid AI application, which is the right AI application that is that one can release to public for real use. For example, US FDA has a wonderful set of proposals still being discussed, a platform to discuss what is the right way of doing things, right way of testing an AI application. When can you say it is actually having whatever 90% accuracy or not? So having these kinds of strong regulatory framework, particularly for healthcare, but literally anything that is trying to replace some part of the human jobs, if we talked about it, I think that's important. So basically, education, data platforms, and strong regulatory, conformance-related, governance structure around it, can definitely be superpower. But that data should be available only to Indians. So then that's when you could actually sort of do much more, being that powerful powerhouse.
Great summary. Thank you. We are out of time. But Mr. Chaudhary, I want to quickly get a final comment from you, which is about the ethical concerns around AI and what kind of governance norms, protocols do we need to put in place when we think of this AI-led future? Yes.
I think the ethical issues are quite serious, and really we need to look at them very carefully. And as she's mentioned, what's needed now is more governance, and we need to start to look at an AI regulator to some extent, because in the right manner, because a lot of times regulators in India tend to become too regulated. So I think that's something we need to start to be very careful, because this word regulator creates issues. So I think somewhere that kind of policy framework needs to be created so that we can avoid all these ethical, moral issues that are going to face us. Because, you know, there's just so much happening today, fake news and a whole bunch of this stuff that's happening. We need to be very careful that we do not allow privacy to be intruded and all those issues. So I think some time needs to be spent on creating these regulations and policies to ensure that we are very much protected from these issues.
With that, we come to the end of this panel. Thank you so much for joining us this evening, Dilip, Nitin, Mr. Chaudhary, Dr. Manjunath. Thank you very much. Please give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, SK. Thank you, panelists. So folks, we've had a very interesting session on understanding the CEO point of view, the 360-degree point of view, and today our last session is now with another CEO who is joining us from San Francisco live. How many of you remember the inventor of the sixth sense? I see some hands already over there, so the CEO will be very pleased. So sixth sense essentially was a device that comprised a pocket projector, mirror, and web camera, and bundled in a wearable pendant-like gadget which could transform practically any surface into a touch screen. But that's not the only invention that he's known for. So in short, I think there are no prizes for guessing. I'm going to call on screen Pranav Mistry, who's a renowned scientist and inventor. His contributions, I can see him live. Pranav, can you see us?
Yes, my contribution is that I'm here today, and then let's jump into the discussion. I think that's exciting.
This is the usual Pranav thing, pretty unassuming as usual. So, okay, Pranav, let's dive straight into. I think people know a lot about you, basically. I think whenever people think about you, they think about inventions, they think about newer kind of stuff, and even now, in your new company too, you are dealing with a concept like artificial reality. Now, we are just dabbling and trying to wrap our heads around artificial intelligence. What exactly is this artificial reality?
I think it's another buzzword. You know, as you may say that the metaverse is another buzzword or something. But like one of the before I start, first of all, thanks for inviting me, and wonderful to see you all. Sorry, I'm not being there in person. I'm very much looking forward to be in India very soon. In fact, the company that I run now, we are starting an India office very soon, and we are opening up in Mumbai very soon. So I'll be seeing many of you there. So I personally am excited about this new journey and the new things that are happening in the market related to AI and the metaverse and the together part of it. So, and to your question that what is artificial reality? So it's A reality, everyone of us know what is reality part of it, right? So in a simple word, artificial reality is AI generated synthetic reality, an alternate reality, as you may say, part of it, right? And that is what is kind of, we are already in the middle of both of this world already, right? Right now I'm in the Zoom, my virtual pixels from my cameras are flowing towards you and you're seeing me on the screen. So we already reached the halfway part of it, but can we go a step further? Can we go beyond, like the dreams that we used to have, the dreams of the Dali, where the clock actually folds, and then can it be possible? And then that's what the whole thing is about. Of course, a lot of people are trying this approach from the multiple sides. Metaverse is coming in from different point of view, different perspective of that. And that you take a 3D world and try to mimic the real world. Like a lot of my friends who don't enjoy anymore now, but they wear those VR goggles and go into this world and feel that they are in somewhere else. Artificial reality is taking this challenge from a little bit different approach. It's going from top down, where say, okay, we have a reality. Can we synthesize in a way that it looks and behave like our real world with augmented one? So that's kind of the in one way to explain it is, yeah.
Fair enough. So when we talk about the promise of AI, that what is the kind of promise that AI holds for society, where exactly do you see these technologies? Because we have been having a discussion throughout the day on what can AI, metaverse, mixed reality, artificial reality, or whatever, the humanoids. I mean, we have got so many other buzzwords, but basically there are already deep down a lot of building blocks that have already been done and a lot of work done by inventors like you. So could you give us some kind of a perspective on what these technologies mean for society?
Yeah. I was listening in just now, like a little bit, that last talk. I was not there the whole day for the event, and I don't want to come between you and your cocktails very soon, so I don't want to go into too much deep inside. But one of the things that I studied in India. I studied in Gujarat University, and I was in IIT Bombay and all this particular part of it. I want to point it out that my introduction of AI was very boring when I was in school. We had a textbook of AI, and that the AI was teaching like a statistic method of AI. That's why AI was just like a chapter of the computer science that was there, and it's died. That was the concept that even when I came to MIT, the perspective, I was actually a student of Marvin Minsky, as you may know, one of the godfather of the AI school of this particular direction. His approach of AI was very different, very pragmatic in the very functional based AI part of it. So what we have learned about the AI throughout our life of histories, ups and downs of the history, is that it's just a task oriented thing. If it does something similar to the human, then it's AI. That's what we call that AI for. I personally disagree with the term that can India become a superpower of AI? Why? I'm not, don't take me wrong. I think that India is already superpower of the AI. Why? Because AI is a synonym to the software industry, and India is already a superpower of software industries, if you may say it. It's not AI is just a subfield of this whole computing industry. So of course, right now we are having AI summit, and that's the kind of a subfield of this computing industries or the digital world industry. So I think we should think that in that terms. The second thing, even if you go now like deep pragmatic, like I'm a programmer, I do stuff myself. So I feel that the AI is divided into this right now is into these three levels, like the level of automation. Then second comes the assistance, and then the last one is autonomy, as you may say. So if you are driving like this, the autonomous car, there are like levels of the autonomous driving levels. Similarly, we can divide AI into these three categories of that thing. And people who are coming from this academic fields of AI or even the real world of the engineering, they understand like simple tasks such as object detection, the classification, the spam filtering, the test classification. These are automation tasks of it, which was already done. Our mailbox are doing very good job at that thing using the AI for sure in that person. The second level, when we come to the second level, which is we are right now, the whole NLPs or the voice synthesis, like my Alexa is talking like Amitabh Bachchan voice or whatever it is, right? All those things falls under voice cloning. Those simple things falls under assistance part of the technology of AI. Now, when we go into the last chapter, the autonomy part of it, the things become much more exciting, right? And that is why I jump in. The reason that, if you know my earlier work, from Sixth Sense to the VR, the Gear VR, to the Galaxy's devices, my focus is always visual, making more immersive interaction part of it. So there was a perfect time, I will say, that is happening, that the whole AI is coming back. The secret sauce of the how to make something intelligent or behave like intelligent is coming back. At the same time, the whole immersive world of the metaverses and 3Ds and those are coming back. And that is what, in simple sense, artificial reality is also about. So that is what excites me, that this is a wonderful time. And no, there's no correct answer. If you ask me, people like me, I would say the 3D is dead. The 3D metaverse are dead. We better be living in a game world which is real, not 3D generated part of it. That's my approach. If you ask the Unity CEO, he might be saying that, oh, we can make 3D right now very lifelike. So that different approaches exist part of it. And I think that's what exciting, both side work is important to make something progress. So that's what I would say.
I think one heartening takeaway I think all would have from this particular statement that you made was that AI, I mean, India is already an AI superpower that you already have. I think it is a big applause on that particular. Yeah.
It's truth. Like if you ask right now, I'm talking to some car making company, or I'm talking to a company which is making toothpaste, for example, right? And they want to use machine learning models. That's like one of the key agenda on their first item is that, okay, software engineering, machine learning, AI is part of the thing, right? So software is, I don't think there is any company right now in India which does not use a machine learning model or training or like some data. So it is a part of it. It's the next chapter of the what is in software industry. That's all.
Fair enough. One topic that we have been talking about, or rather not even debating, I would just say discussing extensively throughout the day, which I think even Mr. Chaudhary pointed out, and even SK and the other CEOs, and even throughout the day, was around the concern areas. Like take your artificial reality. When does the real become the unreal? When does the unreal become the real? People can't even distinguish between the two. And also when we talk about loss of jobs, privacy concerns, data colonization, many other kind of concerns. As a computer scientist, how do you look at that? Because I know of certain computer scientists who say, okay, let us keep outside this particular framework, but I don't think that's possible any longer.
No. I think that if you may think of this concept of as you may think that the whole concept of augmented reality or virtual realities or even this projected environments and something that is coming, I don't think this is recent. Like even in our time, the story makers of Mahabharatas and all this stuff, like the Pandavas had this palace which was having some illusions happening, and on the ground there was a projected water coming in and people are falling down. The worst concept was already there. People always wanted to live in a different world, different reality, different dreams. And as this is part of our body, every half of the human life when we sleep, we actually go to an alternate reality, if you may think of it, right? We want, the only thing is that it's not controlled. Now people want it to say, is it possible to control it, right? And that's what the thing. Of course, the biological way of controlling the dreams might be another interesting chapter part of it, but it is from the brain, right? So it is, our brain is keep creating this realities in particular part of it. So I don't think that there is and always reality is always exists. The digital world came later, right? So rather than me living on my 2x6 screen and enjoying the whole world there, better to be enjoying the world in the real world and then have the power of the 2x6 screen. And that's what it's my fundamental approach always been from whatever I do, from Sixth Sense to the Galaxy Gear or the VR or whatever it is, right? So so I feel that this is the perfect opportunity to achieve the best of the both world. We keep the reality world, and then we bring the realities, and we let people experience the part of it. So that one. Another, even the privacy issues part of it, like what is the data and like a part of it. I personally think that that we are discussing in a way because we are looking at the data from a very narrow perspective. If we open up our mind from the data, I don't think that is impossible right now. There are algorithms right now that can do machine learning training on top of it while it's being encrypted. So that's not and that is exactly coming right now. So there are some hashing techniques, or there are some techniques is already in the market right now. And imagine the potential of it. So you don't need to worry about like we don't need to worry about that the Facebook is looking at my data, and these people, machine learning models are training on that data. Or even this earlier talk, the speaker was talking about that India data should stay in India. Of course, India data should stay in India, but imagine if it's encrypted and it can benefit the whole world, and vice versa. We can benefit from what the people in Southeast Asia or the China or the Europe is doing. Our system will become as much as better. So there are ways to go around that part of it, and with the AI. I don't think the transformers or the current state of the way of looking at AI is AI. Please, let's not. That's just as I mentioned to you, when I was in school, we was taught the whole AI book was talking about just statistical reasoning. That was AI, right? Now we open up our mind to maybe 2% more, and then all this whole the attention models comes, and the transformer comes, and then the fast parts comes. And I feel that there is 99% more to explore before we can say that we understand AI, the world, and different approaches are more welcome in that. So that will happen very soon. Yeah.
Pranav, you were born and brought up in India. India is a land of startups. India is a land of unicorns. You have built a lot of deep tech startups yourself. So what should deep tech startups do to build viable business models around these sort of unproven technologies, like whether it's AI at least has a kind of we are seeing the ROI, but we find a lot of metaverse kind of startups out here, or Web3. So what is your sense? How can we build viable business models?
I personally feel that the having that open call for innovation is the best way to innovate. Because then like people have to, if everyone's trying, if one person becomes successful, and if you're going out of roads and that road everyone is just walking because they're seeing a very quick success in the first go, we might be missing out the opportunity which is maybe 2 miles away from another road, but it's actually much bigger. So different people trying different approaches, different companies, different startup pushing different boundaries will open up this new way of exploring. So like and then time will prove. Like we being us now, I was in a corporate world before, large companies, and where we can throw $5 million to explore one concept and another $5 million to another concept. We can do that and $500 million to try 100 exploration. While being a startup, you are limited in resources. So the only suggestion or like the thing that I'm trying to achieve over with my team or in different parts of it now is that you don't need to worry about it. You can take a risk. You are going to, like in my language, there is a proverb that, I like not my language, but I say that every road goes to the Palanpur because I come from Palanpur. I mean, it's like so it's okay to try different things and because that path already has something. So the world is so filled of the opportunities that even if you go on a different path, you will find opportunity there, and in fact might open up new opportunity for others. So and being a startup, that's a thing you can do. So in corporate world, I cannot take a risk, bigger risk. Now I can take a bigger risk, and that's why it's much more exciting time to be in startup for that part. If you want to do something new, startup is the right time. Google was a startup, and that's why they are able to ask or fight back with the kind of the index-based search engines or something like that, right? And that's what opportunity the startup gives you. That to ask the status quo and say, okay, is this correct or is there an alternate? So I think that's what we should focus on.
So I guess maybe, as they say, the Chinese saying, may 10,000 more deep tech startups bloom in India. Any questions from the audience that we have? We can take a couple of questions for Pranav. He has agreed to answer them.
I think they all want to go to the cocktail. They don't want to ask.
Okay, since we don't have, okay, Mr. Chaudhary has a question for you.
Hey, Pranav, I don't know whether you remember, we met up at Infosys facilities many years ago and had lunch together.
For sure, I definitely remember that.
Yeah, so Pranav, I saw that investment coming in from Jio. And I would love to understand how you would like to work with Jio and where will it take you working with Jio? Yes, Jio definitely has phenomenal reach in the country. But how does your area work with Jio?
I think that one of the key things that I have learned from my work, because when I was in earlier corporate like Samsung and Microsoft and other places, part of it, sometimes the reach is very important part of it, both to early try ideas and then to see what works quickly on something like that. So I think the Jio brings a very strong user base and understanding of Indian market, and then they, like for example, being a 450 million subscriber in India itself gives a lot more understanding and room. Imagine that the Jio phones right now, rather than using a search engine from some other companies, if it's using an Indian search engine, or it will give an Indian search engine a growth, a new data, exactly what the earlier session we were talking about. So that is what I think that the best of the both world will give in that way. So it will give a channel, right channel to experiment new concepts very early, right? The second thing I personally feel that because when I was in bigger company, I also understand this part of it, that many of these bigger companies have a very small internal team. Like for example, if metaverse comes up, companies like in Geos or the Samsungs of the world, or they will say, oh, we also should have a metaverse team and we should build this thing. And Infosys will say, oh, we should have this one because this is happening, a new buzzword coming, so they will put something on place. And sometimes the wrong directions have been taken by some of the smaller team, just as a follow-up step. Sometime, and with the bigger support from the company, can actually misguide the whole industry and market. That happens many times, part of it. So I feel that having that ecosystem of the two is my company, like number 2 over here, as you can say. 2, working with a channel who understands the Indian consumer, which gives a lot more kind of the best of the both world, like a right innovation, bringing at the right channel, and that will help India in a much better way than adopting someone else's solution or vice versa. So and I'm super proud and super happy to working with Jio team. They are very open. From the very top management, day to day, sometimes more than I expect, but it is fun to work with them to explore the real possibilities. And it also keeps a tap on me because, to be very frank with you, I don't do projects for people. I make things for myself because if you ask me that, I'm a kind of person who want to say, okay, why can I not have this today? And I build it. I'm a mistri, I'm a carpenter, if you may say that I build my own chair in that way. So in that particular terms, keeping a market tab that, okay, what is actually money making or what is actually will be useful for other people, that tab is important for people like me, people, innovative company like me, us, so we can think a little bit bigger, not only just one sort or smaller areas. So that's a part of it, and please feel free to like spread the word that the 2 is coming to India, and we'll be hiring people, working on some exciting projects, focusing on India and focusing Indian market, and that's what I'm super excited about. Yeah.
So Pranav, we wish you all the best in your new venture, and once again, thank you very much for your time, especially because I know these are early hours in San Francisco. You have really made time for all of us.
So thank you very much. I won't be able to
Thank
take
you,
any
thank
more.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. And have a good day, everyone. Thank you.
Folks, this was the last session of the day, and Pranav was kind enough to do that. So you all have been a really delightful and engaging audience. So thank you very much. And before we go for cocktails and dinner, I would like to also give a huge shout out to our partner Intel for supporting us in the event. So please, a loud shout out for you and for the partner. Thank you.
Thank you.